The next grant recipient is the Town of Montpelier, Montpelier Senior Activity Center, a division of the Community Services Department of the City of Montpelier, for the installation of water fountains and acoustical panels to make the space more accommodating and supportive of wellness for members and the public.
Thank you.
The next grant recipient is the Town of Brattleboro, United Way of Windham County, to purchase and install LED operatory lights at the Windham County Dental Center. The next recipient is the Town of Townsend, Carlos G. Otis Healthcare Center, Grace Cottage Hospital HVAC replacement project. The next recipient is the Town of Starksboro, Starksboro Village Meeting House, restoration of the Starksboro Village Meeting House.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome.
The next grant goes to Bennington, Sunrise Family Resource Center, to make safety enhancements and improvements to early childhood playground. The next grant recipient is the Town of South Hero, Lake Champlain Islands Economic Development Corp. Turn to Joy Early Care and Learning to renovate existing building for a newly created child care facility. Next grant recipient is South Burlington. Oh.
They're different South Hero grant.
Okay. Lund Family Center, safety improvements to their kitchen.
Thank you.
The next grant recipient is the Town of St. Albans for the Northwest Access TV to purchase media equipment. The next grant recipient is the Town of Morrisville, River Arts of Morrisville, Inc., to purchase and install a commercial dishwasher. The next grant recipient is the Town of Rutland, the Rutland County Parent-Child Center, replacement of the heating, cooling, and ventilation system. The next grant recipient is the Town of Barry for Resource to upgrade windows, doors, and a new exterior vinyl siding. The next grant recipient is the Town of Brattleboro for the Winston Prouty Center for Child and Family Development to replace an inefficient hot water heater. The next grant recipient is the Town of Proctorsville, Stepping Stones Preschool, renovating, expanding the attached garage space, including a new heating system and handicapped accessibility ramp. The next grant recipient is the Town of Woodstock, Woodstock Community Play School, the school's relocation project. The next recipient goes to the Town of Middlebury, Friends of the Middlebury Hockey, to complete the Memorial Sports Center second floor, including indoor restrooms, a heated viewing area, upgraded concessions, a community meeting room, and to add an elevator. The next grant recipient goes to the town of Bristol, Bristol Recreation Club, to hire a VYCC crew for 1 week for the hardened sections of their 3+ mile trail. The next grant recipient goes to the town of Ripton, Vermont Elks Charities, Silver Towers Camp for People with Disabilities, replacement of the camp kitchen floor, bottom cabinets, and countertops.
Henry, grab the check. Grab the check. Thank you so much. Thank you.
The next grant recipient is the town of Woodford for Prospect Mountain Association to replace their septic system. The next recipient is St. Johnsbury, the town of St. Johnsbury, the Three Rivers Path Extension and Trailhead Project. The next grant recipient is the town of Bolton, Smile Memorial School for new playground equipment. The next grant recipient is the town of Essex Junction, Village of Essex Junction, to convert 2 tennis courts into 6 pickleball courts at Cascade Park. That sounds fun, do a little pickleball. The next recipient is the town of St. Albans, Collins Pearly Campus, Maple Run United School District for a new playground. The next grant recipient is the town of St. Albans for the Franklin County Senior Center to repair the heating system. The next grant recipient goes to the town of Montgomery, Montgomery Recreational Department, to construct additional mileage of the multi-use path. I was waiting for this little cutie pie to get up.
Miss Sherry, thank you, Governor. You want to hold it?
Oh, that's adorable.
Thanks.
So cute.
It's okay. Happens frequently.
Wouldn't want to fall apart.
The next grant recipient is Isle Lamont. Isle Lamont Preservation Trust, upgrades to the educational recreational trail signs. The next grant recipient goes to the town of Cambridge for the Cambridge Recreation Board to purchase multi-use storage shed concession stand. The next grant recipient goes to the town of Morristown, to add a swing set and mulch to Oxbow Riverfront Park. The next grant recipient is the town of Greensboro, Greensboro Community Child Care Center, 4 Seasons of Early Learning, to purchase new playground equipment and resurface the back playground area. The next grant recipient goes to the town of Wells, to build a pavilion at Lakeside Park. The next grant recipient goes to the town of Brandon Recreation Department, removal and replacement of border fencing and creation of a parking area.
Thank you.
The next grant recipient goes to the town of East Montpelier, East Montpelier Recreational Board, Town of East Montpelier Select Board, to purchase additional aluminum bleachers, replacement of soccer nets, and replacement of fencing. The The next grant recipient is the Town of Vernon. For the Town of Vernon, improvements to recreation area bathrooms, including replacement of a double door and to construct privacy access to the public bathrooms facility in the pavilion. The next grant recipient is the Town of Brattleboro, the Brattleboro Outing Club. Purchase, move, and finish a 15-foot by 36-foot building to serve as a ski hut. The next grant recipient is the Town of Guilford. The Town of Guilford, Guilford Recreational Commission, to complete the playscape enhancement projects. The next grant recipient is the Town of Brattleboro, the Retreat Farm, to complete a trail sign and wayfinding project. The next grant recipient is the Town of Saxton's River Recreation Area, to replace the roof on the pavilion. The next grant recipient is the Town of Chester for the creation of Phase 1 of a walking hiking trail. And then there's one more. And we're going to go backwards for a minute.
Yep, Lake Champlain Islands Economic Development Corporation on behalf of the Champlain Islands Candy Lab. This is an Economic Development Corporation grant.
Thank you. That concludes our program. Want to thank each and every one of you for coming out and receiving your check. We have coffee and cookies I see in the back, so feel free to stick around and chat with your fellow grant recipients. We really appreciate all the work that you do in your communities. Communities are the fabric that knits Vermont together. It's what makes us an authentic state. We have authentic communities. And thank you for being leaders in your community and supporting this grant program, which supports your efforts to rebuild your communities. So thank you very much. In vain of my thank yous, I would be remiss if I did not thank the exceptional Judy Bruno, who is the Judy does an exceptional job with the customer service and helping each and every one of you that calls up to ask her for advice. Should we do this? Should we do that? What does this mean? And she really enjoys that work and connecting with each and every one of you. And she's an extremely valuable member of our team, and I want to thank Jennifer as well for taking the duty of reading the names. We have to get you out more often. And that concludes today's ceremony. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming out tonight. I know you're all hardy Vermonters, I assume, so no worries about coming out on a relatively cold November night in the dark. I'm being told that you can't hear me.
Would you like?
How about that? All right. So my name is Chip Conquest. I'm the co-chair, along with Laura Sibilia, of the Rural Economic Development Working Group. We're the ones hosting this hearing tonight. I'm glad to see all of you here. I was just going to say there, if we have more people than chairs, just please help yourself to the chairs there in the back there. You can sit at any of the tables or just pull the chairs down. We're going to get started here pretty quickly. I just wanted to make a couple of thank yous. One to Mitzi Johnson, who wasn't able to come tonight as Speaker of the House, but she has been a very supportive for our group and allowing us to do these hearings and really just being generally supportive of rural economic issues in general and helping us move forward with some of the legislation that we've proposed over the past year. So a thanks to her, and a thanks to you all for coming out. I know it's, we've tried to figure out what a good time of year to do this would be, and I know there's always challenges for everybody with busy schedules, but I really appreciate the fact that you all made time to come and talk to us. So if you haven't been to one of these hearings before, you're going to come, we'll call your name, and I'll also say who's next in line. Come up and sit at the table. We have a microphone up here for you to use. And we have a 4-minute time limit for now. Peter's going to give you a sign when it's time, when your 4 minutes is up. And if you're unable to get all of what you wanted to say done in that 4 minutes, we would encourage you to email us your testimony. Actually, we'd encourage you to email us your testimony if you have it in that form anyway. The place to email it is to Charlie Kimball, and so like everyone else's ledge email, it's ckimball@ledge.state.bt.us. You can find that on the legislative webpage if you don't remember it. So again, please email us anything you want us to be looking at, and we'll share it among the entire group. And as we said in our announcement, this is really what this hearing is one of the things that's going to really guide our work in the legislature around these economic development issues for this upcoming session. So please send us all of your thoughts. In a minute, I'm going to ask folks around the table to introduce themselves. We actually have a really significant number of people in the Rural Economic Development Working Group, as we call ourselves. There's close to 30 of us. Not everybody was able to make it tonight, but I'll have the people that are up here introduce themselves. And is there anything else I needed to say? All right. So with that, I think we'll get started. So just a reminder, when I call your name, please come up, use the microphone, and I'll also let you know who's following that person. So, you want to introduce yourself, and we'll work our way around the table.
Okay, I'm Scott Campbell. I'm a representative from St. Johnsbury. Anything else you would say?
What committee you're on?
Oh, and I'm on Energy and Technology Committee.
Peter Conlon from Cornwall, and I'm on the House Education Committee.
Hi, I'm Sarah Coffey. I'm from Guilford, and I sit on House Corrections and Institutions.
As I said, Chip Conquest. I'm actually from Wells River, Vermont, and represent Newbury, Groton, and Topsom, and I'm on the Appropriations Committee.
Laura Sibilia from Dover, and I'm on the Energy and Technology Committee.
Kelly Payala from Londonderry. I represent Londonderry, Weston, Jamaica, Stratton, and Winhall, and I sit on the Human Services Committee.
Randall Zott. I represent Barnard, Pomfret, Queechee, and West Hartford. I'm on the House General.
I'm Lucy Rogers from Waterville. I also represent Cambridge, and I'm on House Healthcare.
We have another member out here.
And hi, I'm Emily Kornheiser. I'm from Rossborough, and I'm on the Commerce and Economic Development.
Yeah. And I think Sandy Haas is somewhere, right there in front of me.
Sandy Haas from Rochester, also representing Bethel, Stockbridge, and Pittsfield, and I serve on Human Services.
I think that's the only member in the audience. And would the Lieutenant Governor like to introduce himself?
I'm David Zuckerman, Lieutenant Governor. I have a farm and am passionate about our rural economy, so I was curious to hear your thoughts.
And thank you for
holding the hearing. And I think Representative from Sanders' office is also here.
And Lady's office.
And Lady's office?
Yeah,
Sorry.
yes, I think. Holly's.
All right, so so we have Alan Robertson up first and Kathleen Warner after that. Oh, sorry.
Dangerous, first person. My name is Al Robertson. I'm a woodland owner in Sheffield, Vermont. I'm Secretary of Vermont Woodlands Association and also somewhat responsible for helping with policy in VWA, our organization. You should all have my testimony already. It was emailed to Mr. Kimball several days ago. So to paraphrase, you're going to read, when you read the testimony, that we feel there are a lot of new ideas and technologies that are available to improve the wood products industry and forestry in Vermont. We have reservations about whether any of that would ever happen because of Act 250. We feel strongly that Act 250 has been very, very good to Vermont in keeping its rural and forestry environment. But unfortunately, the last few years, some of the very things that have been good for Act 250 and keeping development under control have also stymied development of the forest products industry. One of the things you'll see in the package is a handout from the Eckley sawmill in Germany. It represents a very, very small micro plant that produces power and also uses waste heat to heat the local community. That's typical of the kind of things that you'll see in our submission that included cross-laminated timber, biochar, increasing use of biofuels, and combined heat and power facilities. But again, there have been numerous attempts to fix Act 250 over the past few years, and yet it's never happened. And I say fix because we don't want to disturb what works. What we want to see is the same respect for the forest products industry as we see for agriculture. Right now, if a farmer builds a barn, he doesn't have to go through Act 250. But if a sawmill needs to expand, or if a new sawmill wants to come into existence, sometimes the hurdles are just so overwhelming that it just doesn't get done. Same thing with energy facilities. So there are things that need to happen in Act 250 to make it better for the forest products industry, and we were hoping that would be something that your group would be looking at. Specifically, there are two bills right now in front of the legislature, S104 and H197. We'll probably hear about those later tonight, that do a lot to resolving the issues that we've identified in our testimony. And with that, I'm done.
Thank you very much. So Kathleen Warner and Brian Sheldon.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening. I'm Kathleen Warner, Executive Director of Vermont Woodlands Association and Vermont Tree Farm. I am also a member of the Working Lands Board as a woodland owner and tree farmer representing woodland owners. But Vermont Woodlands is a member of the Working Lands Coalition. And I feel like I need to say that I'm speaking for the coalition side tonight, not for the board. And so I've been involved with the Working Lands Initiative since 2012 when it first came to the House Ag Committee, which is now the House Ag and Forestry Committee, after a wonderful change of focus that included forestry. I guess nobody here tonight is from House Ag and Forestry, but I know I have friends there.
Representative Partridge would have been there.
Okay. Thank you. So this was really, Working Lands Enterprise Initiative was a cutting edge proposal when it came to the legislature. It was designed to assist businesses that rely on the working landscape of farms and forests. I've actually been asked to present information about Working Lands Enterprise Initiative in other states and at a national conference. It really is a flagship program that Vermont developed that signals a willingness to invest in economic development across the working landscape. Each year, the coalition comes to the legislature with asks for additional funding because we know what a difference it makes to have that funding on the ground. The grant requests every year overwhelm our capacity, and so we often need to turn down good proposals. No, we know that the working group supports the Working Lands Initiative, and wouldn't it be amazing if it were funded at $3 million annually and we didn't have to fight for that year after year? That would just make such a difference. It would foster so much innovation and diversification across businesses that would lead to market and supply chain impacts for farm and forest enterprises. Now, this program has really been the best rural economic driver for working lands businesses throughout the state, and it can continue to drive the rural economy if adequately funded. Now, I know I'm often preaching to the choir. You know, we do that a lot in forestry, but it's just important for me to underscore how critical these investments are for forestry and wood products businesses. We are really counting on this continued investment in working lands businesses that keep our forests working.
And just when you come up to testify, unfortunately you have to hold the mic sort of right in front of your mouth in order for everybody to be able to hear. So please do that.
So I'm Mike Greenville.
You really do need that.
I guess right up. Okay, we got you. So I'm a resident of Lincoln, and I'm the owner of Maple Landmark Woodcraft, which is a woodworking business in Middlebury. We craft small wood products. Business I started 40 years ago. We currently have, we employ 39 people. And I appreciate the attention that is put to the Working Lands economy. I sat on the Working Lands Enterprise Board in its first 2 years of existence. Got to be one of the people who kind of helped break in that process, which is arduous. I wish I had some brilliant ideas for you. I have just a few points I'd like to make. The first is about the Working Lands Fund. I've always been bothered when I was on the board and since that it seems that there's a lot of overhead that goes into running that, and which it doesn't bother me about the overhead. It bothers me that there's a lot of capacity. If there was more money to give, it wouldn't cost any more to give it out. It'd be a more efficient use of funds. So the extra money you put in can go right out. And I don't know, I didn't explain that very well, but I think you get it. Also, perhaps a more flexible schedule for awarding the funds. Business happens fast and quick, and opportunities come and go, and the annual schedule of things just seems that it makes it difficult. Applications are only taken once a year. It takes 4 to 6 months for the money to be awarded. There's a lot of time delay in that. For me, as to my business, I'm just going to offer an anecdote to kind of call attention to concern. Is that I've always been proud of my business and dealing as local as possible, and I've always focused in having a short supply chain, and I've been fortunate that the lumber that I buy, and I buy 125,000 board feet a year, so it's not a huge amount, but it's no small amount. It comes from local mills. We offer health insurance. We offer Vermont Health Connect plans, and our premium increase for 2020 is $27,000, primarily because of cost shifts. I already spend more money on health insurance than I do on lumber. what am I to do when I don't have both $27,000 and a cost of living pay increase floating around in my back pocket? Last week I took delivery of a trailer load of lumber from Maine. That load of lumber saved me $6,000. So instead of $18,000 worth of money to Vermont Mills, I sent $12,000 to Maine. That bothers me a great deal, but I have to maintain my business. I don't have a brilliant thing there, but this cost shift in the health insurance is just crazy. It's unsustainable. It's unsustainable years ago, and it's just worse now. So that's primarily what I have to say. I would like to be sure that you spend time on good legislation, not soundbite legislation. Be sure that it's funded so there's proper guidance, compliance, and enforcement. I'm involved in several bits of legislation that don't have that, and it makes it real difficult to do business. So, thanks.
Good evening, folks. So my name is Jordan Giacconi. I'm the new public policy manager for Vermont Businesses for Social Responsibility. This is my 7th day on the job, but it's a real pleasure to be here and certainly appreciate the opportunity to testify. So as many of you know, VBSR is a business association with close to 750 members who advocate for policy. Oops, sorry. Thank you, appreciate it. VBSR is a business association with close to 750 members who advocate for policies that support workers, communities, and the environment. So really advocating around a triple bottom line of people, planet, and prosperity. We have members of every business size and every Vermont industry and sector represented, and also represent industries from every county in the state of Vermont. As of 2019, more than half of our members represent small businesses employing fewer than 50 full-time employees, and about a third of our members represent businesses retaining less than 20 full-time employees as well. Many of our rural businesses that VBSR represents are interested in climate action, not just as a moral imperative, but also as an economic development opportunity. Investments in weatherization, efficiency in electric vehicle infrastructure, and divestment from imported fossil fuels would yield significant benefits for rural and low-income Vermonters as well as ratepayers writ large. From winter recreation and local food production to our drink-driven and tourism economies, climate change represents a very significant threat to the Vermont brand, way of life, and rural economies. So with that, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to testify and for all the important work you're doing to support our rural economies. And we'll encourage you moving forward to continue to engage in advancing key legislation such as the Global Warming Solutions Act, but also turning your attention as well to the forthcoming Transportation and Climate Initiative to ensure that these rural communities are represented fairly and that we don't leave folks in the lurch as we move forward toward a greener, more climate-friendly future for the state of Vermont. So again, thank you all. I look forward to working with you and wish everyone a good night.
So I just want to say, first of all, good evening, everyone. Hi, folks. It's great that we're all here. My name is Nick Richardson. I'm the president and CEO at the Vermont Land Trust. I've been in that role for about 2 years. It's a real pleasure to be here with the Rural Caucus this evening. You are our people, and we are deeply connected to rural lands and working lands all across this state. We have relationships with 2,000 parcels and about 1,800 landowners who are farmers, foresters, working these lands, stewarding them on behalf of all of us. And so it's a real pleasure to be here with you this evening. I do have a couple of points I want to emphasize in the legislative session to come, but because we hardly ever look back and say thank you for the work that's come before, I just want to commend the caucus on the work you did last year. Particularly the expansion of funding for the Working Lands Enterprise Board. Kathleen Warner spoke, I think, really eloquently to that. It's an important pillar of how we support the working landscape and our rural communities in this state. And it is a very innovative program. And along with a very strong support for conservation, low-income housing, and other key programs that really invest in rural communities, it's a part of what makes Vermont work. And I think it's a really important program. The regulatory relief was also, I think, really critical, and has been described around supporting common sense changes that will allow businesses to stay in business. Our working landscape really needs that right now. And I'll say that for the Vermont Land Trust, which has conserved 11% of the land in Vermont, 2,000 parcels, almost 700,000 acres over the last 42 years, we're recognizing, right, that as important as that is, we need to be doing more in order to make this working landscape work and our communities work. And so we're asking the question, what does Vermont need from us today? And the answer to that is different than it was 30 years ago. And it's about getting the next generation of farmers onto land in Vermont. We've done 100 farmland access projects over the last 10 years, working with, in fact, with many folks in the room who are great farmers who are connecting with their communities, investing in our rural economies. We want to expand that work going forward over the next 10 years to get 200 to 300 new and beginning farmers onto land in Vermont. We're working with landowners to participate in forest carbon offset projects, and there's been a great working group that's been working throughout the course of this last summer and fall to deliver some recommendations around that for policy changes, and also just what are the things we can do as a state to promote access to forest carbon and forest carbon offsets for more landowners. That's something that we would really support and appreciate going forward. This state needs more from us from all of us than it's ever needed. And these working landscapes that we participate in, that are such an important part of how we feel about this state, the connections that we have here, the community that we have here, they're really under threat. And I think it's important for all of us to be thinking outside of the box about what it is that we can be doing to support our rural landscapes. The Vermont Land Trust is here. We're all in. And we're going to be looking very creatively at new ways to participate. And we really appreciate the Rural Caucus, the work that you're doing, and I want to be a partner with you. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Amanda Carlson. I'm the town administrator for the town of Coventry. So on behalf of the small municipal towns, I know there's a lot of effective tools that you've created for local government to support the businesses, but that information doesn't always reach the small towns. These towns are dealing with one person and the select board member that's been there for 30 years, and they don't always share that information around. So to make sure that they understand what's available, I'd love to see state-supported or run regional workshops or meetings that would allow some of that one-on-one interaction for these towns to understand, to learn best practices for supporting local businesses and what they can do in their small communities. It's not always on a large scale. It's not always the big projects. Sometimes it's those small ones that need the most help. So for manufacturing, are there case studies and what funding is available and the permit process and where to start so that the municipality can assist someone looking into that. And on outdoor recreation economy, understanding what's proven to work and what are the pitfalls or what policies. We don't always need to recreate the wheel. It'd be nice to know kind of what is available. And also, sometimes it's really hard to find out what funding's available because they're all available in different places. And you don't know, and you have to just keep searching and hope somebody tells you which website or what agency to look at. It'd be nice to know where you can go for what funding and what's available to the small towns out there. So, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jenna Koloski. I'm the Community and Policy Manager with the Vermont Council on Rural Development. I'm also the President of the Vermont Community Development Association Board, and I live in Huntington. So thank you for providing this forum. VCRD is a facilitator of public process. We facilitate conversations at the community level, and then we kind of add up what we're hearing in communities across the state, and we also facilitate statewide discussions as well. On the community and economic development side, through our community visit program, we've worked with about 70 different towns around the state on facilitated discussions to invite the whole town together, line up what's most important, set priorities, and then help to connect to resources. And we also provide coaching and leadership training in support of that work. And I thought, and just where we've worked in recent years, we've been in Montgomery, the four-town region of Royalton, Sharon, Stratford, and Tunbridge, Greensboro, Pulteney, Westford, and now we're working in Rockingham and Wheelock. I thought it might be helpful just to share, when we work with towns, we don't know what's best for them, but we listen and we learn, what are the issues they're grappling with today. And I thought it would be helpful just to share a few things we're hearing in every town we're working with. We have communities lining up task forces around broadband and cell connection. Every town we're working with these days are setting those up. Traffic, streetscape, walkability, and bikeability, as well as trails and outdoor recreation. Most towns are setting up around some kind of economic development committee or even looking for funding to build staffing into their town structure to support economic development and small businesses. And then certainly in recent years, every town is prioritizing water and sewer infrastructure. They come into the room thinking about housing and attracting young people and supporting businesses and realize that to do that they need the infrastructure to support that vision they have for their community. So community leaders are working hard on these things all around the state, but it's tough work, and we see success where they're able to connect to resources and technical assistance that they need. And so there certainly have been some programs over the last couple of years that have supported many of those things I just listed, and any support in those areas are critical. On the state policy side, we facilitate the Climate Economy Action Team, a group of large and small businesses and organizations unified around the belief that Vermont can be a leader in developing rural solutions to climate change. Their priorities this year will be around the Transportation Climate Initiative, around liberating efficiency utilities to kind of do their work where significant financial and greenhouse gas savings could be realized, so extending services from electric efficiency to thermal and transportation efficiencies. CEAT, the Climate Economy Action Team, recognizes that this could help to increase affordability and savings, especially in the most rural areas where residents shoulder a lot of a much higher energy burden. And then finally, the Working Lands Initiative. You've all heard a lot about the importance of the Working Lands Enterprise Fund. We facilitate and convene the Working Lands Coalition. And the coalition certainly thanks you all for your leadership last year in authorizing the largest investment in that fund to date at over $1.5 million. And the coalition believes that they'd love for that to kind of become the base funding for this work in an ongoing way, and in fact increase that over time with a goal of ultimately $3 million to meet the needs of businesses that are critical to protecting and promoting the future of Vermont's working landscape. And of course, you've heard tonight all the ways that can support and grow the rural economy as well. So thanks so much for the time, appreciate it, and I will submit this in writing as well. Thank you.
I'm going to interrupt for just 1 second here, because the last two speakers reminded me of things that I was going to say when we started and forgot. I've been doing this for 11 years, and I still get tongue-tied in front of a crowd of people. Earlier this year, our group took a bus tour of southern Vermont in order to do the same kind of thing, listening to her, that Sarah organized, and it was a great thing. It was the first time that we've done it, and one of the things that we came out of it with is, wow, this is really great. We need to do this more. We need to keep getting out to other parts of the state, because I know not everybody can make it to Montpelier on the night when we have the hearing. So we won't do another one this year, but next year, maybe we'll show up in your neck of the woods. The other thing I wanted to say was BCRD that Jenna works for has been very helpful in helping us get the announcement out, and I forgot to thank them for that when I started, so I really do want to extend our thanks to them.
Hi, I'm Bruce Hennessy, Maple Wind Farm in Huntington, Richmond, and Bolton, Vermont. Running that with my partner, Beth. We produce 100% grass-fed beef, pasture-raised pork, poultry, and eggs from poultry, of course, and run a small USDA poultry processing plant that was funded in part by several Working Lands Enterprise grants. We feel like we're the poster children for Working Lands. We've had a tremendous amount of support from that organization and from partners with that organization, Vermont Land Trust, Vermont Housing Conservation Board, NRCS, I know works in there. So we've taken full advantage of those, and somehow we've gotten the word, maybe because we've been the squeaky wheel asking for help for all these things. So I'm here in support of Working Lands, in support of increasing that investment, and also to ask the group to consider adding payment for ecosystem services into the mix. You know, when Beth and I first got started, we thought it would be enough that if we worked really hard, we had a good resource base, if we were reasonably intelligent and diligent, that the business would just be successful. And the truth is that you can be all of those things and it still won't work out. We still need support. There's a tremendous amount of barriers between small agriculture and profitability. And even though Working Lands has been a big part in helping us solve those problems, we need to go further for us to stay in business. I was encouraged to hear that the gentleman in Wood Products was able to pay health insurance for his employees. We're not able to pay health insurance for our employees. And that's a major problem for them, and it doesn't feel good for us either. It's very hard to even pay what some would consider a living wage and others would consider not a living wage, at least in Chittenden County, right? So I want to tell a story at the end. The last thing that we received through Working Lands was a 50% grant to attend the Ranching for Profit. We like to call it Farming for Profit, but officially it's called Ranching for Profit. That a number of Vermont farms were able to attend last year. And that is an ongoing and continuing program for us. It's a 7-day farm business boot camp, essentially. That's the initial course. And then you have an opportunity to continue on in a board of farmers from across the nation and continue to work on your business and develop and realize many of the things that we need to do to be profitable and also build soils and add to the health and welfare of our community. And I just want to encourage a real focus on those really long-reaching and far-reaching programs for the Working Lands group to help farmers really go beyond just that hard work and core intelligence to true financial literacy and the ability to become viable farm operations. And again, a deep thanks to all of you for that opportunity.
Good evening. I'm Christine McGowan from the Vermont Sustainable Jobs Fund, and I coordinate the Vermont Forest Industry Network. The network was established in 2018 to help support and strengthen our state's forest and wood product sector, and now includes more than 150 people and organizations involved in Vermont's forest and wood products industry. I'd like to start by thanking you for your support of the Working Lands Enterprise Initiative. The Vermont Forest Industry Network's creation was a direct result of research commissioned by the Working Lands Enterprise Board's Forestry Committee back in 2015, and in the years since has increased awareness about the value of our forest and wood products industry to Vermont, and has embarked on several projects to expand or create new products for forest products, new markets for forest products and wood products. A few facts about our forests. Vermont is 76% forested, and 80% of those forests are privately held by small family woodlot owners. Historic land use patterns have left us with a considerable challenge. After depleting most of our forests for more than 100 years ago, much of what has grown back has not been well tended, so in a typical Vermont timber harvest, as much as 3/4 of what is removed is considered low grade, translate low value. Up until recently, that low-grade wood had a healthy regional market in pulp used to make paper, but for a variety of reasons, one of which is probably within arm's length of everyone in this room, we've seen a sharp decline in pulp mills in our region, and that's had a ripple effect on the entire supply chain. 2 years ago, several Vermont loggers were stuck with wood they couldn't sell and expensive equipment they could no longer afford. Many of them parked their skidders and were forced to find other ways to make a living. Meanwhile, most of the sawmills that used to be economic drivers in so many of our rural towns have disappeared. Some couldn't compete with newer, bigger mills across the border in Canada. Others have struggled with the constraints placed on them by state regulations. Those that remain are faced with the reality that their owners are not getting any younger, but their younger successors are few and far between. So when a sawmill closes its doors, it's unlikely we will ever get that infrastructure back. Despite these challenges, Vermont's forest and wood products industry still represents a significant economic driver in our state, generating $1.4 billion in economic activity and providing 10,500 Vermont jobs. When you add forest-based recreation to the mix, you add another 10,000 jobs and $1.9 billion in economic activity. Take our wood heat sector. When Vermonters heat with wood, 78 cents of every dollar is retained in the local economy. Compare that to only 22 cents retained when we use fossil fuels like heating oil and propane. Some people worry that increasing the use of wood heat means we'll cut down too many trees, but the fact is we're harvesting less than half the net growth in our forests. The reality is Vermont is losing more than 2,000 acres of forest land per year to rural and suburban development, not forest products. Some worry that wood heat is bad for our climate. Yet a recent life cycle analysis of pellets made and used in the northern forest region shows that from day one, using wood pellets for heat reduces greenhouse gas emissions by 54% compared to oil and 59%
want to point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 351st edition of Energy Week with George Harvey and Tom Fennell in the flesh. This is not a regular news broadcast from Week's News. This is actually a review of the things that have happened during the course of 2019. And we're taping this on...
This is not the best of the blog. This is the best of the best of the blog.
Okay. This is, we're recording this on the 19th of January, so it can be shown...
The 19th of December.
Of December, so it can be shown in the last week of December, because there would be no show
This
for
place
that
is
week.
shut down.
The place is shut down. So we wanted to make sure that everybody had something to laugh at, and maybe they can laugh at this. The stuff that we're talking about is from earlier editions of Energy Week over the course of the year.
Over the course of the whole year.
We will read the date for each of these. If you want to read the article, you can go to geoharvey.com, excuse me, geoharvey.com, and click on the calendar date, which is going to mean clicking back through the calendar a lot for a few of these.
Well, I'll read the calendar date as I read the name of the...
I was going to do that with the title, because I've got it in front of me on the title.
Oh.
It's whichever way you want to do it. Okay.
I'll read the title and I'll let you read the blurb. That's what we usually
Well,
do
that's,
anyhow.
yeah, but we were talking about the date.
Well, the date's part of the title.
Okay,
At least
fine.
I got it here.
Do it. Do it.
Well, the first thing we need is a picture, and now
We've
we
got a
it.
picture.
It's called Ocean
There
Waves.
it is. And as I said, this
It
is
looks like ocean, and there's a rabbit in the picture.
a rabbit.
Yeah.
A rabbit.
To the right, to the left of the sun.
That's in the clouds
It's
behind
in the
sun.
clouds. Yep,
Oh my
there's a
gosh.
rabbit in the clouds.
What
Playboy
a mind
bunny.
you have. You can catch things that I miss, for sure.
Well, it's called Ocean Waves, and it is dated January 13th, and it says oceans are warming 40% faster than predicted.
By the way, the dates that we have on these are not the dates that they appeared in the news. They are the dates that they appeared on the blog.
Oh, okay.
This is something to point out.
Well, at least this is how you identify them.
Yeah, that's right.
So it doesn't
and
matter.
you can go to the blog and you can...
Don't worry about the calendar.
Yeah. You can click on the calendar date. Actually, you could enter January 13th in the search thing, and it would give you the date, and you could click on it there. So, this is from Clean Technica. Newsflash, the oceans are warming 40% faster than predicted just a few years ago. That finding is contained in a new study published January 11th in the journal Science. As oceans warm, they will absorb heat less efficiently, and that means that with time, the land will get hotter faster. And also it means that Greenland will melt faster.
As we just finished talking.
Yeah.
Well, let's look at this guy here. This is from Ars Technical. It appeared on January 30th, and it's called A Major Utility Implicated in More Than a Dozen Wildfires Filing for Bankruptcy.
California utility Pacific Gas and Electric, which we've talked about as PG&E, has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. And by the way, this is going on now. The date of this article is January 30th.
I think it's in court now.
It's in court right now. We're almost a year later. It faces billions of dollars in potential damages and fines stemming from liability in 2017 and 2018 wildfires. PG&E has secured $5.5 billion for operations while it restructures. And in the current news is that the Governor Newsom has put off some of the stuff, delayed some of this for a while, and the future of the nuclear power plant at Diablo Canyon is kind of caught up in all of this, and that's in doubt.
And now, is that one built already? Or
that one is in
Northern
Northern California, and it is
Is that the one they've been working on for about 10 years?
No, this is an old plant.
An old plant.
Yeah. It would have to be closed down earlier, but
Yeah.
Anyway,
We got another picture coming up here.
we have a picture coming up, and this is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, obviously, and an item from CNN.
Appeared on February 8th. Ocasio-Cortez and Markey unveil Green New Deal resolution. And you're going to tell us who Markey is.
Yeah, well, this is Senator Ed Markey from Massachusetts. Two Democrats, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York and Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts, unveiled their Green New Deal resolution, which outlines the definition of the massive piece of legislation they hope will tackle issues related to the U.S. role in climate change. And Tom, I've got a take on this that is going to be unlike anything that you've got, I'm sure. And
Well,
that
I was
is,
going to say is it comes from CNN.
it comes from CNN. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has done something here, and Ed Markey too, although Ocasio-Cortez is the person who really...
She's the Green New Deal.
Wow,
lady.
she's the one who's really pushing this. Ed Markey...
She's pretty smart.
She's a pretty smart lady, but the thing that's interesting about this is I think that she may have had an even bigger impact worldwide than Greta Thunberg.
How?
I go through the news and I find, you know, one country after another, you've got major political parties saying they want a Green New Deal. What the blazes is a Green New Deal? They're talking about a reference back to Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Absolutely.
We're talking about something that has been resurrected from the Great Depression.
Got us out of the Great Depression.
And it's been put on the table by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. But, I mean, if you look at the Democratic candidates for President of the United States, virtually all of them have endorsed
the Green New Deal.
The Green New Deal in some form.
It sounds good.
Well, see, the thing is, the Green New Deal never really was put together in a way that
It was
clearly...
never really defined.
I was going to say exactly that. It was never clearly defined. So we've got something that we can talk about. It's got a goal. We know what the goal is. How do we get there? Well, that's the question. And Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Ed Markey tabled this thing, and they brought it before everybody, and now there it is. We can decide to do it or not. But
well, that was February 8th, and people are still talking about it.
they're still talking about it, and they still don't have a definition. But you know, and there's another thing I want to say also. The people who oppose this say it's going to cost $100 trillion. Well,
what's it going to cost if you don't do it?
Good question. But if the 100 trillion was a made-up figure.
Yeah, made-up number, right?
And
nothing
all right,
to do with reality.
The people who are pushing this say, yeah, it's going to cost $1 trillion a year. Okay, that's a lot of money. But let's consider something here. As you said, how much is it going to save you? Because if you close down a coal-burning power plant that's scheduled to close anyway, and you want to replace it with something, are you going to really replace it with a coal or natural gas power plant, or are you going to replace it with something cheaper like solar or wind?
I would think.
Yeah, the money there has to be spent anyway, but the interesting thing is, if you're spending any excess money, how is it being spent? It's being spent hiring somebody. This is the biggest business opportunity.
Jobs.
This is the biggest business opportunity in the history of mankind.
Yeah.
And
well, we've talked about that too.
Yeah.
I mean, you put in turbines out in the sea. You need a port to serve those turbines.
You need ships to serve.
You need ships.
Just think about
they're specialized ships.
Yeah, just think about those ships. We're going to need jack-up ships galore, and it's like jack-up ships are not other ships that have been changed.
No, they're built from the ground up.
They're built from the ground up. You don't take old Liberty ships and turn them into jack-up ships. I wonder if there's a Liberty ship still in existence. Okay.
Well, one time there was a whole bunch of them in the Hudson River.
I remember driving by.
It's like
those.
about 50 miles worth of ships.
It's crazy. Okay, should we go on?
Yeah, we should. We're going to visit some new old friends or old new friends or something like that.
We were just talking about
It's
Bratt.
from CNN on February 13th. How teenage girls defied skeptics to build a new global climate movement.
You know, picture after picture of this movement that I see, it's young people, and it's like 14 girls and one guy. And I'm sitting there saying, man, if I were a kid, I'd be right in the middle of that. Okay, Greta Thunberg's climate activism got her invited from her native Sweden to Davos, Switzerland, where she excoriated a room full of executives, telling them they were to blame for the climate crisis.
Didn't I use that word before?
Excoriated. It's a good word. It's a good word to remember. She was not alone. Young women are rising in many countries. It is primarily women.
That's true.
It's primarily young
women.
young people, and basically, you know, for this show, I just kind of excluded Greta after this. She went through so much during the course of the year. She was odds-on favorite to be the Nobel winner of the Nobel Peace Prize. She did win the place of Person of the Year for Time magazine. This is an impressive 16-year-old we're talking about here.
Well, she's not going to go away in a hurry.
No, although she did say she's going to lighten up a little bit for the time being. She's got
she's really
been really
the
busy.
on both ends.
Okay, our next item is from Clean Technica, and we have a picture.
Got a picture here.
And this is a picture of a Harbor Air aircraft. And
last week we showed a picture of that same aircraft taking off. And now it's landing.
Yeah, this isn't it landing. This is the aircraft taxiing. They tested it on the water before they tested it.
Well, what I'm just saying is last week we showed the same picture, but it's facing the other way.
No, it was a different picture.
Well, I know that.
Believe it or not. Oh, yeah, it looked like this. Yeah, and we also saw a picture of this aircraft about 2 feet off the water, as I recall. I might be wrong about that, but this is from, you said April 7th.
April 7th, Harbor Air is switching over to 100% electric seaplanes.
Harbor Air, based in Vancouver, Canada, is the first seafaring airline to convert its complete fleet of aircraft. There's it says here, the complete fleet will be powered by electricity. It has 41 aircraft, which will be converted to reach longer life cycle with highly improved efficiency and lowered maintenance costs.
Well, it came from Clean Technica.
Yeah.
And what's going on there is in Vancouver.
Yeah.
A lot of people around Vancouver live on islands.
Yeah.
And the only way of getting there basically is by boat, swimming, or by plane.
Swimming. Yeah. By boat is the slow way.
And this plane operates like a water taxi.
Yeah, and they've got 41 of these things, and they're converting all of them to electric. And if you look at I saw...
They're all short trips.
They are. I saw a rundown on the comparison costs of lifetime cost comparisons of electric buses and diesel-powered buses, and it'll give you a reason why they are doing this.
Well, it's much cheaper to operate.
Your profits on a diesel bus...
Much cheaper. It costs more to buy into it, but it's much cheaper.
The profits from an electric bus can be as much as 4 times as high as the profits from a diesel-powered bus. So why would you buy diesel? And that you get into a thing that says, okay, why would anybody buy diesel? And
for the very same reason.
The question is answered when you look at the market and you discover that the majority of buses sold worldwide are electric.
These days, that's exactly what's going on.
Although they're not in the United States.
Made in China.
Yeah, and they're almost all being made in China. The United States has been set back on electric vehicles by policy. This is
basically
bad policy. Yep. And it's policy that's driving climate change, but it's also going to put us at some point really far behind everybody else in the world. Okay, should we move on from that?
Yeah, we better.
Okay, we've got another item from Clean Technica.
April 13th, Fraunhofer reports combining farming with solar is 186% more efficient in the summer of 2018.
The Fraunhofer Institute has conducted experiments in what it calls agrophotovoltaics for 2 years in Germany. In 2018, they found that potatoes they grew beneath solar panels did better than they would have in full sun.
And so they're not only getting 2 crops, where they ordinarily would get one of those crops is actually growing better.
That's right.
Amazing.
Now, the solar doesn't do quite as well because they space the solar panels out a little bit in order to...
So you lose a little bit of solar.
For the amount of area that you've got, they're giving up about 20% of the solar, or actually it's here.
Well, 186% more efficient.
They're getting...
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. And this, again, was an article that was followed at various places during the year. The same report came from Fraunhofer, or a similar report came from Fraunhofer later, and we got a report...
We've touched base on it more than once,
yeah, on a different organization, which, as I recall, was in Tucson. But
Tucson.
Tucson, okay. Is that the...
That's that one. That's enough for that one.
Okay, and there's that town in Texas called Waco. Okay,
Yeah.
I don't think we have
I
any
spent a
viewers.
week there one night.
Did you? Okay.
Well, we got a picture coming up, and I think it's in the next one. Yeah, the picture applies to the next one. So let's just talk about this one now. April 22nd.
Yep.
It's from Yahoo News.
Yahoo.
It's already begun. Feedback loops will make climate change even worse, scientists say. I remember when we talked about this one.
Yeah. Rising Arctic temperatures set free a vast amount of carbon previously locked beneath permafrost. These additional greenhouse gases speed up warming, and that melts more permafrost. It's a feedback loop, and scientists say it has begun. And
I
in
think
fact,
last week we just showed a picture of permafrost.
and we talked about the fact that different studies said that the Arctic is now emitting more carbon than it's absorbing.
That's exactly what we said.
This is not good news. We've seen a lot of not good news in the course of this year.
But it's a hoax.
Okay, now we've got
Yeah,
that
we got a
picture you
picture
were
coming up
talking
here,
about.
and this is interesting.
Yeah,
The
this
picture is entitled "Reestablishing Vegetation."
And the title of the article.
May 10th, How Weeds Help Fight Climate Change.
This is from the BBC, and you know, as I went through looking for the articles that were going to come up for this show, I hit this and I remembered the article. I remembered the research that I did, because this article was so interesting that I actually went online and searched for it and the name of the guy who had developed this technology, and just went through it for hours. Okay, but let me read the blurb. Most people see weeds as a problem, but one farmer has found that they can help make dry, damaged land lush again, and they also absorb carbon from the atmosphere. His observations on the flow of water from high to low places inspired what is called natural sequence
I
farming.
remember talking about that.
Natural sequence farming is the trick. This is a guy, my recollection now is that his name was Andrews, and he started developing this about 35 years ago, and people said he was a crackpot. Well, he started a new farm. He did natural sequence farming. First couple of years, the local farmers complained that what he was doing was going to leave them with less water, and what they discovered was
They got more water.
they got more water. He was allowing willows to grow along creeks in Australia, and the farmers were saying, no, those are invasive. They're weeds. They are very thirsty plants. And what they did was they slowed down the water that was flowing down that stream.
So instead of rushing down, they were able to use it.
Which meant that the ground could actually absorb more.
Suck it up.
And what he was doing turned that entire little valley that it was in, because the other farmers all adopted it, into a space that was relatively lush, where the people did not lose cattle in a drought, where everybody around them lost huge numbers. This is a very special thing, and it's something that we should keep an eye on. It's a very positive thing.
Well, weeds absorb carbon dioxide as well as...
One of the best is hemp.
Yeah, hemp does.
Yeah. Okay.
Interesting.
Item from Think Progress.
Yeah, we were just talking about buses, weren't
We were just talking about buses.
This is from May 25th.
Yep.
Bus wars are over. Electricity and China won.
The bus wars are over, and electricity has won thanks to a big boost from China. With China's massive investment in and support for electric buses, electrics are now racing past a 50% share of new bus sales worldwide, according to a recent analysis by Bloomberg NEF. And Bloomberg NEF later, not in this, but later, said that the United States has fewer than 1,000 electric buses, where the Chinese city of Shenzhen, that one city, has over 16,000. And, you know, it's like the Chinese have got 400.
We're missing the boat, guys.
We are missing the boat so badly. And the person I blame for that is Donald Trump. It's not Donald Trump. It's Donald Trump. It's Mitch McConnell. It's the Koch brothers. It's the you know, you go through the list. This is a group of people who I believe are just trying to prevent the United States from getting into the 21st century, because their technologies are in the 20th and 19th century.
But they're making money.
But they're making money.
Well, the buses make a lot of sense for electricity because you can charge them at bus stops.
Yes, isn't it beautiful?
I mean, you just build it into the pavement, and the bus
Or
stops.
overhead.
Or you could do that too.
You can do it overhead. There's a lot of
But
ways
the one I
you
was
can do
thinking
it.
of was they just have these things buried in the pavement.
And there's not even any wires. That's something.
You can't see anything.
This is like I can't. It's hard for me to
The
imagine.
bus is getting charged and nobody even knows it.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Okay, our next item is from Clean Technica, and we do have a photograph
got a
for
picture
this.
here, yeah.
This is another one about
I
transportation.
remember this picture.
Yes.
This comes from Clean Technica, as you just said. It's from May 27th, and it says, Nickel Ride, which is the name of the company, finds EVs are so affordable they can give rides for free. Well,
Talk about
that's sort of what they're doing.
Well,
yeah, they are doing it.
They are doing it for the customers. It's free. This is a matter of a situation where the business plan is changed, and the old technology can't compete with it. Nickel Ride, which operates in some Florida cities, has found a way to use the advantages of electric vehicles for a competitive edge. Customers can download a Nickel Ride app to request free rides. The company uses advertising revenue to pay for the drivers and cars.
So they're putting signs on the side of their cars and they're getting paid for it.
And the cars are going to places where customers want to go, which means they're going to stores, which means that people at the stores find out.
My God, how the money rolls in.
Wow. Yeah.
Well, let's move up to June 11th.
Item from Wind Power Engineering.
I guess I'm going to put you up, or us,
You're going
us
to
up here.
put us up. Nobody wants to look at me.
June 11th, Wind Power Engineering. U.S. renewable energy generating capacity has now surpassed coal. Well, that's old news.
Well, it is, but we're going through the year in
But
review.
this is June. It was new news in June.
It was new news in June. According to an analysis by Sunday Campaign using new published data from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, U.S. electric generating capacity of renewable energy sources is now, for the first time, greater than that for coal. I want to point out the capacity is greater, but the amount being generated hasn't caught up yet because renewables have a lower capacity factor than coal.
Yeah.
But they're expecting it to catch up by sometime in 2021. So it's
Well,
not that far in the
storage
future.
helps.
Storage helps enormously. Absolutely, it does.
And by the way, that's Sunday, not like in Sunday, Monday. It's Sunday, like
That's
in rainy
right.
day.
Yeah, it is sun space day. Another thing that is important here, and this was something that came up in the Sunday Campaign, and I actually wrote to the guy who runs it about this, and I did research on going back to FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, using their data to find out a bunch of stuff about how this shift is all happening. And I found out that while the orders for renewable energy are increasing month to month, the orders for new plants that use natural gas are decreasing rather rapidly.
Is that so?
And by rather rapidly, I mean like we're getting into the range of 20% per year.
Okay.
So basically, if they've got 100 gigawatts on order now, it'll be 80 gigawatts next year, because some of them get canceled, some of them get installed, but they're not drawing in new contracts as fast as the old ones are being disappeared. Okay.
I think so. That's the one from Wind Power Engineering.
Yep.
So we'll move up to June 29th, one from Clean Technica.
This is a fascinating article.
Fracking creates a glut of fossil fuels and a mountain of death.
And I keep thinking about this.
You don't think
article,
about this much.
But I keep thinking about this particular article. Steve Schlotterbeck, former chief executive of EQT, one of the largest shale gas fracking companies in the United States, which would make it one of the largest in the world, shocked people at a petrochemicals conference in Pittsburgh recently by telling them that fracking has been an, quote, unmitigated disaster, end quote, for investors in shale companies. People are investing money in the shale companies, and in many cases they're losing 100% of it.
Well, one of the things that's happening is they're not getting the oil or the gas that they're expecting.
Yeah.
These things are running out a lot quicker than they expected.
Yep, that's right.
So they're spending a lot of money to develop this, and it only runs for a short period of time.
They have to go back and refract the same place 18 months after it starts.
Do they?
Yeah, in many cases they
so
do.
It's costing them money.
It's costing them money. And the money runs out, and then the whole business goes up for sale, and it turns out that the business debts exceed the value of the business, and it just disappears. And then the assets that they've got get sold at a huge discount to another company that runs the same thing and disappears the same way.
Well, we got a nice picture that I'm going to show.
Isn't this a beautiful picture? It's one of my favorite.
Yeah. It's a Swedish spruce forest. Could very well be in Vermont.
Except that Sweden isn't in Vermont, so since it's Swedish, it's got to be. Unless, of course, there's a Sweden, Vermont. Maybe there is. Okay, this is from CNN.
Aha. July 5th. Restoring forests could capture 2/3 of the carbon humans have added to the atmosphere.
You want some
We've
hope?
talked about that, and
Yep.
it's
in several places.
it's the way. It's probably one of the best ways to get CO2 out of the atmosphere.
It's one of the things. This is one of the things that gives me hope that we actually, once we decide that we're going to move on climate change, we're going to be able to deal with it. We just have to make that decision, which we will not do with Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell in office. But that's because I don't think they can change. I don't think they're. Anyway, I should be reading this and not gabbing.
Well, what it says is restoring forests could capture 2/3 of the carbon that humans have added to the atmosphere.
Sure does. Restoring the world's...
And it's an inexpensive way to do it.
It is. Restoring the world's lost forests could remove 2/3 of all planet-warming carbon that is in the atmosphere because of human activity, according to a study from the Swiss University ETH Zurich, published in the journal Science. And you know, these stories have been appearing one after another. They come up almost daily about forestry and the connection of forestry with drawing down carbon out of the atmosphere. And the ways they've got of doing this, they've got drones that will plant trees.
Yeah.
This is it's like where are we going? Well, I don't mind drones planting trees. I don't think I'd want one in my backyard, so maybe I'm an NIMBY. But
well, the trees sequester the carbon.
Absolutely.
They make wood out of it.
Yeah, but they've got to stay there and grow. Little trees don't sequester much carbon. You got to let them get big. Yeah, you got to let them get big. Okay, should we move on?
Yeah, we'll move on to one.
I have no idea how long the show is going to be.
We'll figure it out.
Okay.
And I didn't get the clock going.
Yeah, well, there wasn't a clock to
get
going. I can tell you from here, we are half an hour in,
okay.
almost.
July 11th, we're okay.
We're
That's
okay.
about halfway through.
Yeah.
It's from Modern Diplomacy. July 11th, U.S. is the world's largest producer of fossil fuels.
You know, every time I come across Modern Diplomacy, you know, I'm thinking, what? I'm putting up articles from an organization that is about diplomacy. It's almost like Hellenistic Shipping Worldwide is the name of an organization that comes up every once in a while. Okay, BP's, this is British Petroleum, but now it's BP, Statistical Review of World Energy 2019 released in June, the findings that reveal that the United States is leading the world in production of fossil fuels. Among the important facts in the review, one thing stood out. The United States made 98% of total global additions.
And that's because we're slowing down.
This is this is additions in oil exploration. Somehow I didn't get that into this thing, but 98% of oil exploration investment is from the United States.
So it's just oil we're talking about.
Oil and natural gas.
Oil and gas. We're not talking about coal.
And what does that tell you? It tells me that the Saudis aren't doing it, the Russians aren't doing it. You know.
We like to blame them, but we're the ones that are doing it.
Yeah, and it also means that maybe the Saudis and the Russians and a few other people have got an understanding that some people don't have. I've got my computer telling me that something important is happening. I'm going to ignore it.
Well, while you do that, I'm going to bring up a picture.
Oh, I've got the picture right here.
You got the picture.
There you go.
And there's the picture of a big blue marble.
Big blue marble. This is from the BBC.
It's a NASA picture. It's from the BBC, July 24th. Climate change, 12 years to save the planet. Huh? Make that 18 months.
Yeah, and this is depressing when you consider what just happened at COP25.
Well, this was July, so we've lost 6 of those 18 months already.
Yeah, we've got one year to get this job done. And the job I'll have to explain. Last year, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, reported that to keep the rise in global temperatures below 1.5 degrees C this century, emissions of CO2 would have to be cut 45% by 2030. But the decisive political steps that make that possible will have to come about very soon.
Say that again, because that's what's happening.
That's the thing that's wrong here.
It's
the
politics.
Decisive political steps to make it possible for us to save the planet have to come in the next year. And that means it's going to have to be done with the current administration in place.
Ain't going to happen.
Well, it means that there's going to have to be some we're going to have to catch up.
Has to be applied.
I mean, if Donald Trump is removed from office,
He won't be.
we will still have Mike Pence in place.
Yeah.
So you know
that's an unknown, and it could be worse.
I don't think it could be as bad because I don't think.
Well,
I
he's
think
an
Mike,
ideologue.
He's an ideologue, but at least he knows what it is to be president of the United States, and I'm pretty sure Donald Trump doesn't.
Yeah, you got a point.
But nevertheless, the next president of the United States may be put into a position where they're going to have to say, I want the Congress to declare war on climate change. And that means that for that much of what's going on in this country, we're under martial law.
Well, we declared war on poverty. It didn't happen.
Yeah, I know, but it has to be an official declaration of war that is backed
You mean
by
a
real declaration of war where the president of the United States goes to the automotive industry and says, sorry, gang, no more cars, which did happen in the United States. They were not even allowed to sell
making headlights
cars
anymore.
Yeah, they weren't allowed to sell cars that were on dealers' lots.
Yeah.
500,000 cars had to be returned and then subsequently eventually sold to the
government.
To the government. And I remember somebody talking about, what was it? It was a fancy car. I think it was a Packard convertible.
Oh, that was a nice car.
Yeah, and this luxury car, which had to be sold to the government for government use.
Wow.
Because the government was saying you can't, and we had, everything was rationed. And if we got under that rationing system right now, it would mean that half the cars in the country would be off the road right now.
Right now.
So, you know, a president of the United States could have that effect. Now, whether the political will is there to do it, I don't know. But, you know, I think the political will should be there to save the planet because what we're up against is bad. Okay, now we've got...
From Energy Reporters.
We do indeed.
On August 4th.
Yep.
Germany hopes to replace coal with hydrogen. Well, I certainly hope they hope.
Germany is increasingly looking to hydrogen as an alternative to gas. They import most of their gas from Russia. They don't like doing that. To end dependence on coal. Last month, the economy minister announced funding for 20 hydrogen research labs, and natural gas pipeline owners asked for rule changes to allow hydrogen to be added to the mix.
That works.
They're going to make hydrogen
and pump it into
the natural gas pipelines,
where people will burn it without even knowing what's going on.
Probably they won't know what's going on. That's right, and in the course of this, what they're going to be using for that hydrogen is electricity from wind power and solar power that would otherwise be curtailed.
We talked about that yesterday,
Yeah.
or earlier today, whatever you want to look at.
Last week.
Last week. But yeah, exactly.
Cool. Okay, this next item.
We've got a picture coming up.
From Clean Technica, and this is a lovely picture. And by the way, the name on the side of that light-colored VW Bug, the convertible, well, they're both convertibles, is E-Käfer, which means E-Käfer, K-A-umlaut F-E-R.
Oh, it means electrical car, doesn't it?
No, it means electric bug.
Electric bug, yeah, right.
Actually,
exactly,
literally,
electric bug.
e-beetle is what it
E-beetle.
means. Yeah. And I don't know what that building is behind them, but isn't that lovely?
Nice building, yeah.
Can you imagine
yeah.
living in a place like that?
I don't think it's a home, but it might be.
I think it probably was at one time.
Yeah.
It's not big enough to be a government building. Okay,
Well,
Clean Technica.
This is from Clean Technica on September 10th. Every automaker should develop conversion kits for their gas vehicles.
Now,
That's what this article was about.
This is what happens if the President of the United States goes to the automakers and says, you cannot make new cars, you cannot make internal combustion engines. What are the automakers do? One thing they can make is conversion kits for all those cars they've got out on the road, which would mean that the cars would suddenly be much cheaper to run. But it would also mean that we'd have a huge number of these things sold to people who want a second car, for example, and or a first car. You know, I mean, this is an opportunity not for slowing down business, but for increasing business. Okay, I should read the blurb. We recently learned Volkswagen is going to sell an EV retrofit kit for its classic Beetle. It's the true revenge of the electric car if a 70-year-old vehicle that has not developed, was not developed for electrification can be retrofitted successfully, then many other vehicles can as well. And you know that
You know, I had a electric Volkswagen.
I didn't know that.
I didn't have it long. A local guy built it.
Okay.
It was a Volkswagen Squareback.
Oh, okay.
And he put a 5 horsepower, I think, which is a huge motor.
Oh, man.
Just replaced the motor with this electric motor.
Which was a DC motor.
It was a, oh yeah, DC
And,
motor.
you know,
It had
my last car was...
regular car battery. It had about a couple of dozen of them in the back seat.
Yeah. My last car was a Prius.
Okay.
It was 2001. It had a 35 horsepower electric motor, as I recall. And that motor was the size of a grapefruit can.
Well, this was a big motor.
I know that, and
Yeah.
I saw that and I thought, what is the world coming to? Because I know a little bit about electric motors, and I think of an electric motor that is 5 horsepower being the size of a small internal combustion engine.
Well, that's about right.
You know, I mean, about the
That's
size
about
of a
what this thing
4-cylinder
was.
engine, and so I think of these motors as being huge. Nowadays, you could put 2 of those motors on the rear wheels of this
Yeah, one in each wheel.
One in each wheel,
Yeah.
and have 70 horsepower in that.
You'd have a
in
little
that
bit of
bug.
acceleration.
You'd have some acceleration, and the bugs were always such a delight to drive. You know, they were the.
I've had many bugs.
They were
They
the
were neat cars.
cheapest sports car you could get, but you know, seriously, what was the Carmen Ghia? The Carmen Ghia was
Never had a Carmen Ghia.
but it was exactly the same car, except
With
that it was
different body.
it was a sports car,
Yeah.
a legitimate
Yeah.
sports car.
2-seater.
Yep.
It was
Okay.
a neat little car.
It
I
was.
never had one of them.
But the point is, we should be able to take a Cadillac, or an old Pontiac, you know, or whatever, and turn it into an electric car.
Well, I know I got rid of that electric car because the range it had was lousy.
I bet it
I could
was.
drive from Wardsboro to Brattleboro and worry about getting home.
Yeah. How far is that?
About 25 miles or so,
Yeah,
30 miles.
Well, that was the old, you know, Tom Simon had a truck. Did you ever see Tom Simon's truck?
I don't think so.
He had a truck. It was a pickup truck, and the back of it was just full of batteries.
Oh, yeah?
And he would
Yeah,
drive
electric truck.
from where he lived at that time in Marlboro, and he would drive down the hill to Brattleboro, and then he'd drive back.
Uh-huh.
And he would barely make it
Barely
home
make it
sometimes.
back because it's
Yeah.
uphill.
Oh, it's steep uphill. Okay, we should probably continue our exercise.
I think we should.
Okay, we've got an item here. The next one is from the Associated Press. I switched pictures too soon, so you should probably take us
Well,
down, or
I'll
I can go back
I'll
to that.
push us back if I can.
Yeah,
Come
do
on.
that.
We're-
There you are.
There you go.
There you go. There you go. Okay. Okay, Associated Press.
This is September 24th, right?
You are correct.
Associated Press.
Yep.
23 states sue Trump to keep California's auto emission rules. I remember when we talked about this.
Yes, and this has been ongoing too. California sued to stop the Trump administration from revoking its authority to set greenhouse gas emissions and fuel economy standards for cars and trucks, enlisting help from 22 other states in a battle that will shape a key component of the nation's climate policy. And you
It's
know,
still in court, isn't it?
it is. From the point of view of a conservative Republican, not a current Washington fake conservative
Yeah.
Republican, but a real conservative
Yeah.
Republican. This is an issue of states' rights versus the federal government, and conservative Republicans should come down on the
Historically.
side of California on this.
Yes,
Absolutely,
historically, states'
no
rights
question.
Yeah.
It should be on the side of California. But under Trump, he doesn't want California to be able to tell people that they can't, drive highly emitting vehicles. And honestly, I think the only reason that's true is because that group of people who support him have their campaigns paid for by fossil fuels. Anyway, where are we?
We're up to October 22nd from Clean Technica.
Right.
PG&E head says to expect rolling blackouts for the next 10 years.
Now, we did talk about this
Yeah, we
earlier
talked.
in this show.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of scary. If
There-
you live
yeah,
in
it is.
certain parts of California, you're not happy.
They are not happy, but Pacific Gas and Electric is shutting parts of the California grid down to prevent wildfires during periods of dry, windy weather. The
Well, it's prudence in a way. Really, it is.
absolutely is. I would not want to be in a place where they didn't do that if
I'd
the
rather
danger
have a
was
blackout
there.
than a fire.
Wow. The CEO of PG&E told the California Public Utilities Commission that the state will likely see blackouts for another 10 years. NRP reported. And this article, when I saw that I was, putting this in for the year, I thought about that vineyard. And it was about a little over 2 years ago. There was a vineyard in California that had put in a microgrid that was powered by solar, had batteries, and was on the internet through satellite.
It survived.
And the vineyards around were destroyed in a fire, and it survived because even though they were gone for 10 days, they could keep the irrigation going.
Yep.
Wow.
Amazing.
Isn't it? Okay.
Well, we've had this picture hanging for us.
Yeah,
for a
well,
while,
it's
so
hanging there.
Let's bring it up there.
Yeah,
and
let's bring it up.
Let's take a quick look
Okay,
at
this
it.
is from Clean Technica.
October 26th. UN scientists say there is a way to delay climate change for 20 years for pocket change. Climate change for pocket change.
Yes. Again, oh well, what can we say? This isn't forests, this is something else.
Picture called Farming the Desert.
Yes. Rene Castro Salazar of the UN Food and Agriculture Organization told Time magazine that almost half of the 5 billion acres of land around the world that have been degraded, there's 5 billion acres that have been degraded, could be restored for $300 billion. $300 billion is pocket change.
About 2 months of worldwide military spending. Wow.
We could restore that land, and you know what it would do, Tom? It would draw down carbon dioxide.
Well, yeah, the military generates a lot of carbon dioxide.
Well, the military does, but this would draw down a lot of that's up in the atmosphere. Restore that land, and it would draw down carbon dioxide.
Absolutely would. Absolutely would.
So here is a solution to climate change. It's not going to stop
but
climate change
military
altogether.
spending goes into the right pockets.
Yeah, right pocket. See, there again, you've got Tulsi Gabbard, who, by the way, did not vote to impeach Trump.
Right.
She was the only Democrat. No, she was not the only
voted
Democrat.
president, didn't she?
She was the only person in Congress who voted president.
Yeah.
And she said she did not vote to impeach the president because we need to stop the divisions in this country. And I think she's right.
Well, from
As
what
much
I
as
was
I
listening
complain.
to on the radio yesterday, as they were talking about this impeachment process, the divisions are tremendous.
The divisions are tremendous. But we've got to, if we're going to survive and get onto climate change,
Yeah.
we have to stop those divisions.
gotta stop them.
And I think those, I'm a person who says I have one conspiracy theory, which is that people are creating conspiracy theories. Actually, I've got another one too, which is a theory held by many people, that the divisions that have been created in the United States were created on purpose.
I think you're right.
And
It makes sense. I think it makes a lot of sense.
The idea is to prevent the United States from making decisive actions, such as on climate change.
Well, right now, what's going on is pretty profitable to a very small number of people.
It is.
It's very, very profitable. We see the numbers growing. The number of billionaires is staying the same, and they're all getting
Very
more money.
much richer. Okay, let's see, what are we up to here?
November 5th.
We're up to November 5th with an item from CNN, although this particular item was on practically every news organization in the world.
U.S. begins formal withdrawal from the Paris Climate Accord. It appeared on November 5th.
Yep, the Trump administration announced that it will begin formally withdrawing from the U.S. from the Paris Climate
That's
Accord.
absurd.
The first step in a year-long process to back out of the agreement to reduce emissions of planet-warming gases. Trump is working to reduce federal regulations on pollution. What he has said here is, I don't want a place at the table. I don't want to be part of the discussions.
I just want to pollute.
Well, he just wants to. I mean, he's
No,
saying
it's about investing, really.
it is, but the thing is, it means that the United States is not even in the game.
No.
Which means that we cannot influence the rest of the world.
All we can do about it is complain.
Yeah, and the Russians didn't do that. The Russians want to keep selling fossil fuels. The Saudis didn't do it. The Saudis want to keep selling fossil fuels. But the United States, and they kept a place at the table because they want a place at the table. If they want to,
too, I would think.
I would think, but I don't think Donald Trump is very wise. Okay.
Well, he's playing for the grandstand.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the point.
Okay, we got a picture coming up
We
here.
do indeed. This is from a Renew Economy, although, again, there are a lot of organizations that carry this. And this LCOE from Lazard is something that I refer to a lot when I write for Green Energy Times or Clean Technica.
Tell us what LCOE is.
That is the levelized cost of electricity. And unfortunately, this graph is a little bit fuzzy.
Yeah, it is.
But it is unsubsidized analysis, which means what they're doing is they're taking the, the cost of the electricity and the cost of the subsidies that electricity uses and combining. So
Okay.
if you
That's
stop,
what you mean by levelized.
that's right.
Yep.
And there are certain things that are not included. For example, the potential cost of Price Anderson is not included for support of nuclear. The federal responsibility for disposing of nuclear waste is not included. And there are a few other things that are not included. But here, what we see is the conventional electricity is is the dark blue at the bottom. Renewable electricity is at the top. But there's something I want to point out about this, and that is the top two items, solar PV, rooftop residential, and solar PV, rooftop C&I. Those two are not really comparable to the rest of the graph.
How is that?
Those are the costs to the homeowner, in the case of the top one, for the electricity that's made, but they shouldn't be compared to the wholesale cost of PVs or wind, because
they're a retail price.
they should be compared to the retail price. So, the cost to a homeowner in Vermont, I don't know what the current electric price is, but it's probably around 18 or 19 cents. It would be, some homeowners would be saving money right off the bat. And they would, of course, also be locking in the price. So there's a lot of reasons why they might want to do that. But basically, if you look at the third and fourth items, the solar PV, which is utility scale, and wind power, you can see they're the cheapest sources of electricity we've got. So anyway, there it is.
The graph is kind of deceptive.
Slightly, yeah, but it's still a graph that I use constantly. It's just that you can't look at any of these things and take them for granted. Did you read the title of this?
Well, if I did, I'm going to read it again.
Do it.
November 8th. Wind and solar kill coal and nuclear on costs, says the latest Lazard report. I didn't read it, so.
Okay. The cost of wind and solar continue to decline and now are at a point where they can beat or at least match even the marginal costs of coal generation and nuclear power, according to the 13th and latest edition of Lazard's levelized cost of energy analysis. That marginal cost, by the way, is important. On here, when you're looking at nuclear, you're looking at the cost of nuclear energy as it's charged to the customers. But the marginal cost of nuclear power is very, very low. The marginal cost is the cost of the nuclear power when the plant has already been paid down. And the only charges that you've got are the operating and the operating and fuel. And at that point, nuclear really is very cheap. But getting there,
yeah, but getting there, I mean,
you got to pay for the plant.
Well, all that interest you're paying.
And what is happening? The cost of solar and wind is going even below that marginal cost. And in coal also, which is why it has got to a point where some coal plants and some nuclear plants, it's cheaper to close the plant and replace it.
Well, we've been observing exactly that.
Absolutely. Okay, we should probably go on.
I think we should. So we're up to November 9th.
Yep.
From Newsmax. Fed $500 billion in losses shows economic threat of climate change. Wow.
This is from the Federal Reserve, which controls our money supply.
That's the Fed.
And Donald Trump is always complaining about. A Fed official warned risk managers not to ignore climate change. Quote, the U.S. economy has experienced more than $500 billion in direct losses over the last 5 years due to climate and weather-related events, end quote. Federal Reserve Bank of New York executive Vice President Kevin Stirro said.
So he's talking about investors, isn't he?
He's telling investors, you've got to be ready to deal with the cost of climate change because it's costing us $100 billion a year. That's a big chunk of, it's an appreciable chunk of our economy.
It is that.
Okay, our next item is from Science Daily.
It appeared on November 28th, and it states, 9 climate tipping points are now active, warn scientists. Now, this is a scary one.
This is depressing. More than half of the climate tipping points identified a decade ago are now active, leading climate scientists have warned. 3 of them, the collapse of the ice sheets in Greenland, West Antarctica, and part of East Antarctica, would commit the world to around 10 meters of irreversible sea level rise.
That's like 35 feet.
Which puts Mar-a-Lago down at the bottom of
underground.
Underwater. Underwater. It's, the waves will knock the building down, and that'll be the end of that.
What does they mean by tipping point now?
Tipping point is a state that you reach where it is difficult to go back the other way. And an example of this is the melting of the Arctic ice. The Arctic ice melts. You would hope that you can grow it back again because you get some cold weather and maybe...
And it freezes again, but it ain't happening.
But the problem is we're at a point where the Arctic ice melts and then the sea striking the same area of the ocean, instead of having light reflected back into space by ice, the light is absorbed by the ocean.
So it gets hotter instead of colder.
Exactly. So those are the tipping points. They are scary, and the 9 tipping points, some are scarier than others, but none of them is good news.
So the permafrost is a tipping point, isn't it?
The permafrost thing is a tipping point, and we, according to scientists, have definitely crossed it.
Wow.
Yep. So here we have...
Got a couple of pictures of batteries here, huh?
That's right.
That's not the batteries we've been talking about, but...
Actually, these are batteries. I think those are batteries that go into powering cars.
Well, these car batteries, they're huge, great big things, and there are a gazillion of these little guys inside
That's right. It's like you got the biggest flashlight in the world. Okay,
well,
Down to Earth magazine gave us this.
It is. It's just on 2 different pages here. It's hard for me to read it.
Yep.
December 4th. Battery prices are falling sharply, says a report.
Battery prices are falling sharply and will continue to fall. Again, we're talking about a technology curve here,
Yeah.
According to a study by Bloomberg NEF, the paper showed prices declining sharply between 2010 and 2019. In 2010, battery prices were above $1,100 per kilowatt hour, but they decreased to about $156 per kilowatt hour in 2019. This is a decline of 97%.
We ain't seen nothing yet because there's people working on
Oh,
batteries
yeah,
that we haven't
absolutely.
even heard of.
That's right.
And they're gonna, some of these are gonna make the market.
Yep.
And they're gonna change things.
I want to point out here that when you're talking about batteries in cost per kilowatt hour, I say this every time because people don't understand it.
Oh, it's very confusing.
As opposed to
It's a
electricity.
different kind of kilowatt hour.
It's a different thing. A battery, the price of a battery is like the price of a bottle, a glass bottle.
Okay.
The price of the electricity is like the price of the water that goes into the bottle.
Yeah.
So if you're brewing beer, the 5-gallon carboy could cost you $25 for a bottle.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money for 5 gallons. 5 gallons of water, you're talking about what? About 2 cents? Here, you're talking about the cost of batteries declining, and this 87% decline, it is now cheaper to buy electricity that has been stored in the battery than it is to buy electricity from a gas-powered peaking plant. And so...
Oh, yeah, okay.
And so the
anything's cheaper than that.
Well, the people talk about renewable energy needing backup power, and they tout baseload power as though it didn't need backup power. I got news for you. Baseload power needs backup power, and it comes from expensive plants like peaking plants. And
basically jet engines.
They're basically jet engines, and they produce electricity that costs a lot of money. And when that electricity is coming online, the utilities very often are paying more for the electricity they're buying wholesale than they charge you retail.
Sometimes quite a bit more.
Quite a bit more. Okay, battery prices are falling. Now we're up to...
Well, one of the new things, it's not new, but it's being reborn is these flow batteries.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're going to be around forever because it's such an
big.
interesting design.
They can be very big. A
such
flow
an
battery doesn't have to be something you can hold in your hand.
No, but
it can be a couple of lakes.
Yeah, but it is. It's something that you're not going to use in an automobile.
I don't think so.
Different batteries are useful for different purposes.
Strokes for different folks.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay, now we've got an item
Coming
from
toward the end here.
Counterpunch.
This from Counterpunch, December 7th. Permafrost hits a grim threshold. Well, we just talked about that.
We did indeed. Batteries are over, Tom. Let's put us up.
Let's put us up again.
According to a research based on field observations conducted from 2003 to 2017, a large-scale carbon emission shift has occurred in the Arctic. We mentioned this earlier. This is the report. The region had been a carbon sink, which meant that it absorbed carbon and stored it underground, took it out of the air. But the entire Arctic now emits, entire Arctic now emits more carbon than it absorbs.
So that's a tipping point.
That's a tipping point. This can only be described as worse than bad news.
I think you're right.
It's not good news.
Not at all.
What we need to do is start drawing that carbon down out of the atmosphere again. And one of the things that we're learning here is that we can't count on the Arctic as a place to put it, at least not on the short term.
I think you're right.
Okay, and our last item,
isn't it?
is from Echo Watch.
We got a picture here coming up.
We do indeed.
So we've seen this picture already.
Yeah, we have. Tom and I did the December 19th show right before we recorded this, and this picture was in that show.
So this is Young Activists. It comes from Echo Watch on December 13th and is entitled Youth Climate Activists Storm COP25 Stage. That's exactly what they did.
Yeah. Young activists took over and occupied the main stage at the COP25 climate conference in Madrid. They demanded world leaders commit to far more ambitious action to address the ecological emergency. Quote, world leaders have left us no choice, end quote, the 14-year-old Alexandria Villaseñor of New York said. And this is, these are kids who want to have a future. And they don't understand why old fuddy-duddies who can't have a future because they're too old anyway.
That's exactly what's happening.
Can't allow them to have that future. because they need to get that last extra buck before they die.
They really need it too.
Anyway, I think it's time to say goodbye.
I think so.
Have
Goodbye,
a good
folks.
week. Come back next year, please.
Yeah, it is next year already, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, well, y'all come back now.
I'd like to call to order the Monday, 23 December meeting of the Guilford Select Board. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests. I'd like to recognize our distinguished guests, the public. Would you like to introduce yourselves and please sign in?
I'm Wendy Stone from the Guilford Recreation Commission.
Eric Jones from the Guilford Rec Commission.
Melinda Domino, trustee, fire department.
Hi. Okay, and the rules of procedures which govern how the public and the select board interact with each other are on the table here. So we don't need to go through them at this point. Are there any additions to the agenda?
I do not have any.
I do.
Okay.
If we can get to it, I'd like to add a very quick discussion about points that the select board members might want to have in the select board report that goes into the town meeting warrant that I'll be writing.
You mean the town report?
The town report, yeah. So if we have a chance to get it, otherwise I will poll you in some other way, but we may have time to do that tonight. Just if you have any remarks that you might think are relevant to put in that report.
And I want to read my poem for Guilford elders at the end.
Okay. Are there any changes to the agenda order as it's written?
I have none.
Thank you. Can I have a motion, if there is one, to approve the minutes of the December 9th Select Board meeting?
I so move.
Do I have a second?
Sure.
Is there any discussion?
There was a minute correction when Peter corrected it.
Oh, excellent. All those in favor of the...
Aye.
Any opposed? The minutes are approved then. Thank you very much. The highway update.
I spoke with Dan this afternoon. He has a previous engagement tonight. As I think everyone knows, they have been plowing and salting and sanding and repairing equipment and hauling gravel. Other than that, that's been taking up plenty of their time.
Great, thank you. On to new business. We have an update from our Sterling Planning Commission. Would you like to come down,
Well,
Sterling?
since they're the Recreation Commission.
Oh, they're the Recreation. Where's the Planning Commission?
They're not here.
We'll have to, would you come, let's have the Recreation Commission then in its
Ta-da!
place.
Super.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
Form of your class
All right. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Oh, sure.
Oh, here, Michael and I
Here,
can share.
here we go.
Thank you.
Here.
There's plenty.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
We're all set.
Great, thank you. Okay, so as you all have in front of you, I've written out a report for tonight, which is also the report that we've submitted for the town report. The Guilford Recreation Commission is a 7-member volunteer board who work under the advisement of the Guilford Select Board and with our Select Board advisor, Miranda Borsch. Thank you, Miranda. Our mission statement has recently been revised, and I'll read it here. The Guilford Recreation Commission fosters community connections and well-being for our town by supporting our public spaces and by collaborating with other community organizations to offer engaging, inclusive recreational activities designed to meet the needs of our neighbors. In the past year, we're proud to have provided a variety of services to the Guilford community, which includes the following. The events that we promoted were the Winterfest at the fairgrounds, which occurred on March 3rd. Bike night occurred at the Guilford Central School on May 4th. The Guilford Community Picnic was held at the Playscape on July 27th. And Trunk or Treat and Dance Party was held at the Guilford Central School on October 26th. Recreational opportunities include the open gym / playgroup for families and children ages 5 and under. This free program was co-sponsored by CC4G. The winter playgroup was offered every Saturday inside the Guilford Central School gym, and during the spring and summer, the playgroup was offered every Saturday at alternating locations throughout Guilford. We also offered a free day pass for people to Fort Dummer State Park to all Guilford residents. We fostered Nordic skiing for Guilford students, and I've included a description below, which I'll read in a moment. We provided a location for families and community members to gather and recreate at the Guilford Center Village Natural Playscape, which I'll also discuss in a moment. And finally, we sponsored a free yoga class during one of the Broadbrook Community Center Community Days. The projects that we have worked on include the Bill Koch Nordic Ski Project. During the 2018-19 winter season, the Recreation Commission issued 25 Nordic ski packages to Guilford children for the season and provided 4 days of free Nordic ski lessons. This year, the program has more than doubled to include the provision of 52 ski packages to the Guilford Central School students and the homeschooling students. We will be offering free Nordic ski lessons again this winter. A $1,500 grant was received from Rise Vermont to supplement the available funding from the recreation and 2 private donations. However, the cost of the ski packages exceeds our funding by $572.40, and fundraising efforts are underway. The other project that we've been working on includes the Guilford Center Village Natural Playscape upgrades. Several work parties were held to promote the park's accessibility and usability and to meet the town's insurance requirements. A split rail fence was added to promote safety with the embankment beside the Broadbrooks access. 2 grants were secured for the enhancement of the playscape. A $1,500 grant from Rise Vermont includes the installation of a hand-powered water pump, 4 raised beds, some soil, plant starts for the raised beds, and a compost bin. Also, a $4,630 dollar-for-dollar match was received from the state of Vermont, their Building and Communities grant, which includes the following projects: the excavation of the parking lot, a handicapped accessible trail around the perimeter of the property, also a kiosk and welcome station, and signage for the park. Fundraising efforts are underway to raise the needed funds for this project. And the 2 grant projects for the playscape plan to be implemented in the spring of 2020.
I have a couple questions.
Okay.
And thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a splendid story. You guys are really doing it. How many? I'm just in terms of numbers. How many day passes?
I don't have those numbers. I did send an email to inquire about the actual usage, and I hadn't yet received a response. My thought is that it probably wasn't widely utilized, and we're trying to problem solve for next year ways to encourage the usage of that.
How does it get used? Does somebody just identify themselves as a Guilford resident?
So our plan was that people would come to the town office and they would show proof of residency, and then they'd get a free day pass, which they could keep for the season, and then they'd present it upon arrival and have free admittance.
I will say we do give out an awful lot of them.
Oh, you did?
Whether or not folks actually use them, I can't speak to that. You have to find out from the folks at the state. But we gave out an awful lot of them.
That's awesome.
I think almost all of the ones that you heard. There's a few left, but I think almost all of them were given away.
Oh, good news.
And my other question was, do you have an approximate number of how many participants were in the play groups?
Certainly the winter play group is very well attended. I'd probably say 20.
20, 25, 30,
Fam-
some days 10,
families.
you know, it depends, but, you
But
know,
it's pretty-
20 on average.
Pretty brisk.
Yeah, it's a great group of young families that, you know, would prefer social activities for the youngsters, and it's been a great program. The winter program transitioned to a summer program, and that wasn't as well attended as the winter, but the winter one's very successful.
Great.
Is that back this winter?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, it starts up next month.
Well, you deserve a great deal of praise for your volunteer work and what you've accomplished in a very short time in terms of the rec commission, really throttling up.
Thank you.
Don't we have one question about the $500 and the
Oh,
maintenance?
yes.
Two questions for them.
Yes.
About your budget proposal.
Yes.
You guys were actually being, not you specifically, but the rec commission was
Yeah,
being
yeah.
spoken about tonight regarding your budget proposal.
Okay.
And the first thing that came up was under your equipment, the $3,200, the one for the storage shed and the equipment canopy. The discussion that the select board was having about that is that could, because you work for, technically, all the work you do is under the select board, that could really be viewed as a town asset.
Okay.
Because it will be owned, however, regardless of how long you two or and the other members of the rec commission are part of the rec commission, it's still going to move forward, and you'll get new people who come in, and we'll still need to have that shed for storing all the equipment that you guys have so successfully got together.
Right.
So the select board feels that because that's a town asset, that the funds for that could really come out of the capital plan. And so you don't have to, which is already set aside every year. So you guys actually don't need to ask for more money. You just would need to come to a select board meeting and ask them if they would fund that project for you.
Which we said we would.
Informally, yes.
Right.
So that's one thing. So at the moment, they've actually removed that from your budget proposal.
Okay.
So
yeah, to back up just a little bit, we had voted on having a shed here on the property.
which is actually going to be the second part of that.
Yeah.
Is due to this work going on, the potential work going on in the library, and also the fact that the playscape is not the most secure location because there's not a lot of people in that area. And we have plenty of space here.
Yeah.
They informally agreed that should you purchase a shed, that there's plenty of space for you to put it at the town office.
Right, and that's what we had hoped to do.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that's perfect. We appreciate
I
that.
don't know if we have to vote on that at some
No,
point.
I mean, you will in the future. Or
No, not now,
request.
but-
Oh, I mean, only the funding request. You don't have to vote on putting the shed here. That just, you know, if they approve your request, we'll put the shed up here.
Great.
The other question that they had is we're just looking for a little bit further explanation on two budget points. One was what the funding for the Bill Koch Trail will go for, as well as the funding for playscape maintenance, considering all the work that has going on for that already.
Sure.
The Bill Koch Trails is really just for the purchasing of ski equipment and
We'd really like to expand to include ski packages for people of all ages. Currently, what we've been providing is just for the school-aged children. So we'd like to purchase some ski packages for adults, and so that would be housed at the library, so they could go and rent the skis for whatever period of time is determined, and they could loan the skis and return them when they were through.
if it's building on the program of the libraries already has with the snowshoe.
Yeah, so a tiny bit of clarification would just be to call it the Bill Koch Ski Project or Nordic Ski Project instead of the Trails.
Yeah,
Sure.
the name isn't great, and that's really just a carryover from before.
Right.
But we purchased you know, 27 sets of skis for, I think it was around $3,700, and which is a very good deal, and you know, so.
And then town, members of the town who want to use those skis don't have to pay for them then?
Right, they would be free
Yeah.
to use. They would sign them out at the library and use them.
But the library also has a gift of a bunch of skis as well, or are those the skis that you purchased, the ones at the library now, or the?
Those are for the students, and we had a distribution evening and only 25 families came out of 52, so the librarians were kind enough to accept the packages there, and people can come and pick up their skis at the library. And I could speak to the playscape maintenance. We feel like it would be nice to have a bench or two on the property so people could sit down and enjoy the park. We were thinking that it would be nice to get a consultant as a landscape architect to sort of just give a sort of a overall vision of the playscape, so that as we add new developments, that it would all be cohesive and part of a overall plan. We'd like to get a wheelbarrow for the playscape so that people, when they're gardening, they'll have the ability to move soil and compost. Also a shovel or two and some rakes and a watering can.
Where would those be kept?
Well, that could be built into the
yeah, it had this design of a compost bin with an area to hang the shovels and the rakes off of that, essentially.
I'm sorry, would that be lockable? I mean,
No, I mean, we didn't envision locking it, so if that's something to consider.
Well, I'm just thinking about, I mean, it would be wonderful to have those tools there, but it might not be a secure place without something that could lock.
Right, that's a good point.
We, not to play Debbie Downer here, but we also need to take into consideration the town's insurance and having folks do gardening over there as well. There might be some implications related to that.
Don't people garden at Guilford School?
I can't speak to whether or not folks garden over at the
No,
school.
people, I can say
We've got
that
different
people
insurance
do.
requirements than they have as well. So.
Yeah, the insurance is different, but they do garden there. They have a garden club and all that at the
I
school.
think there might be some folks in the audience that can comment.
The public gardening at the school.
Beth, do you know whether there was an insurance issue with having the public gardening there?
I've never heard the insurance brought up. It's a great question that I'm not sure has been considered, but there is kind of open gardening parties, if you will, at the school where
Which is
everybody's invited.
wonderful.
Yeah, it has good turnout.
I mean, gardening has been part of the playscape all along. It has raspberry bushes and filbert trees and things that do need some mulch put around them and weeding. And the people, the parents, when they're there with their kids, they take care of those things to pass the time, and the children are able to participate in that. So the point is to get families gardening together, well, if they can.
Sure, I appreciate the idea behind it, but the town's insurance company may not necessarily be as friendly towards that, which you guys have experienced based on
absolutely.
previous things.
So we should just
unfortunately.
clarify that.
We should. I'm not saying that they won't be accepting of it,
right.
But I just think based off our previous experience over the past year and a half in trying to move the work that you folks are trying to do to move forward in the playscape, I think we should just at least inquire about it just to be on the safe side.
Yeah, yeah.
A question about this, the landscape architect. Do you have any? Is there any details about that? That sounds like a kind of a broad, adventurous project to do that might have more to do with the town than just the Recreation Commission. What are your thoughts about this architect?
The idea was raised by Laura Lawson Tucker, has a friend that she knows who's a landscape architect, and she suggested that we might consider calling them and getting an estimate or an idea.
I think it's when we go to sort of try to, it's a community project, so when we're trying to bring all the ideas in from different people, we want to sort of respect those, but also sort of have a plan so that we're doing it in an appropriate way for public space. So, you know, I think we were just trying to look for general guidance as far as, you know, how the park should be organized. With the gardening, so for example, where you wouldn't want to stick that in a place where it's going to get a lot of shade, for example, or, you know, how to utilize the space best, you know, seemed like a worthwhile investment, but that it's just an idea at this point, so.
It's an idea that equates to a budget, a line item in the budget.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
So also, I mean, just in terms of benches, that might be able to be covered by the same capital
I was thinking of that too,
budget.
yeah.
You know, so we can look in a more category-wise, you know, just to see what could come out of the sort of equipment budget and in terms of a landscape architect, it would be great to know, or landscape designer, whatever the person is, it would be good to know what that person might charge for an overview.
Very good.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes, good report.
Should we try to should we try to get some numbers that would be?
I would appreciate that. I think that when you do a budget like this and you have community projects and you're mentioning the projects by name, that you might have a footnote and to let not only the select board, but the town residents who are going to be paying for this, what it is that they're paying for in that project. I think that that's vital, and it serves the interest of the rec commission.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
So in other words, if you were going to get a landscape architect, you might find out the average charge and say 2 hours at $150 or something like that. Yeah.
We can get
But
those numbers.
the rec commission is really well regarded. I mean, people trust you and they'll be happy to hear from you.
Oh, we're not challenging you.
No, I wasn't. I was
it
just
sounded
trying
like a
to.
footnote that.
No, Richard, I was just saying that we appreciate what they've done.
We do.
One quick question for you.
Yeah.
When is your January meeting? I don't remember, I'm sorry.
Meet the second Wednesday of every month at 6:30.
So it'll be on the 8th. Okay. So the only reason I'm inquiring is just because the select board is going to approve the final budget on the 13th at their select board meeting.
Okay.
And so
we'll have to vote on the 8th.
Yeah, otherwise they'll just make changes to it if you guys don't come back to them.
Okay. Yeah.
Just wanted to let you guys know that. Thankfully, January this year falls in such a way that your meeting will occur before theirs this time.
Great. Thanks very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, and
Thanks.
at the since we don't have the planning commission here, we might as well move right on to the fire department budget proposal, which each of us has a copy of.
I don't, yeah.
Where's the fire department?
It was in the.
I didn't print them out for you, they were in the file.
Oh, okay, I can go to the file. Hi, welcome.
Thanks. Hey guys, welcome.
Thank you. Are you wanting us to give a little overview, or do you have specific questions?
I think an overview would be good, yes.
Perfect. So if you recall, the last several years,
we have not asked for any increase in the fire department budget. We've been able to be level funded. This year, for a couple items that we will highlight, we are looking at a 3.6% increase. It's about $8,300 more from the town appropriation than we asked for last year. Two real primary drivers of that increase. We've added a $12,000 line item to building maintenance this year that was not in last year's budget. The building was built in 2007, and there's a list of some maintenance items that need to be taken care of in the upcoming year. So that's what the $12,000.
Not 2009, because we had a 10-year bond and we're just going to make the final payment on it.
Was it 7? Or was it? I think we started in 7, it was done at 8, and I think you took it over after we already were going a year, so I don't know, that's all.
Because we just made the final payment in October.
Perfect.
And of a 10-year bond, and there you go. So somewhere between 2007 and 2009.
That's not just, I was just curious.
Approximately, no, good question. So that.
I don't see the building maintenance line in the budget.
It's not in that.
It's nothing.
Is
I
that
mean,
the
it's the overall budget. It's the overall budget.
No, it's not in there because I knew.
What line is it on?
He's looking at the printout that you sent, or sorry, the Excel sheet that you sent to me.
So what so it would, right here, building, 37?
37. Oh, you know what? My printer cut it off at 35.
Oh, no.
Look here.
$12,000
for building. Okay.
And so a $12,000 increase alone would be more than a 3.8 or 3.7% increase. So we were able to offset that additional line item by reducing our capital outlay fund. So our capital outlay fund is what we've been calling our truck fund for the past several years. As you've probably heard, we purchased a new truck this year.
Yeah.
So we thought that we probably didn't need to put as much into our truck fund this year as we have been, since we hopefully won't need to buy a new truck for a while. So we reduced that capital outlay fund line item to offset that additional $12,000. There are some other minor increases and adjustments. I'm happy to go through them line by line. We've upped our legal and accounting fee a bit. Since I took over, I've been enlisting the help of one of the CPA firms in Brattleboro, which costs some money, but it's been a really important, and we performed an audit this past year and everything's going great, so it's money well spent. And telephone went up a little bit, office supplies, so like onesie-twosie type things. If you have specific questions, we're happy to discuss them.
We don't see on this, we don't see a reference to a previous year or anything, so that's all right.
I brought what I had sent you that compared.
Yeah, that's what we'd like to see.
We can make some copies maybe? So I had sent this to you when you asked.
Yeah, but I thought that's what I shared with the select board.
Oh, maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing.
I just have, unless I haven't accessed it, because I just have.
It's the budget versus actuals that we're talking about. And I just saw the budget there.
Yeah, I just have the 2021 budget here.
Oh,
Unless
is that
it
what you
was a
sent me?
I sent you most
on
recently.
Friday.
Yes.
So the town office is closed on Friday, so I only shared with them what you had initially sent.
Okay, which was the summary budget.
Which was the summary budget.
Can we make copies of it, or?
I think it will take too much time for the
Okay.
time being, but I can share that with them.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we might be able to speak to it without looking at it, so if you have questions, go for it.
So that's the difference.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's
I can work on Friday and you not on Friday.
correct.
So this is, okay.
That's income.
And you'll see our income projection actually went down from last year, which is, we had a line item in there for invoiced calls, which we haven't seen a high return for our invoiced calls and didn't think it appropriate to to build that into the budget when, if we get it, that's great, but didn't feel like we could necessarily count on it.
What are
It's actually like
invoice
an
calls?
increase.
Invoice calls are if there's, and you might be able to explain it better, but if there's an out-of-town person that is found negligent, if they get a DUI and the fire department has to come and they get a ticket, the fire department will charge them for their services. They're not town residents, and there was a ticket issued. That typically is the criteria for invoicing.
So, are those hard to collect?
Yes. Well, what we've had the most success is if we can get our invoice in with like the tow companies, which gets submitted to the invoice or to the insurance company, then we see more success. But in general, if you just send it to an individual,
If I just went through real quick.
there's not much luck.
So you just, explain once again, you just said that you said the income, there was going to be a slight downturn, but according to the budget, it looks to me like there's actually an increase.
And that increase is due to the town appropriation. So you'll see here invoiced calls, we previously had budgeted $1,000. This year we're not.
I see.
And also our interest on accounts, we previously had budgeted some money for interest because we just spent 200 and something thousand for our initial payment on our new truck. It was hard to predict what our income was going to be on our accounts, so we just didn't build it in.
Did you use the old truck or trade in?
We're selling it.
Selling it?
Yeah.
Sold it to a outfit in Oklahoma.
Wow.
Whoa.
So can you just quickly characterize the $8,387 increase in the town appropriation?
Yeah, so that's the balance, or the offset of the $12,000 increase for the building maintenance, which we've offset by reducing
the other line.
The capital outlay, along with some other individual line item plus and minuses that are less significant.
Okay, so, all right.
So if a resident of our town asks why we have an increase of 8,000 plus in the appropriation, the answer is?
Building maintenance.
Building maintenance.
Yep. And it would have, been a $12,000 increase, which is what that line item for, would have been more than the 3.7 that we're proposing, but we felt like 3.7 was a reasonable amount.
I'm glad you have your head wrapped around that because you may be asked that question.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah.
Great. Otherwise, I don't see anything that's startling at all.
No, it really, I mean, it's a pretty easy process to go through. Their expenses are pretty straight every year, for their pagers, for their truck insurance, for their fuel. It tends to be consistent. And so it's not a difficult thing. A couple repairs that require that building maintenance line item really was.
What is going to go into the maintenance this year?
Well, we need to do some trim work on it. There's some rot happening throughout the building. There's some doors that need to be replaced. There's some add-ons with our sprinkler that we're going to finish up. When that comes in, some carpentry work that goes along with that. We have to build out and insulate that, so that's all done. So all that little stuff is added up.
Good.
Now, I think, was it last year that you guys had a fairly substantial grant amount for purchasing some equipment and some other things? Do you guys have any needs in that area that aren't going to be covered? I don't have it in front of me. I did look at it.
That was the water rescue equipment, I think? Yeah.
This year, we put in for a grant last year for gear, and we made it to the final round and we didn't get awarded anything. This year, we're putting in for a set of JAWS extrication equipment to go in our new truck. So we'll see if we're successful with that.
There's a trustee member who's pretty active in the grant process and does a great job of seeking out and applying for the grant.
Excellent.
I just wanted to check, make sure that you guys didn't have any needs that weren't being covered, but you guys didn't want to ask for a bigger increase because of that, so.
Right.
That's stuff we don't have right now. That would be a great addition if we could. And if we do get the grant, it'll go that way. But right now we use Brattleboro for all our extrication, which is, we still will continue with that. But if we have our own tool, that would definitely, seeing how we cover the interstate and the way, I mean, the other night we had 9 accidents all at once last Friday. So, I mean, people get busy. We don't, if Brattleboro is busy with their JAWS, we don't want to have to wait.
How much do JAWS cost?
JAWS, they're You're gonna be right around, we put in the grant an extrication package, so it's the jaws and spreaders and rams, everything that go with that, and it's also support pieces of equipment that'll help us stabilize a vehicle if it's not stable, so we can work on it safely. And it's right around anywhere from 40 to 50,000 for that. When you put fire department on equipment and stuff, it goes through the roof. So
Why is that?
safety, all the tests are gonna go. I mean, one air pack just to put on one firefighter to go into a building is almost $8,000. Between the bottle, which is about 900, and then your pack and all the stuff that goes with it, the mask and all the tests, and then you gotta put gear on it. I mean, we had that figure, and I gotta get it updated for the town meeting, but just to put one person into a building with the safety equipment is pretty, you're over 12 grand easy.
And what, the equipment line item on there, which I think is 35,000, that includes 2 sets of gear per year. So they've set it up so that they have a revolving purchase, so every year they get 2 more and they can retire some or whatever, so.
Same with air packs, because air packs have a shelf life, 15 years no matter what, and so in the past, we've gotten a grant for packs, which is great, but they all come due at the same time, so we're trying to keep up and keep that. Like last year, we needed 16 air bottles at $900 a piece, so we had to do a little scurrying. Yeah.
Well, you guys do a great job, and I'm sure I'm speaking for our town when I say how much we appreciate
Thank you.
the volunteer work that you do. Any questions amongst my colleagues at the select board for the fire department? Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, you may keep that.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Merry Christmas to all the firefighters and Happy New Year.
Okay, so we still do not have the planning commission, so we'll move right into the broadband kickoff. Do you want to tell us about that?
Yes. So
do we want to get, I guess there's no point in getting in touch with the planning commission.
No, we'll just keep moving. So, as I'm sure that folks heard, Wyndham Regional Commission was awarded the joint grant to investigate the possibility of creating a communications union district for all of their member towns. And they have scheduled a kickoff meeting in mid-January on this, and so they sent out some information about that. And one of the things that they were asking of the towns, one is to participate in the effort. And the first part is to pass a simple resolution stating their intent to participate in the Wyndham Region broadband project. And then the second is to identify an individual who will be the official town lead or point of contact for this effort. And then the second step they are asking is to think of the best way to get the aforementioned survey. So part of this process is to send out a survey to everyone in town about various aspects of high-speed internet, the frequency of use, their need for it, a number of questions. And they're asking towns to participate by sending that to their residents. And so they want some ideas, and due to need, they are looking, those surveys need to be sent out for sure in paper format, but also in electronic for those who don't want to send a paper copy back in the mail. And they will be holding a workshop in the beginning of February to discuss the survey, how it's going to be administered, and the various steps for that. And then they are wondering if towns are ready or not to join a CUD, and if so, they're asking for select boards to put an article on the town meeting warning to support the joining of a CUD. So,
but we don't have to do that. We don't have to do it at this town meeting. Guilford is, according to Chris Campany, we're in very good shape in terms of the timeline, and it's not necessary. We can do it, but it's not necessary that we have it on the town morning.
No, my understanding is would be preferred if we had it on the warning, but it's not a current requirement.
I'd advise Guilford to wait and grow through this process, so he's suggesting that we wait.
Regarding the
Yes, the putting it in the town meeting.
As an
That's
article?
on, yeah.
Is that from the?
As we instructed in the announcement, the best thing towns can do right now is think through how they can best get a survey to and from as many people in town as possible. That is critical to the success of the feasibility study. They can also take this time to identify who the point person with the town will be if the town wants to participate in the process. As for timing, we don't yet have a contract in place, which means we can't start work under the grant in meetings next week and the following week are impractical and blah, blah, blah. So,
So that was from the personal email
with Sarah Coffey.
With Sarah Coffey.
Yeah.
So that was slightly different information than
He's clarifying.
Yeah.
So he actually advises not to do it now.
Sure.
And so he's asking us to identify
A point person.
a Guilford resident.
Yeah. And also a Guilford resident or a select board member or the town administrator.
Whoever you feel is the best point person for
Yeah.
the project.
And also then to start thinking about questions for the survey, which will be fed into the feasibility study.
And I actually have a draft survey,
Like a survey.
from the broadband get-together that was in Dover this past spring.
Right.
That you folks sent me to. And so that working group came up with a draft survey for towns. And this was prior to knowing whether or not both the legislature and the governor would pass the law or the act that did get passed that has enabled Wyndham Regional to apply for and receive this grant. So there was a lot of guesswork this spring at the conference, and so those who were part of the working group put this together through feedback from some other communities in Vermont that have already gone through this process, as well as different needs of individual communities that have already been expressed. So if you'd like to see that, I can dig that up and share that with you. And
So, yeah, I would like to see it for sure. And then, but it's the point person is really important, and do we think as a select board that it should be a select board member? I mean, really, this point person is really going to be crucial in helping to get the CUD established. And it's a lot of information to handle and a lot of meetings to go to, I dare say. So do we think that it should be a select board member? Do we think that we want to find a volunteer in town, or do we think that the town administrator is the best person to do that? I'd like to know what the town administrator thinks about that, and whether the town administrator, for example, has the time to put into the job.
I was just curious, before we ask the town administrator, is there somewhere written a job description for point person?
Well, they haven't, they would be doing that starting to the January 16th meeting.
I see, because before we ask our town administrator to say if he thinks he could do it, it would be useful to know how much time it would take.
Yeah, that's true.
I think that is one
But
of
a
the big
preliminary
unanswered.
response would be okay.
I mean, at this moment, they have 2 meetings scheduled. One is the January 16th, and the other one is tentatively for February 8th.
Yeah.
And I think that, getting back to Richard's question, I think are technically 2 different separate questions. One is who should do it. I have been attending these meetings at the request of the select board for the past 2 years as they've been occurring. If you want me to continue to do so, I'm happy to do so, since I have some of that longevity, since one of the select board members who did have that experience is no longer a select board member, and the other one will be ending his term in March. I also don't see any reason why I and a select board member couldn't. There's nothing in the information from Chris or from Wyndham Regional as a whole that says it only has to be one person.
Right, and you two
You two have
have
both
been involved in
participated,
it, and
thanks.
I would hope that you would continue to want to be involved. And I think, Zon, you told me that you were and Michael, you said that too, didn't you? That you would continue to be interested?
I'm willing to assist, yeah.
So there we have it. I mean, maybe we have our point person with the point person and the point person's two auxiliary helpers. Does that make sense?
I mean, I think it's also potentially good to get different perspectives. And because from other things we've done where I and at least one select board member have gone, in discussing it as a select board as a whole, we've been able to remember different aspects from different meetings and get clearer information presented to the select board and to the town as a whole. I think with I don't personally foresee this is going to be a fast-moving project, especially when you're dealing with the 27 member towns of Wyndham Regional, that's going to take a lot of work. And if I remember correctly, I think the grant is an 18-month grant. So at the moment, I don't foresee that it's going to be a huge amount of work. It looks like the meetings are going to be in the evening to get the largest amount of participation. So that's not going to have an impact on my daily work. It's just whether or not you want me to go for a couple
I
extra
think it's
hours.
reasonable. I mean, that with you and Michael and Zon to continue your involvement.
And that way you two, if one of you can't make it to one meeting and somebody else can, or if neither of you can, at least somebody from the town will be there.
Are we all in sort of tentative agreement with
Sure.
that?
And you don't have to make any formal decision.
no,
You
No,
just
I
say,
think that's good. In reviewing the email thread, it seems as if Ann Manwaring in the Deerfield Valley is sort of spearheading a charge. And I'm not sure whether that's part of the same planning
Yes, it is.
process.
Yes.
Well, except that I think that they've been sort of moving on their own, and
Yeah,
I
they're a
think
little
that it's
further-
going to
they're
get
further
subsumed
ahead.
into this
Correct.
larger
Oh,
project.
I was going to say the exact same thing. But they're a little further ahead.
Okay.
So this all started with a telephone call that I got from Sarah Coffey
Right.
concerning whether were we falling behind the 8 ball in all of this, and she wanting to make sure that Guilford was in step with the wishes of many residents to have better internet and service. So she was kind of panicked, and so we dug through it deeper, and she then communicated with Chris Campany at the regional.
Okay.
But another question I would have that I would like you to do, Peter, if you could, and if the select board agrees, is just to get further clarity about whether we should or should not have this come up at the town meeting.
I think that's legitimate.
Yeah, so, because it's all in here, we just would I'd like one email from Chris, for instance, that says, these are the reasons why I think you should go forward, or these are the reasons why you can wait a while. And that, I think the select board would be very helpful to me and the other members of the select board.
When the CUD gets formed, what I recall is that 2 communities need to come together to form a CUD, and then if whichever 2 those are, they don't need to do any voting in their community in order to move forward, they just move forward. But any additional communities after that have to bring it forward to their community.
Correct.
So I don't know what will happen how out of the 27 towns, which 2 get to not have it on their.
Well, that's not correct from my understanding.
All right,
Even the 2 original
That would have
towns, it has to go before the town in order to form a CUD.
I see, okay.
So anyone who participates, it's just a matter of when in the process that article is put on a specific town's warning for town meeting day. And I can see arguments for doing it early or doing it later, just because of the entire planning process and seeing, I think there's advantages and disadvantages to joining in early or doing it later. But I've put an action step to follow up with Wyndham Regional for further clarification, because as Wyndham Regional certainly knows, we have a deadline coming up for getting all the final articles, in the end of January for the warning.
Great, so we all set on that?
Yes, I do think that the town whether, no matter where we are with the CUD, I think the town will appreciate information about where how far we've come and where we're going.
And that might be a reason not to move forward too quickly, because there may not be enough information out there to make people feel comfortable and confident about stepping forward. Yeah.
Speaking of the articles in town meeting, if I could just, can I bring that agenda item that I added up now?
Sure.
So the chair of the select board is tasked with writing the report of the select board that goes into the town warning. The town meeting warning, and I was just
town report.
The town report, which includes the warning, and I was wanting to know whether. So I'm going to write it, but I wanted to know whether any of you had any information that you thought that you would consider my putting into that report, and it would be about our work this year, what the select board.
It's just a summary of the accomplishments of the select board over the past.
Or would you rather do that through email, if I put out a request through email? Okay, so you can have more time to think about it.
So I'd like to read it, maybe a couple of the previous ones and see what they're like.
Yeah, I mean,
we just need to be careful about the discussion points over email.
Yes.
So we don't violate open meeting law. And so if there's specific things you wish to discuss that you want included, even in a informal agreement, you need to do it in an open meeting. So you can request for input via email, but you can't discuss those points of input.
Right, that's what I would be doing, is requesting input, okay? And it would be not reply all, it would be reply to me.
Correct.
Right. I mean, the one thing I do think is that the select board oversees and supports, really, the coordination of our very active town commissions. I mean, because I don't think all towns work that way, and the select board has a role to play in that.
Very good.
So I'll send you an email tomorrow morning and ask you for your input. Very good. Our next item on the agenda is the personnel policy.
Oh,
no,
I'm sorry.
It's the Brookfield
Service Contract proposal. Peter, would you like to?
Yes, so obviously earlier, actually towards the end of last fiscal year, I believe it was, or was it the beginning of this one? Either way, we had the generator installed here.
Right.
The RFP was awarded to Brookfield Service, and with that, they offered you folks, being the select board, a very reasonable deal to do the annual service contract for that new generator, which you agreed to. We had previously used Brookfield Service for the maintenance contracts for the other 3 generators in town, and we hadn't had an updated contract. So 2 years ago, we put out an RFP. The RFP ended up being awarded to Powers Generator out of New Hampshire. Brookfield Service has now submitted to us a new contract proposal for providing service to all 4 generators.
Right.
I at this time have not heard back from Powers. I did send out a request for them to see if they were interested in providing an updated contract. Obviously, considering the time of year it is, might be a little busy. People might be out of the office. I think that in the past we have chosen from Brookfield, we have chosen what they call Program 1, which is 1 annual visit, which they are proposing as $1,635 for all 4 units, or $1,553 if paid on or before January 10th of 2020 for this contract, which complicates things a little bit because this would technically need to be part of the budget planning process, because it's for the upcoming fiscal year, not for this one.
Do you think that, would you advise that we wait with Powers, or should we just move on?
I personally would wait to see what Powers has to say. At the moment, they have been cheaper than Brookfield was. Powers has been providing excellent service to us.
For the 4 generators?
Well, they've been servicing the 3 because this one's brand new.
Right. So we would want to then...
We'd want to see what
their proposal was for all four.
And you have to nudge them?
I did last week, and haven't heard anything back. Now, that being said, it would be a little bit, in my personal opinion, I think it would be a little bit awkward to ask Powers for a contract proposal for all four generators, since you just signed a one-year contract with Brookfield to service this one. So I think, does that make sense?
Yes, I'm starting to understand.
So Brookfield has, the contract that they're presenting here is to add the other three generators to the agreement that you made with them on the new generator.
Well, wouldn't it make sense to go with them for this year, since they're already going to do one of our generators, and wait for next year to hear from Powers?
It's up to you folks to make that call.
I think that makes sense for
Well, I have another question as well.
If I can interject
Yes,
a
you
moment.
may.
Thank you. Is that your contract with Powers is now expired, or not expired, they have fulfilled the contract.
Right.
Of 2019.
For 2019, and so we do not currently have one with them.
No, I understand that. My other question is that I noticed Vermont State Inspection highlighted, if required, was on Program 2 of the Brookfield service contract, and I didn't know if we were required to have state inspection or whether that was desirable. See what I mean?
That is not something I have been aware of. It's not something that they have provided for us in my tenure with the town as of yet. I don't know if that's something new that is required, or if it is just an additional.
Could you find out for us?
Sure.
Yeah, because when they were breaking down the expense of Program 1 and Program 2,
I see that they have it highlighted.
they had it highlighted, and I didn't know whether this was something we needed to pay attention to. Because the 1553 for Program 1 does not include state inspection, so the $100 would be added to that, whereas the $100 would be folded into the $24.92 if paid before January 10th for both of those. So I was just...
So we need to find out if the state requires inspection, or is it desirable?
Well, the other thing that I was going to add to that is, in the previous service contracts that we've had, part of the process may be doing an annual inspection, and it has just not been explicitly stated that in the service contract. Or charged for that matter. And it may be something like getting inspection on your car, where the expense for them has gone up, so in turn the expense to us goes up.
Mm-hmm.
So let's find out.
Now,
so it may not be something new. It may be something that's always been there.
So, but I'm looking at, when is our next select board meeting?
January the 13th.
Right, so do we need to empower Peter to make a choice by entertaining a motion? Because, look at it, it says that...
It says January 13th, right?
January 10th.
10th, that's what I said.
But you're not saving that much money. I mean, I don't think...
You're saving $80.
$80.
Well,
off of us $1,600.
$80 seems like a lot of money to me.
But there are other factors involved in the competitor, to see what they come up with.
No,
so that's just for reference, that $80-some is a 5% savings, discount, however you want to put it on the proposed.
Early payment, yeah.
Correct.
Or for yeah.
I thought, excuse me, Richard, I thought that we were positive toward my suggestion of going with Brookfield, going ahead with hiring Brookfield either with Program 1 or Program 2 for this year, since we've already hired them to inspect and do maintenance.
But that contract is over. That contract was for 2019. So I thought that was a good idea until Peter said that was last year.
I thought that was Powers was last year.
It was.
No, maybe I'm
we're
just
crossing-
misunderstanding.
Oh, I see, Powers was like, we had the contract with Powers last year?
Yeah, we've had a contract, we had a 2-year contract with Powers.
Mhm.
So they just completed that contract when, they did a series of inspections on the 3 existing units in July of this year. That was the conclusion of that contract. So should you wish to continue with them, they would need to submit a new contract proposal to you.
But haven't we?
This was an unsolicited.
Oh, okay.
Well, so here's the thought, unsolicited, because it's unsolicited, they might be willing to extend the date by which it needs to be signed and returned. And we
Absolutely.
get some
I can
information, and maybe you could ask for not the 10th, but a week later or 2 weeks later, so we could have time to.
I'm
talk
guessing
about it.
from previous conversations with the president of Brookfield, I'm guessing that they'd be able to give you another week or 2 so
Oh,
you
okay.
could discuss it at your next select board meeting.
Okay, so then I was going to
We are
entertain
in
your
accord.
suggestion for a motion, but it seems as if we don't need that.
We don't
to
need it.
empower
Let
the
me
town
withdraw it
and-
even before
Well,
I
but let's accept, unless they for some reason give you a no answer that they
Right.
won't, then do we need a contingency to move forward if they say no? To the
That's up to
extension?
you folks.
So,
Yes.
Obviously, there's no guarantee that he will say yes, but the fact that he's trying to get your new business, I would be surprised that he wouldn't give you an extension of 3 days,
Yeah.
you know?
And you could
So-
just report back to us so that we're set to make a decision.
yes.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
Everybody in agreement about that?
Yes.
Oh, harmony, I love it. Okay. Now it's on to.
So just before you move
Oh.
on, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I just, for clarification, so there's actually 2 action points for me to take under this proposal. One is to get clarifications regarding the state inspections, and the
Yep.
second is to request an extension on the prepayment deadline.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on to old business, and that would be the personnel policy, the vacation
Yes.
business. And you all looked at that in the,
Yes.
I have that somewhere.
And Tom,
So-
your question was answered, right?
It wasn't really.
I didn't think it was, I mean, that wasn't something that I could specifically
Oh.
answer. That was,
Who should answer it? Is it Will?
it's a discussion the select board needs to have.
So
what's
that's
the
what we're doing
question?
right now. Well, the question,
Is
shall
it
I
about
speak,
this?
Peter?
Ask your chair.
Shall I speak?
Yes, please speak. We've been desperate to hear you.
Well, so the way that I think we've agreed that we should move forward, let's say that I started work for the town on April the 1st, let's say, that my vacation dates until July 1st would be prorated. And then on July 1st would start how vacations are counted. So then on the second year of, which July 1st becomes my second year? You know, and that's really tricky if, let's say, you got hired. It could be really tricky if you got hired, for instance, in August 15th. So you would have worked nearly a year before your first July would have happened. And so it just, am I making sense? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's partly where the question from the employee came from.
Yeah.
And that's why it's prorated for the first year.
So there would be an expected, probably it needs, to me, it seems like something needs to be clarified in the language, just so that we're clear that until the first year, the first July that you meet, that would be called your first July, your first year. Your first year happens after that.
Yes.
So that you could really work here for a year and 10 months before your first year of vacation would.
Because they got to a July.
You hadn't gotten to a July.
Wow,
So, and I think,
that's a problem.
well, I don't know if it's a problem, I just
No,
think
it
it needs to be clear.
write a sentence
It just
that
needs to be
expresses
clear if
that.
that's what it is.
I mean, I'm just trying to use myself as, in my own
Yeah.
head, I'm sitting here trying to use myself as an example of how that worked. Because I was hired in the beginning of November, you know, and so then my vacation days were prorated, but I think because of the
good question. I don't know how you guys would do that.
I mean, the person's they're getting prorated vacation, and that's fine, so long as you're inside a circle that's of the, we're all getting 5 days, but when do I get to start getting
Well,
more
doesn't
vacation?
this doesn't answer it. Vacation leave accrual begins on an employee's date of hire and is prorated to 1st July,
Yes.
beginning of fiscal year, and accrues thereafter on 1st July as earned.
Isn't the
Except this says at the beginning of the second year, and it seems to me like it would be better if it said at the beginning of the second July 1st or something.
The second fiscal year.
Fiscal year.
That's what it should
Yeah,
say.
yeah.
The second fiscal year.
So it was somehow really clear to
Yeah.
anybody stepping in that there's no way they're going to, they're not going to be able to bring this question.
It should be at the beginning of the second
Fiscal year.
fiscal year.
Or
Yeah.
at date of hire, or, yes.
At the beginning of the second fiscal year, at the beginning of the 4th fiscal year.
This is really not at the date of hire. It is at the date of hire and the first fiscal year, the top line.
Yes.
If the top line said, I think that would really make it clearest of all.
Yes.
At the date of hire and for the first fiscal year.
And for the first fiscal year.
Yeah, because now that we've switched everything to July 1st.
And then all the other ones say at the beginning of the second fiscal year.
Yeah.
Does
make
that,
sense?
yes, it does.
Makes sense to me.
That makes it clear.
Yeah?
I think so.
So do we need to vote on
I
that?
don't think so.
Yes, you
We do?
certainly do.
Okay.
This is a town policy. In order for it to be implemented, you need to
All right.
have a motion. I am currently,
Do you want to write it down? Do you want to have a moment to write it down and then we can?
I was working on that right now.
Okay.
Would anyone like a cookie?
I'm full of cookies.
I will take this opportunity to have a cookie. Look,
I'll take a prorated cookie.
A fiscal cookie.
A fiscal cookie, right?
Okay, so I have changed it to state at date of hire and for first fiscal year, and then each of the 4 remaining lines states the year and then fiscal year. So second fiscal year, 4th through 14th fiscal years,
Yes.
15th through 20th fiscal years, and 21st fiscal year and thereafter.
Good.
Yeah.
So do I have a motion?
Hang on, do you need to say, as a clarification, like at the start of the personnel policy, that the Guilford fiscal year runs from
It already
July?
states that.
It already said
does.
that, okay, then that's perfectly clear, yes.
Did you make a motion?
Yes, I
Okay.
move that we that we accept the personnel policy as amended tonight.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
The
Aye.
motion
Thank
carries
you,
unanimously. Thank you very much, Select Board. Now, on to the warrants. Who's
Let's
doing
see,
the warrants?
Gordon isn't here.
Did you
Did
folks
you wanna
have a
make the
chance to
motion?
review the warrants?
I haven't reviewed the one.
I didn't look at the,
So you would really want to look at this one, the 33,000.
So, yeah, that's the budget status report, that's not the
So it would
invoice
be
edit
here?
list. That's just the payroll.
so it would be here. Oh, I see, yes, okay, so I'm looking to see
What the
if
big numbers
the big
are.
numbers.
Sand and salt.
I see, yeah.
I will have while he's reviewing that, I will have a copy of the a completed copy of the personnel policy for you all to sign at the next meeting.
Okay,
Since
good.
you have just approved it.
Okay, yes, I can see that in the, when we get to the, so I would move that we approve the payroll warrant for the week ending December 15th of $8,732.25, as well as the payroll for week ending December 22nd, 2019 of $7,926.76, as well as expense warrant number 2012 totaling $33,407.03 for a grand total expenditure of $50,066.04.
And I'll second that.
All right, and then
Is there a discussion? And can you
Yes,
explain?
yeah, then I'll explain just the largest expenses that might be of interest to folks are $6,954 for salt, and then there was $8,138.73 for Blue Cross Blue Shield insurance. And those are the only.
That's half of the expense right there.
Yes, that's half. There is a recreational surfacing, Vermont recreational surfacing bill for guardrails of $3,847. So those.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, communications.
I have several here, I have a few here. The first one is the follow-up from the State of Vermont Operations and Safety Bureau regarding the request that a select board made to them and the changes that you had requested. We had previously been notified by the operations engineer that their recommendation was to deny your request for the several things over there. And the Traffic Safety Committee met and voted. They met on the 11th of December, and they voted to accept the recommendation from the the safety operations engineer to deny those requests, as well as they also approved the changing of the speed limit zone from Paul's Road in Guilford through exit 1 in Brattleboro. And so it will now be 40 miles per hour instead of 35.
And I forget, is the town in the village part, will that be 35 or 30?
It will remain 35.
So it's just a 5 difference. There should be 2 there, Brenda.
There's two payroll.
And is there a place to sign it?
Yep, flip the page.
Oh, thank you. Sorry to.
That's all right, no problem.
The second is Sevka sent a letter of appreciation to the select board for the appropriation for the year.
Excellent.
And they do a lot.
Yes.
They do.
With a little money. If you notice what we offer them, it's, they're a thrifty group.
So we also received a notice of a filing of a certificate of public good by Comcast, just notifying that they have submitted that to the state for the state's review. So it's a combination of Southern Vermont Cable Company and Comcast of Connecticut, Georgia, Massachusetts, New York, New Hampshire, North Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont, LLC. And if you want more information, you can go to the Public Utilities Commission and they will happily give it to you.
Is that it for communications, Peter?
It is, and then we have the summary of actions from the 12/9
Right,
meeting.
so we want to make sure that those are all actions that have been acted upon,
Yep.
correct? So the minutes were approved. Peter sent a follow-up email for BBCC usage dates to the BBCC.
I did.
And to us, yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
And we moved to change the location of the Emergency Operations Center from the Guilford, Vermont Fire Department to the town office. That's been set.
Yeah, you guys moved that?
Yeah. And
haven't
you
had the time
added
to take any
the
action yet.
items to the select board projects and priorities list.
Yep.
Which items were they? I can't remember.
Those, we should probably clarify that slightly.
Mhm.
Those were the items, the proposed action items from the result of the CAT 4
Yes,
exercise.
right, okay, right. And we approved the warrants, which leads us to number 13 on the agenda.
No.
Could I move to adjourn?
No, I have.
No.
Oh, yes, thank you. That's right.
Okay, yes. I mean, with your indulgence.
Oh, of course,
Okay.
it's with our eagerness.
Okay, so every year I write a poem for the Christmas stockings of the Guilford elders. And
Not one for Hanukkah?
the Christmas stocking is all-purpose.
Okay.
Well, if the shoe fits, wear it, right? I mean, the sock.
If the
That's
side,
right.
when the side. I just didn't want it to be exclusive.
No, no, no. Well, this has nothing to do with Christmas anyway. And so this is really honoring the restoration of Sweet Pond. And it's dedicated to Al Franklin. And it's called Stopping by Sweet Pond on a Snowy Evening, after Robert Frost. Dark times, take heart, abandon woe. As streams join forces under snow, our ancient pond will reappear above the meadow. Trust the flow. My little poem must linger here to praise the pool of volunteers who flooded the state to give and take one message, sweet to every ear. What neighbors love, we won't forsake. Oh, sweet pond, may your peepers wake and new kids dare that happy leap of faith from the rope swing, diving deep. Such are the promises to keep as waters ripple clear and deep.
Wonderful. Thank you, Miranda. I used to swing on that rope myself.
That's right.
Now, item number 13 on the agenda. Do I have any talk about
I will
that?
firmly move to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Yes.
Is there any discussion?
Let's go.
All those in favor?
And Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy New Year. All of that. Oh, for heaven's sake.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Ian.
Peace on earth.
Good morning. As we begin our celebration of the graduates today, let us take a moment to reflect on everything that has happened to bring us to this point in time. We're grateful for the guidance that brought our graduates to the doorstep of Landmark College, for the faith they had to take that first step forward towards this moment of achievement, and for the perseverance they have shown between that first moment and today. We are thankful for the faculty and staff of Landmark College who have walked beside our graduates along their journey, providing the kinds of guidance and perspective that have enlightened in the moment and will be understood deeper with the passage of time. And we're humbled to know our graduates do not just look forward, but to the left and to the right, to see themselves as individuals who are part of a diverse community committed to respect and understanding. And we hope that the voice that they have found here will resonate and reverberate throughout our world. Let us remember that every day, every challenge, every hard choice, every experience gives us the chance to all grow and move forward together. May all of this remain as our truth. May we always find knowledge and peace on our path. And may everything that binds us together today always be with us. It is now my honor to introduce to you Dr. Peter Eden, President of Landmark College.
Thanks, Michael. Nice job. Thank you, Michael. Can you hear me? All right. Welcome to the December graduation. Faculty and staff, family, friends, it's wonderful to have you here. We know you were part of this process with these wonderful graduates. You know that we all worked together to help them. I hope, graduates, you're grateful for all that your family and friends have done for you in this journey. I remember, it's funny the things you remember. I remember being a young kid, maybe 12, and I think I was in a waiting room of a doctor's office, and my mother's in there, and it's taken forever, and people know how patient I am and calm I am. I was writhing around, and I was visibly annoyed at how long it took, and a woman was in the, I remember this vividly, she was in the waiting room as well, and she might have asked me what my problem was, or, somehow we talked with one another, and I said, my mother's taking forever, and I've been waiting a long time. And I remember she said, I'll bet you she's waited for you many times. And I thought, I had no response, She was absolutely right. And for some reason, that stuck with me. That's right. My mom waited for me many, many times. And, I was a little more grateful of all the sacrifices she made. So I hope you're grateful for everything that your friends, you better be. Now, we always ask at these events for parents to raise your hand if this is your first child graduating from college. Yeah? Okay. How about if it's your last child? Oh, you know what that means, right? However, how many have a graduate today who's staying at Landmark College for a baccalaureate degree? There you go. Wonderful. We have about 12 or so of our associate degree graduates staying for a baccalaureate. And it's wonderful to see, as we grow all of our programs here, that they recognize that this is the ideal environment for academic success and also success in many other realms. So I'm lucky because I get to come up here and say a few words. And in the past, one time I asked some students, what should I say? And I got some great advice. And this time at President's Council. The President's Council is a fancy name for a group of vice presidents, myself, directors charged with running the college. We're often wrong, but we're never in doubt. That should be our motto. We talked about things that I might say, and we had a really great conversation. And most of it focused around the fact that graduates, you've shown that challenges are not unbridgeable. You've shown that you can succeed here at college. You've shown that, and you have all these core competencies now, many of them, listening, hard work, everything. But at President's Council, we talked about the skills and strategies you're learning as related to handling the differences, the disagreements, diversity in our world. And we talked a little bit about, you're not perfect. You're not perfect, so don't expect perfection out of others, okay? We live in this culture, and again, this was straight from PC, the cancel culture, the call-out culture. And it made me think of an academic course that is offered at another institution. The name of it is From Bigots to Snowflakes, Living in a World Where Everyone is Wrong. And I thought, what a great course. We should offer it. We should offer that course. And the conversation we had was that we know you've gained skills and strategies to succeed today, okay? And you're not perfect, but you're learning ways to bridge these differences and these disagreements. When you're in an echo chamber and you only listen to people who agree with you politically or whatever, you're not really learning. You're not really changing the world. And if you feel virtuous because you called someone out who doesn't align with you, that's a hollow victory. So we need you. We need you to continue to get better, to understand that people are not perfect. Everything's a process. And these differences in the world, they have to be bridged. And you're the generation that has to do it. I don't know how well my generation is faring in that regard. We're counting on you. Now, we also talked a bit at President's Council about success. What does success mean for you all? It doesn't mean that if you make a lot of money, necessarily. Success, first of all, is however you define it, okay? But it doesn't mean if you make a lot of money, that's success. We feel that success is being comfortable with who you are, with your neurodiversity, your LD, and sharing that with others, helping others who need some assistance. That's success, okay? Helping enlighten others when it comes to differences writ large. You know the journey you've taken, and look at the success today, just sitting on stage. But the challenges will never stop. The changes will never stop. We did not educate you with specific levers to pull for specific crises. We hopefully educated you to have a foundation and a baseline of competencies and understanding that diversity and differences are pretty much baked into who we are as human beings. But you have to be intentional about bridging them, and we want to see that from you. That is the greatest evidence of success, perhaps. Now, we all work together. Mark Thurman, director of the Centers for Diversity and Inclusion, he's resolute in his vision that we must work together. We must work together. And I was thinking this morning when I was trying not to slip on the ice that, and this is a little corny, but bear with me. It's a little corny. Maybe I shouldn't say it, but I'm going to say it in videotaped. Is that wouldn't the world be a better place, honestly, if it operated more like Landmark College, right? We've all worked together. We cooperate. We're not perfect at all. We're not perfect, but we work together better than any other institution. We work together, and we try to understand differences. So wouldn't this world be better if it could operate a little bit like Landmark College? We were happy to help you. A lot of credit goes to the family, friends, faculty, and staff, fantastic. But most of the credit goes to you all for working hard, living up to your potential, and now we want to see you succeed in other ways to help change the world. Okay? Congratulations.
The Community Service Award is given to a student or students who unselfishly gives of themselves to the activities of Landmark College or the greater area community. Today, I am honored to present this award to Emily McGuire. Take it all in. Emily just asked me, so I just stand here now? It's an important question because Emily does not stand still at Landmark College. Emily, as I thought about the words to put together to explain why you're receiving this award today, and heard from others on campus who know and respect the work you have done, a couple of quotes came to mind. One by Coretta Scott King, where she said, "The greatness of a community is most accurately measured by the compassionate action of its members." And the second by Felicia Johnson, where she said, "Speak up and speak clearly. I want to hear what you have to say because it matters. Let's listen to each other and respect one another's opinion." Emily, you're being recognized today for the work you have done for our community and through the Centers for Diversity and Inclusion to help students understand that each one of us is a gift to the community and that this is a home to all of us. To express it best, I have one more quote from a student, admittedly paraphrased. It's about the pose party that was your brainchild and you spearheaded, that very famous pose party. And the student sentiment was this: the pose party was amazing. It was probably the best part of the semester where everyone felt like they belong. Congratulations, Emily, and thank you. It's now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Gail Gibson Sheffield, Vice President for Academic Affairs.
Good morning. At each graduation ceremony, I have the opportunity, on behalf of the faculty, to present the Academic Dean's Award. This award is given to students who have best demonstrated the qualities that define academic success at Landmark College. Academic success can be defined by those measurable achievements such as grades, but it also includes those intangible characteristics such as creativity and scholarly engagement, honest self-awareness and mutual respect for others, leadership and resiliency, hard work, intellectual development, and responsible citizenship. Our two award winners exemplify all these values. At the associate's level, the Academic Dean's Award is given to Sarah Lennox. Sarah is graduating today with an Associate of Arts in Liberal Studies. She has been described by her art faculty as an outstanding and talented young artist. But in the true liberal arts tradition, what really makes Sarah stand out is the depth of her intellectual engagement in all that she does. As I read through the comments provided by her faculty, over and over again, Sarah is described as exceeding expectations with great enthusiasm and insight. Faculty are also impressed by her work ethic, her memory for details, and her great sense of humor. One faculty member wrote, "Sarah epitomizes what we hope for when we think about a student being able to think in an interdisciplinary way, and then exercise a high degree of discipline to realize her vision for her work. Sarah is also someone who serves as a steady source of support to those around her, in and out of the class. Like many of our students, Sarah has had to deal with exceptional challenges to get this far, but has done so with courage, humility, and care. A member of Phi Theta Kappa, Sarah is graduating summa cum laude today with a GPA of 4.0. Congratulations. At the bachelor's level, the Academic Dean's Award is given to Christopher Bollier. Christopher is graduating today with a BA in Liberal Studies. At Landmark College, this degree emphasizes interdisciplinary understanding and civic engagement. It is our hope to graduate individuals who will take what they learn here and go on to be ethically responsible global citizens. And Christopher exemplifies those ideals. He inspires his faculty with his commitment, curiosity, and willingness to dive into experiences that are integral to his education. His final capstone project, which I had the privilege to see, was titled Red, Blue, and Shades of Purple, Voter Behavior Among the Disabled and Neurodivergent Communities. I was not alone in considering the project to be thought-provoking. It demonstrated his affinity for public service. A faculty member commented that Christopher has a fierce intellect that could be used to dominate, but instead he uses it to care about people in the room, and to care about justice and voice for people who are different. Several of his fellow students have said that he could be president someday. Well, well, Christopher, whatever your path leads you, we know that you are going to make us proud. A member of Golden Key, Christopher is graduating summa cum laude with a GPA of 4.0. It's my honor to present the Bachelor Level Academic Dean's Award to Christopher Bollier. Congratulations. Now, please welcome back to the podium President Peter Eden.
Thank you, Gail. Thanks very much. Okay, 2 awards. First is the Charles Drake Award. The Charles Drake Award is awarded to a student who has inspired the Landmark College community by his or her personal qualities. This student is not a quitter, but rather one who lives in the tradition of Dr. Charles Drake, whose lifetime of vision and courage helped to found this college. This is a student who gives 100%, who goes the extra mile, and who perseveres in the pursuit of his or her goals. This student helps the rest of us realize that we have more resources to draw upon than we may think. This person helps us keep going when we feel discouraged. The recipient of the Charles Drake Award is Ryan Gonzalez. Okay, Ryan was unable to make it to the ceremony today, but he may be watching. I don't think he feels well. He may be watching. I think his family's watching as we tape this. So I wanted to say that Ryan, you're a tremendous young man, absolutely tremendous young man, and you may not think about it or believe it, but you do inspire others. We are inspired by your perseverance. You've earned this award, and we think you're terrific. Now, a couple years ago, Ryan and we decided to have a special handshake, and he tried it, and I was so bad on it, he eventually gave up. And he won't even do it with me now because I'm so bad. So you don't get to see that, fortunately, but we're so proud of you, Ryan. Now, President's Award. The President's Award is given to the student who has best exemplified the principles we believe in here at Landmark College. This student is talented and energetic, meets difficulties head-on, works hard, is dedicated to his or her studies. On the other hand, this student also finds time to contribute to the well-being of other persons and to the life of the Landmark College community as a whole. President's Award winner is Rhiannon Gray-Wolf. Way to go, Rhiannon. I don't know if you recognize how good you are, honestly. I'm not sure you realize it, how good you are as a person, a scholar, a student. The other day we were talking, and you said how sad you are to leave Landmark College, right? And I said, go to graduate school, get a graduate degree, and come back and join the faculty. Gail, do not put that in your budget already, but I wasn't kidding, okay? I wasn't kidding. I won't tell the frog story that we shared. That's just, you want me to tell the frog story? I'll tell the frog story if you want. Okay. So about 4 years ago, I'm in my office having an important meeting, and there's a student standing right outside one of my windows. I get distracted. It's Rhiannon looking down, and I'm just like, what is that kid doing? And I open the window, say, what's going on? And she says, there's a frog fell in the well. I said, oh, no. So I went out. We looked down there, right? We saw this really beautiful frog, and it's like down deep. We had to remove the grate, and of course, I did the only thing I had to do, which is I pushed Rhiannon into the well to get the frog. I jumped into the well, right, didn't I? I jumped into the well, we got the frog, and then we didn't know what to do with it, right? There's no metaphor for this, it's just a story, okay? And we took the beautiful frog, and what did? We brought it behind the Click Center and near some water. We put it in the creek. I don't know, she's starting to embellish. I don't remember going, remember we talked about the frog is going to be this big by the third time we tell the story? Anyways, we worked together, we saved the frog, and that's it. It was wonderful. That is how we met, but I'm going to remember you for more than just saving the frog, Rhiannon. You're absolutely fantastic. Congratulations. All right. Now, I have something interesting and new to present to you today. Before Dr. Gibson Sheffield comes up to present the diplomas to our graduates, we have other graduates, or at least one, maybe others in the audience today. These are graduates of our post-baccalaureate certificate program. So, yeah, we offer associate degree programs, baccalaureate, college courses for students in high school for dual enrollment. We also have a post-baccalaureate grad certificate, and we've had that for about 5 years or so, and we're going to recognize the recipients. And so what I'd like for those recipients, or at least that one recipient today, is to stand up and be recognized. Anybody else? All right. Excellent. Wonderful. Nice job. Now, Gail Gibson Sheffield will come up and start to confer the academic degrees.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for Associate of Arts in Liberal Studies. Devin Blanchard, Phi Theta Kappa, magna cum laude.
So I was recently at my cousin's graduation at UVM, and a speaker told me that I should thank people for this graduation. So I would like to thank my family for believing in me when I couldn't believe in myself. Thank you.
Inez Bourbon-Bors, Phi Theta Kappa, magna cum laude. Sunny Ionowski, cum laude.
I believe that we keep our greatest memories with us forever, and we should start something new and build a new memory that we will never expect in the future. When I first knew about Landmark, I learned big meanings and understandings about what this school really does for these students and how they can learn differently. When I started my first semester, I didn't feel like I was in the right spot at first. But in the later semesters, I felt as if I had a deep connection with the college and the people involved. I love the school because these hardworking and outstanding professors understand of how we go through academic challenges at different paces. And they teach us ways how we can understand and learn from each other in a fun and creative way. I want to thank all the professors that I have had and known in the past that I've gotten along with very well, and will never forget them for how they taught me, because most importantly, it helped me grow as a student. I guess this what I'm trying to say about starting something new, like Landmark, which will become a new memory for what I have accomplished and how I came to the stage with a diploma in my hands. I want to thank my mom and dad for being there for me, and everybody that has been there for me and my side. Thank you so much, and have a great 2020.
Jenna Farnad. Ethan Ilkert. Clark Geegan.
Over the past 2 years, more and more, I've been thinking about what my past self would think if they saw me today. Right now, I'm graduating with my associates, and while I'm staying at Landmark for one more semester, I'm eventually going to be transferring to study some variant of astrophysics and planetary science. I'm looking out into an auditorium filled with incredibly supportive professors and faculty who have helped me figure out how to learn the best way I can, and strengths that I didn't even know I had. An incredibly supportive mom, and some amazing friends who I've had some wonderful adventures with. And in particular, one person, Gil, who I started talking The Last Airbender with last September, and who's since become my partner and best friend. In the past year, I have read my poetry out loud in front of an audience. I have climbed a mountain range, and I have followed an academic and career path that I never thought I would. I've even found the name Clark that means me. So being at Landmark helped me learn how to learn better, and that helped everything else fall into place. I learned that I am capable, and that it is worth trying, and that I never want to watch life go by from the sidelines again. So to everybody who helped me learn those things, and to everyone I've had the pleasure of spending time with along the way, thank you.
Carter Griffith.
I would like to thank everyone who came to support me, especially my parents and my aunt who couldn't be there, but I know she's there with me in good spirit. I'd like to thank my professors who have been there for me for my journey at Landmark, then my other advisor at the previous college I was at who told me that Landmark would be a good fit for me, and I know she believed in me. That's why I'm here, so I'd just like to thank everyone who believed in me. Thank you.
Alexandra Jassen.
School has always been difficult for me.
Late nights finishing homework in elementary school to the dark days in high school. My own high school didn't believe in me. Thank you to my parents who were always around and for me and believing in me when I was not able to believe in myself. My parents are my biggest supporters, and I am forever grateful for them. Finding Landmark was a godsend. I feel blessed for the constant love and support I received from my professors and the endless encouragement of my advisor, Eve. To my friends who are students here, you have been a source of inspiration, confidence, and you have showed me it was possible and worth it, and thank you. You have helped me grow in more ways than I could have imagined. Thank you.
Evan Lane, cum laude. Sarah Lennox, Phi Theta Kappa, summa cum laude.
I'll keep this short. I'm leaving the big one for my bachelor's. First, thank you, Mom and Dad, for forcing me and my sister to practice and perform Reader's Theater with you. It's really helping this public speaking thing. Jokes aside, I really want to thank my parents for all that they've done. A part of growing up is realizing that your parents are not infallible, but I'd say that mine are pretty amazing nonetheless. I'd also like to thank the Landmark faculty and staff. You guys are phenomenal. Christy Herbert, Jen Morris, Adrian Major, Ellen Wood, where do I stop? It's a sign of how incredible Landmark is that I cannot list everyone here that I wish to thank without lengthening my speech considerably. So thank you all again for everything that you do. And a final thank you to my fellow classmates, to my friends. You make me strive to improve myself every day.
Cara McCarthy.
I would not only like to thank my mom, but my family for encouraging me to come out here, because I have now not only a family in Landmark College, but I also have more confidence, clearly because I am sitting up here talking to a whole crowd that I never thought I would.
Emily McGuire.
Hello. Can you? Oh, there it goes. So yeah, I'm graduating. That's awesome. Thank you. To everybody, I want to thank my parents, my dad, Mike, my mom, Patty, and my stepdad, William, and my stepmom, Kim. You guys are really, really awesome. All four of you are amazing parents. I don't think I'd make it through this world without you. You know, I really want to thank Landmark College because I'm a first-generation college student. I have two brothers and two sets of step-siblings. So that's 7 of us. And I'm the first one graduating college, first out of my parents. And it was really challenging, you know. I was told in elementary school that college was never going to happen. And then I was told that in middle school, and then again in high school. And I believed everybody. I believed that I couldn't do anything better than being a hairdresser in a strip mall. Until I found Landmark College, and they said, you know what? You got dyslexia. We all have dyslexia. Welcome. So, yeah. I want to thank all my professors, Todd Miller, oh my God, Rebecca Maddie, Jim Bockham, Meg Baronian, oh, I love you, Matt Gander, John Rose, somebody please give him back his classroom in the EAB auditorium. I'm not kidding. Oh, sorry, the admin auditorium, but that's where he should teach. Please give it back to him. Thank you. Yeah, thank you all so much. Oh, I really want to thank Student Affairs Office, the Res Life, Sarah Jane, Michael Luciani, you're amazing. I see you working really hard every day. And I really, really want to thank Kelly O'Ryan, who's an amazing human being. She works so hard, and she's a full-time mom of 3. She's a badass. She is amazing. Thank you, Kelly O'Ryan. And I really, really, really want to thank Mark Thurman, a man who literally saw me at my absolute worst and still believed in me fully, believed that I can do something amazing. And he saw my leadership potentials, and he gave me this opportunity to win an award. Thank you. That's awesome. I have an award. But thank you. Thank you so much, Mark Thurman. You are the most amazing person on this planet, and you give somebody like me an opportunity to show that I can do something. So thank you very much.
John Munt. Neil Norby.
Right. I got here and I hadn't originally planned on a speech, but I heard 5 minutes before I marched up on stage that giving a speech is the thing to do nowadays, so here I am. As per usual, I would like to thank the professors here at Landmark College, and especially Stephen Glover. Hello there. He's been I've been in one of his classes every semester, so he's kept me on the musical path. That's good. I'd like to thank my advisors, McKee Cronin, the most recent one, and apart from, of course, the most importantly, my family, who's here in the audience. Hello. I'd also like to thank the support staff here at Landmark College, without whom I fear my grades would be vastly diminished. I was homeschooled, and so I have a tendency of feeling that I can do everything myself and that I don't need any help. And whenever that turned out not to be the case, slightly more often than I would like to admit, the support staff is always there to help me out and get me back on track. So thank you.
Madison Party. Kenneth Pepper.
I just want to thank my family and especially my sister and brother-in-law coming from Dallas. And I also wanted to thank all my faculty and advisors for helping me get here today. Thank you.
Hayden Sauceville, Phi Theta Kappa, magna cum laude. Benjamin Schiebel. Adam Sherman.
There have been so many people who have expected this moment. And I think if I tried to list them, it would be a disservice to them. And there's only, of all the people I know, I think there was only one exception to that rule I mentioned. And he is speaking to you right now at this podium. I have never been more happy to be wrong.
Sarah Silvestro.
Hi. To all the people that told me this wasn't gonna happen, I just proved you wrong. Also, I like to thank the trustees, the Karen and Pass, for making this happen. So thank you. Also, thank you to Annie Goldberg, Sarah Rabbit, Stephen Vitt, and all the Res Life for hearing me rant about things, overthinking it. Also, thank you to my sister and my brother for not making it easy growing up, because you guys don't have LDs, so you made me push so much harder because I wanted to be like you. So thank you so much.
Fitzy Spring.
First, I would like to thank all my friends for putting up with my weirdness and crazy ways. Next, I would like to thank the faculty and staff for not failing me. And shout out to my girlfriend, Erin, even though she unfortunately couldn't make it today. She's the greatest for putting up with me and my sarcastic ways. And finally, I would like to thank my family, who I am making eye contact with as we speak, for supporting me. And thank you to my sister, Riley, who just came back from the other side of the country in Arizona. Thank you.
Alexa Thomas. Victor Tomildon. Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individual has met the requirements for the Associate of Science in Life Sciences. Natalie Nussbaum, Phi Theta Kappa, summa cum laude.
I'll be honest, I didn't think I'd be making it up here. And the fact, when I first came here, I was a nervous wreck. I didn't know what I was doing. And the fact that I'm on track to study biology is that's entirely due to the love and support of my family over there, and to my professors who were able to put up with and channel my enthusiasm, often at really awful early hours in the morning. And my advisor, Kathy, who was able to talk me down when I was having a panic attack in her office.
on a weekly basis. And I've experienced things that I didn't think I would ever experience. I've gotten to study abroad in the Netherlands and Botswana. I've made friendships that are going to last a lifetime. And I've made memories that I'm going to carry with me forever. And I'm going to take the lessons I've learned here, and I'm going to carry them on as I continue pursuing a scientific career. Thank you guys so much, everybody.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for a Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Studies. Christopher Bollier, Golden Keys, summa cum laude.
Well, I've officially become that guy. Well, good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the graduates of Landmark College here today, this beautiful December day. So a round of applause for that. I'd also like to thank President Eden and the Board of Trustees for allowing all of us, the opportunity to speak here as graduates. And furthermore, I'd like to thank my family. I see them up there. My friends, family, friends, professors, support staff, advisor, everyone. Again, it's just everyone here has been incredibly supportive. It hasn't been easy. And I know it probably sounds like, oh, you're just saying that because you're graduating with a 4.0. No, it's more difficult than it looks. No, I mean it. It's been a long journey for, I'm sure, basically all of us on stage today. For me personally, this day has actually been over a decade in the making. I graduated valedictorian of my high school class 10 years ago back in June, and did what everyone's, kind of supposed to do, quote unquote, which is, go to college right after high school. At first, I adjusted surprisingly well, perhaps too surprisingly well, what with being several hours away from home, just in a new, unfamiliar setting with new people around that I, don't know about, not an easy feat for someone who's neurotypical, and even more difficult when you factor in that I have Asperger's syndrome, which is on the autism spectrum, which makes socializing just nigh on impossible. And also on top of that, depression and anxiety. Woo. So yeah, it was interesting. Nevertheless, I did persevere, at least for a while. I had been involved with the college newspaper, class council. I got good grades when I was there as well at my last college. Even managed to make a few friends along the way. However, as I was there, things kind of changed and the climate of the campus just kind of shifted away from what I was kind of led to believe and what I was comfortable with. And this, kind of snowballed, and I eventually suffered a nervous breakdown. And I actually looked at the calendar, and it was apparently 7 years ago yesterday. Not that I've been keeping track. Not intentionally, anyway. No, but I did just happen to see the date, and I was like, oh my God. But even though it wasn't a severe enough one to require hospitalization or anything like that, it did cause me to reassess, my life goals and what I wanted, out of schooling and out of life. And so it was 7 years ago today that I filed the paperwork to leave my last college, a little over a semester shy of getting my bachelor's degree then. So yeah. So over the next few years, I attended therapy, worked, saved some money, got in a bad car accident, not my fault. Attended more therapy as a result of that. And, just all the while kept, wondering if I'd ever get the chance to finally complete my bachelor's degree. Again, just as a little footnote, I'm actually save for one of my stepsisters and my brother-in-law, I'm otherwise the first person in my family to attend a four-year college, so let alone graduate from one. So this was kind of a big deal for us as well. But to make a long story short, I came here to Landmark 2.5 years ago, in the fall of 2017. And at the risk of sounding like some sort of, ad hoc college recruiter, this place has really, helped me to rediscover, who I am, what I am, how I am. I'm currently, well, I guess now formally, since I'm getting the diploma, but I've been involved on campus. I've been in, student government. I've been, I've been, Phi Theta Kappa, Golden Key. Apparently I have a posse. But being here, I have kind of, I guess, rediscovered my intellectual mojo, so to speak. Also made new and I hope lasting friendships. Some on stage, some are in the audience, some are watching the live stream. Hello. And again, I know you want me to keep this short, so I'll wrap it up. So a year and a half ago when I walked with my associate's degree here, I noted in my speech then about how Landmark's motto, "Take a different path," basically sums up how my path, to and through Landmark has been kind of a circuitous path, I guess you can say. Different in any case. That said, I just want to, impart this little piece of wisdom. Everyone's life path kind of goes in a different direction. Remember that. Don't, feel ashamed. Again, here I am, 29 years old and finally getting a bachelor's. But again, everyone moves at their own pace. And I believe, as Dr. Eden has said numerous times, sharks always move forward. So just remember to keep swimming, and now I sound like Dory. But seriously, just remember, go at your own pace. Don't feel pressure from, outside forces saying, oh, you have to do things X, Y, or Z way. Just, stay the course and, keep chugging away. And I wish, may all of today's graduates, be, on the path to success and happiness. Thank you, and congratulations again to the graduates.
Camden Chilkoff.
I see all you today. So, today's a good day. Today's where we all come together and celebrate for an amazing accomplishment. I'd just like to give a special shout out to Mr. Brian Cohen, Sylvegi Schlemsky, and Jim Cabral for passing me on my capstone. I really appreciate it. Thank you. But I also have a couple more shout outs to my lovely girlfriend over there, Michaela Odowski. My number one best friend, Spencer Berger. Oh, yeah, there we go, yeah. Everyone that's graduating as well, and all the friends that came out here to support me in my process. And of course, my lovely family. And I have one more, and it's not a special one, let's say that. It's to my high school principal who said I can never graduate college or even handle college in general. Thank you.
Sarah Rabbit.
Hello, everyone. Let me just pull up my speech really quick. I wrote my speech at like midnight, so it might not be the best, but we're going to try. I just want to start off with congratulating everyone on graduating. When I first came to Landmark 4.5 years ago, I did not know it was going to change my life as much as it did. The very first person that I want to thank is Brian Cohen. 4.5 years ago, I remember my first semester, and I was sitting outside of the Drake Center, and I was looking at my grades, and I saw that I was failing an English class. And just so happened you'd be walking towards me, and you said, "My office is always open. Whenever you need me, I'm here, whether it be to talk or to get help with any classes, like I'm here." And I was like, okay, why is he saying this to me? He doesn't know I'm struggling. He wasn't looking at my grades. And I just want to tell you that you were the first person that's ever allowed me to advocate for myself, and you were that stepping stone for me to know that it is okay to struggle and it is okay to not do well, because then you're going to be able to do better just by that struggle. So I just want to say thank you. To Adrian Major, Sylvegi Schmolsky, Jeff Burgess, Jim Cabral, I just want to say thank you, because your office was always open. Even if I emailed you every single day, wanting to meet 3 times a week, you were always open to it. To Eric Moschella, you have been my rock this semester. You have seen me literally at my worst and at my best. You taught me that it is okay to be vulnerable and to feel. You have pushed me, challenged me, and had me step out of my comfort zone because you believed in me, even when I didn't believe in myself. You have impacted my life in more ways than I can tell you. And I don't know how to thank you enough. You inspire me, and thank you for being someone that I can count on. To my family, thank you for all that you do for me. You are appreciated more than I can ever tell you. And to the most important person in my life, my mom. The semester before I came to Landmark, my mom had a stroke, and I was thinking about dropping out of school to take care of her. She encouraged me to stay in school and that she would be okay. On Christmas of 2016, I texted my mom to wish her a Merry Christmas and asked if she was going to be in New York with my family the next day. She said she had to stay home because someone could not watch the pets at home, which I knew was a total lie because she plans everything ahead. So I called her, and she said she was being rushed to the emergency room because she thinks something's wrong and she's not going to make it. Come to find out, she was having a massive internal bleed. The doctors weren't doing everything that they could to save my mom, so I prayed every day that I wouldn't lose her and that miraculously she would get better. I rushed to New York when doctors gave her the okay to fly. When I walked into my grandparents' house after getting off a 6-hour plane ride from Cali, I walked into the bedroom and my mom wasn't there. I stood there confused, wondering where she went and what happened. In that instant, I thought I lost my mom. She ended up coming out of the bathroom, struggling to walk and talk. I prayed again and again that she would get better, and God answered my prayers and she got better. That following year, I was getting my associate's degree, and 2 weeks before I was supposed to get my degree, I got a call from my mom saying that she was having another internal bleed. I was confused, I was angry, and I didn't know why my mom had to go through all this, and I couldn't be there for her. I had such a big day, and that was the one person I needed to be there, and she wasn't there. My mom is my motivator, my supporter, and I didn't know if I could get through this day without her. I started praying time and time again that she would get better, and she did. My mom is here today, watching me walk across this day. Getting my bachelor's degree. Mom, I am so beyond grateful that you are here today. You are my best friend. You are everything to me. I never want to imagine a day without you because that is never going to happen. I know I don't say this enough, but I will say it a million times today. Thank you for all that you do, and I love you so much. And congratulations to everyone graduating today.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Bachelor of Arts in Studio Art. Andrew Barnick.
I first started here at Landmark College 10 years ago in the fall of 2009. And that back then they didn't even have a baccalaureate program, let alone a studio art program. A lot has happened since then, and I don't want to regale you with my whole life story, but in general, I think that the college has changed for the better, and I've changed for the better. I would like to thank all the people who helped me get here. I can't thank them all individually. There's too many. But I'd like to thank my professors, my advisors, my counselors, the friends I've made here, especially my fellow art students. I would like to thank my family, especially my sister Sky, who I wouldn't have made it this far without. Thank you.
Annie Goldberg.
I've been going to Landmark for 5 years, or 5.5, 11 semesters. There. Just do it that way. That's how we do it at Landmark. We count by semesters, not years. And there have been a lot of people who have helped me along the way. There are two important people here. My mentor, Andy Donahue, who couldn't be here today because he's in Japan. Lucky him. But he was there from the beginning, my first day, my interview, everything. He's been my rock the entire time I've been here. The second person I'd like to thank is Christy Herbert for believing in me and making it so I can be an artist and showing me that I can do this. The other people I'd like to thank is my mom for taking my calls 6 or 7 or 8 times a day and being there no matter what I need. And my dad for driving me 5-6 hours a day in one day, doing it back from Philly and back here. And then my siblings, who have always been there for me no matter what. Whenever I need them, they're right there. And my grandparents, who are the biggest supports in my life. And the one very special person I'd like to thank is my best friend, Sarah Silvestra. She's there for me no matter what. If I'm having a bad day, or if I just need somebody to watch Grey's Anatomy with, she'll be there for me. Congrats on your associates, by the way. But this has been like the biggest thing I've done ever, and I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm really proud of myself, and I'm glad that I did this. Turtle down. Thank you so much.
Rhiannon Greywolf, Golden Key, summa cum laude.
For once, I have not planned something in advance with 5 revisions, and that's because no matter what I write, it will never fully and truly represent how much Landmark has given me. I want so badly to put my feelings into words, but I can't. It was my one seemingly unattainable dream to go to Japan since I was 5. And Landmark gave me that and so much more. Sorry. Landmark gave me the tools. Tears, man, they're hard to see through. Landmark gave me the tools to prove to those that don't understand that I am capable, smart, and able to learn. Landmark gave me the opportunity to meet the most caring, loving, most interesting, and accomplished people I have ever met. And I have had the privilege of calling these people my professors. Landmark allowed me to prove that, yes, you can get a degree in environmental science. And yes, you can get a bachelor's in studio art as well. And yes, you can pursue both. And they both relate, and they both inform, and I can pursue these passions, not separate, but as one. Both with dyslexia, dyscalculia, and dysgraphia. Science and art mean the world to me, but Landmark means just as much, if not more. The relationships I've made at Landmark with faculty, friends, are far from anything I dreamed of experiencing as a very introverted child growing up in rural Vermont. This speech probably doesn't make much sense. This is because I am just so sad that I'm leaving such an accepting place that I feel so rooted in, and I can never thank you enough. Thank you to the art department. Thank you to the science department. Thank you to my moms, and thank you to my loving and supportive boyfriend. Thank you to the friends I've made here. Just all of you, thank you so much.
Timothy Williams.
Meryl. For those who don't know, that's an inside joke between me and my friend Ellen. First, I would like to congratulate my fellow graduates today. We've all worked hard and proved our naysayers wrong. There are so many people that I would have supported me on my journey to this milestone, but if I thanked every one of them, we will be here all day, and I'm sure we all have celebrations to attend later today. But I would like to thank some landmark people. Firstly, my mother, Lori. Your love and support are the sustenance to my soul. My Aunt Mara, who has been not just a great family member, but a major support, and both emotionally and financially. And so I thank you for allowing me to be here at this wonderful institution that is like a second home. I would like to thank Christy Herbert and Humberto Ramirez, who guided me through my capstone, which was a hard process, but they got me through it. To Samuel Rowlett and Jen Morris, who through our talks have given me inspiration and guidance into being a better artist. And to Joyce Rogers, a person who I feel is a like-minded spirit and inspiration as a student. And Kelly O'Ryan, a great person to know. I would like to thank President Eden for being a great president and an inspiration. Thank you for attending this graduation ceremony.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individual meets the requirements for the Bachelor of Science in Computer Science: Brian Ramsar.
I'd just like to do a few thank yous. I'd like to thank Professor Russo for being my advisor and helping me guide me through this degree program and pointing out my shenanigans. I'd like to thank Professor Astor for helping me teach me with AI and assist me with my capstone. I'd like to thank Professor Keith for helping guide me through my capstone. I'd also like to thank Professor Bauer for helping me set up a job and for my future. And actually, I already got a job interview with a large company down in Philadelphia this Monday. Thank you. I'd also like to thank all my other professors and my family for pointing out my bad jokes and shenanigans, and thank you.
By the power vested in me by the Board of Trustees, I hereby confer upon you the Associate of Arts degrees in Liberal Studies, Associate of Science degrees in Life Sciences, Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Studies and in Studio Art, and Bachelor of Science in Computer Science on this day, December 14th, 2019. I hereby present the December 2019 class of graduates who are now also officially welcomed into the Landmark College Alumni Association. Grads, flip your tassels. I think we're going to have the class gift now. Yes.
On behalf of the graduating class of 2019, it is our pleasure to present Landmark College with a check for $2,020.19. Designated for scholarship support in memory of alumnus Peter Greenberg. From the class of 2016, Peter was our classmate, for many of us our orientation leader. Other areas the graduating class is supporting is the growth of the STEM lab, library, and the art department. This total is a collective effort of donations and services and fundraising from the December 2019 class and the Young Alumni Committee. We are honored to provide this support and have an impact on Landmark's future. Please accept this gift to Landmark College with our sincere appreciations for all that you do, the faculty and staff do for us.
Right there. This is yours, right? Nice job. Thank you all for this gift of scholarship and academic support. We will gladly accept it, and it'll directly help our college and our students. So thank you and nice job. All right. It's my pleasure to introduce Tricia Stanley for the alumni welcome.
Well, hello, everybody. Alumni. Well, on behalf of Landmark College and the Office of Alumni Relations, we are proud to now officially welcome you as alumni. While being a Landmark student is only a few years' commitment, being a Landmark alum is for life. As you move through your future education, career, and life paths, we will be here to support you. Now, I have a little theory that I came up recently. My 3-year-old daughter recently became obsessed with The Wizard of Oz. We have read it every night, and in good ADHD fashion, I have hyper-focused on it. Landmark feels like The Wizard of Oz. That these 2, 4, and if you're anything like me, 5 years earning your undergraduate degree have felt like a dream. As well as being a wonderful adventure, The Wizard of Oz shows that each traveler already possessed the skills that they thought that they lacked. Think about it, that for somewhere in the midst of this tornado of life that we have with LDs, you have found a place in the middle of nowhere that's filled with such unique characters, adventures, that you were able to find yourself and your talents. Maybe you wished upon a star and you woke up with the clouds behind you. Maybe that wicked witch was a school system or a teacher that didn't believe in you. Who is your Galinda, the good witch, the mentor that dispensed wisdom and advice along the way? The professor that unlocked the love of learning, the resident dean that pushed you to find leadership? Who were your trusty friends, the companions that will last a lifetime, that bridged a genuine sense of belonging while you were here? The friend that was your scarecrow that sat next to you in LD Sem that unlocked your learning disability strengths? The Tin Man that found their heart and compassion through student leadership? The cowardly lion that desperately found courage in themselves by an internship? Maybe you even found Toto, the trusty emotional support animal that was always by your side. And we still don't know about the Lollipop Guild. Don't worry. Maybe you'll find them. But in the end, you have learned that this has been home all along, that there is no place like Landmark. And my job is to ensure that you always find Landmark to be your home, and that all you need to do is follow that yellow brick road back to Putney. So thank you.
Thank you, Tricia. We have 2 members of the Landmark College Board of Trustees here on stage with us. One is an alumnus as well, Bratt Hemsworth. And we also have on stage the chair of the Landmark College Board of Trustees, Bob Lewis, and he will deliver the closing remarks. Bob.
Hello, everyone. Got to get something out of my pocket. It's hard to get to pockets when you have these things on. So, dear graduates, let me be among the first to congratulate you on achieving your degree at Landmark College. Your diploma represents the recognition of your achievements by your professors, the president, and the board of trustees. You have met or even exceeded the high standards set by the faculty of this institution and affirmed by our accrediting body, the New England Commission of Higher Education. This is a great moment, and you should be proud of it. As many of you have stated today, to all of us, your road to success has not always been easy. People charged with helping you along the way have not always been supportive, encouraging, or even competent. And you have not always given yourself the best shot at success all the time either. However, you all found Landmark College, where every day we live out our mission to transform the way students learn, teachers teach, and the public thinks about education. Here you found your unique path to becoming an effective lifelong learner. You found out how you learn, what you need to succeed, that nothing this great comes without hard work, slips and falls, and a desire to always get back up, and then a growing confidence in your interests and your capabilities. You have achieved success through mature, rigorous, and persistent effort. Congratulations to you. So today, I, along with my fellow trustee, Bratt Hemsworth, here on stage, we represent the Board of Trustees of Landmark College. Some of you may wonder what the Board of Trustees does anyway, and why do we get to stand up here and shake your hand and congratulate you when you graduate? Well, our roles at the college are few, but very important. We are entrusted with the duty of care and loyalty to this college, to ensure that this institution continues forever, providing quality higher education to those who learn differently. Ultimately, we approve the strategic direction of the college. We work closely with the president to determine priorities and direction, and we are fiduciaries of the financial health of the institution. We care deeply for the college, and we provide support in many dimensions, including financial. The most exciting outcome of all of this effort is to see you students reach this goal today. And so we get the privilege of shaking your hands at graduation. My parting request to you, as you go forward from today, pursuing your next challenge, is to take us with you. You will obviously take what you've learned with you. You will also take with you the knowledge you have gained here about how you learn, what you need to succeed, how to self-advocate, and how to achieve success. And remember that life and lifelong learning is a team effort. Working together in a team, offering your skills and knowledge to the effort, recognizing your limitations, and then being able and ready to accept them from others. These are not weaknesses. This is what life is all about. We humans found out quite a long time ago that our ability to join efforts to achieve common goals is a strength and should be encouraged. No one achieves their best results insisting that they go it alone. Think about the many individuals that have contributed to your success, both before you got here and all those who helped you here. What character and strength did they have? Recognize it and emulate it. Figuratively, take them with you. Think about what you have done to help you, and then reach out to others in the future and help them when they need it. Most of all, take our RUSH principles with you. At Landmark, the society strives to embrace the principles of respect, understanding, safety, and honesty. The environment created by these principles provided possibly the most inclusive, diverse, understanding, and respectful environment that you may ever encounter. But one thing today is becoming even more clear. The way we do things matters, and the way we treat our fellow human beings is what establishes us as members of a global society. From maintaining peace to ensuring our environment is conducive to human health and to the future, we need respect, understanding, safety, and honesty to achieve these global necessities. At convocation, way back when, whatever it was, when you arrived here, you entered into a pact with the college to embrace these principles. Remember these coins? When you were here, you got a coin like this to establish your pact about these principles. Find yours, dust it off, and keep it with you. It will never disappoint. So now, I wish you all the very best as you pursue your future goals and achieve your aspirations. Congratulations.
As we gaze upon the beauties of jump in and get going. Good afternoon. So already we're at meeting number 6 of the 6 we're having on Serious Products Working Group. I'll say something now that I might say at the end, but sometimes we get into such interesting discussions that I forget some closing things. And I just wanted to thank everyone for participating. I know people put time and effort into travel, reading, reviewing things, offering comments, and I just feel like people have been very helpful and upbeat, always chipping in remarks to help us make progress. And so I just want to say, on behalf of the legislature that's going to use the report that we're putting together, thanks very much for gathering a lot of useful information. The committee will be able to take this topic up and work much more productively, faster, by virtue of having all this material collected in our website and the report itself. So, thank you all. Last time we were going through the notes that we had all submitted back in late October and compiling them into this document, items, pros and cons related to those considerations, and then we added in notes as we went. When we broke off, we stopped actually at Stephanie's comments, so I don't know if you have these with you. If not, we can pass by you and double back to give you a moment to find those. It was your 1, 2, 3 from back in October. Then bottle bill, reducing waste and EPR. So why don't we do the Andy, you get finished with yours. And, I'm up with the ones I sent in. And that's like page, they're not numbered, but maybe page 10 or 12, something like that. So as I thought about the same assignment we gave ourselves, I went back all the way to maybe one chart, and it was reduce the use of single products. Because I felt like there's a temptation to get sort of into the weeds on something, and it's easy to lose sight of overall objectives. So for me, it was focusing again on reducing volume, and then secondly, packaging. And then they started to get into different types of packaging. So we have glass, plastic, and aluminum. And why don't I treat those as 3 separate things. So reducing the volume of glass, and I guess it's not necessarily just glass per se, but glass that ends up as problematic glass. So bottle filled glass, which seems to still have a market, versus commingled glass, which seems to be a cost to most these days because of a lack of a market for those materials. So let me just double check to make sure with the 2 major processes of all this that that's still true. So the conversation we've had at different points was related to, so I guess we reduce volume of glass, and I suppose one way of saying that would also be reduce the volume of, can we back up and call it waste glass, by diversion to waste markets. By which I'm trying to say, that we would get a clean stream from more glass if it were to be made available through the bottle bill. So a pro, I guess, would be that we could reduce MRF costs, right? And increase the amount of recycled glass. That sounds true. Am I missing anything? I don't know if the contaminated glass ever gets used at a lower quality use, but it's still
So
Has
I
some
don't want to speak
value.
for CSWD, but I can speak to what happens with Rutland's glass. So we put glass cleanup equipment in last spring of 2019, and it cleans it up quite a bit.
Okay.
Got it to a more marketable material,
Yeah.
if you will. So for a while, that was going up to 2M in Canada and being made into fiberglass. 2M has since stopped accepting that material from us. I don't know about you, Jen, but they apparently had too much unprocessed material on site, so their Canadian regulators told them they couldn't take it anymore. So we
Do you think
just,
that is temporary, or it seems like?
I don't know, it's kind of hard to tell, but regardless, it's not reliable.
Okay.
So we are now beginning to rail it to North Carolina's to Strategic, who turns it into either bottle to bottle or another media. There's various medias that they make glass out of.
Is it a cost center for you, or a profit center, or a break
It's a
even?
cost.
A cost, right?
Yep.
And just curious, so I understand, is that because of the cost of transportation of this heavy, not so very valuable
By
material?
rail, it's expensive, yeah, and it's, further distance. So the further you transport it, more expensive it gets, and it's heavy.
So if more glass ended up going through the bottled channel, is that something that Casella is neutral on, or supports, or I just want to, we're not, it's not exactly how we're making a decision, but it's good to know.
Yeah, it's difficult for us because we don't want to, we get concerned about what other materials are gonna be taken with that kind of expansion. So is it just glass, is it other materials, because that drives volume of material that is more valuable to the MRF away from the MRF, which is already struggling.
So just to make sure I understand, we've talked some about if that expansion included PET and aluminum, those are profit centers to MRFs.
Right.
So they help underwrite the cost of handling a money loser.
Like glass and paper, yeah.
Right. So decreasing the cost is fine, but taking away the profits, less fine.
Right.
Right, well, and that was the way I was thinking about it, like, if there's a problematic material, can we divert more of it into a higher use that ends up being perhaps a profit or a center as opposed to a cost center, and just get, from an energetics point of view and all the rest, more use out of the glass rather than basically having a big cost to everyone.
Well, it's definitely driving up the tip fee.
So you don't end up stockpiling any glass. I mean, you have to, as you process, you need to move it someplace.
Right.
Is that true for you guys as well?
Well, we, some of our glass can't be processed into the PGA material in the wintertime. PGA being processed glass aggregate that we're selling or sending to Whitman. So that material either goes to 2M or we're holding on to it until we can continue to process it into PGA or find another outlet. But it certainly is at a cost. That's definitely true. And this was in one of my recommendations that I had passed on was expansion of the glass. But with that was a repeal of aluminum and PET going to the bottle bill because of the cost of the recycling system and that concern that if you put expansion of the bottle bill of any type on the table, that it moves into other materials that would be pretty detrimental to the recycling system in its current state. So that is definitely a concern of ours. And why I moved it off the table was if we're moving towards talking about EPR,
right,
that really is a system that, on all material system approach, which is more likely preferable, and the producers would determine if it's in their best interest to separate glass out and manage it so that it potentially has better markets than in a single stream system. But if you're requiring them to capture a high percentage of the material, okay, single stream, and you move those materials out of single stream, you might lose some of that material because it's more difficult for consumers to bring it somewhere separately.
Can I ask my question about the bottle bill? It's not based upon material, right? It's based upon the beverage type.
Right.
So you couldn't, how would we pull out? Because there's sometimes SKUs of a particular product contain aluminum or glass the next week, depending upon the season. How would we pull certain materials out of the bottle bill if it's statutorily based on the type of beverage, right?
You'd have to change the law to do it.
The entire bottle bill.
Restructure the, well, not the entire bottle bill, but those materials that are falling under it.
Subject to it.
Yeah.
Instead of making it, one option to consider would be instead of making it beverage type, it would be container type.
But that's not something that shows up on a SKU that a retailer can scan necessarily, unless it's an entirely different SKU line. It's the same 12-ounce Coca-Cola product, if it's what it is. It's not going to scan any different for Aaron at the retail. You would have to, I mean, that's set internationally by the GPC one source system. So,
So the UPC code or whatever that is the same, whether it's an aluminum or plastic.
it's the product inside that's being sold. So that's how the bottle bill cues off of the UPC scanning. So, just throw that out there as a challenge.
Yeah, that would be challenging.
To know. So even if it's, are they by size? There's so
Yeah, it's
many
by size.
permutations of how you can buy.
Yeah, there's different permutations. So if it's a 12.5 ounce or a 16 ounce, it's going to be the same SKU, but some bottlers may also run in glass, some may run in aluminum. It'll change by season because glass doesn't go as well in the cooler, and as water moves into aluminum potentially in some cases now, it's still the same serving size. Whether or not it's a different SKU is based upon the product, the volume of sale, the ounces, that type of thing. At least that's how it is in all the other consumer goods. Whether or not you could create a separate SKU, it would have to be a different product in the entire global GS1 system. So you would have to, in essence, create two sets of SKUs almost for Vermont and non-bottle bill states.
Two sets of SKUs and two sets of packaging as well.
Yeah.
So council had something to share with us.
I think you're all right, and that's the issues come up with wine bottles.
Yeah.
And the proposal has been to manually sticker the wine bottles.
That's what we do in Maine, and it's a nightmare. But it's done in one state warehouse. And in Maine, we exempted carton-based wine from the bottle bill, and it's been an absolute, from what I understand, nightmare.
And why? And can you just one of the reasons
The
why?
chair of the Environment Committee was preferable towards boxed wine.
But why is it a
3
nightmare?
years ago. Just because it's
The individual sticker.
I mean, it all comes into the warehouse. It's sold by the same manufacturer, so they have to break it out, put it aside, not sticker that while they're stickering everything else, and then put all the SKUs back together to go out to retail.
So it's really not the manufacturer doing that, like we heard, it's more the distributor?
It's the
Well,
distributor or the retailer.
State-run business in Maine, and I'm not as familiar with the Vermont system, so I don't want to speak towards that, but state-run system, state-owned public-private partnership with the warehouse, and then it goes out to the retailers from there. They're all agency stores, but it's a state-run business. So if you've got different distributors and not a state-run uniform model, it's even going to be harder than it is in Maine.
Well, maybe Jen's suggestion then to put it all in the EPR program and let the manufacturers figure it out.
Can I just get clarity, because this came up with distilleries too, with the glass bottles? And I didn't say anything at the time when he was testifying, but there aren't stickers on Vermont.
No, there were when they were
spirits.
originally moved into the
Residents.
definition, which was in 1990. But then they started labeling their product according to the labeling requirements, because a couple other states went the liquor route as well.
Right, so why wouldn't glass, in this case wine bottles, follow that exact same model? And he was testifying with it currently, which
Right,
is not.
I think if you did, it's about the distributors and the manufacturers, because you probably are gonna have foreign wines that aren't gonna bother, right?
Yeah, it's the international stuff that's the problem.
But Tanqueray has no problem doing it,
Well, Tanqueray, I think, is owned by that Canadian company.
which is an international
Right,
company.
right.
But that's just one company. So, and I think it goes back to a conversation we had at the last meeting, and it's just because one manufacturer can do it doesn't mean that all manufacturers are going to do it. So
I
think
guess I just wanted to correct that testimony because there isn't manual labeling happening on distillery, on liquor bottles in Vermont. They have adjusted to the law.
I think the only time there would be is if there was a special order, Mike, that's what they call it, a special order for a special kind of liquor through Department of Liquor. And Mike used to work for liquor.
I'm not a raging alcoholic. I worked for the lottery when we were going through the merger of liquor and lottery,
Yeah.
so I, by happenstance, learned a lot about Vermont's liquor distribution. It's very similar to Maine. Maine uses Pine State, the Pine Street distributors.
Pine
Vermont
State,
does it all in-house in the warehouse right up there. So, because the state-owned, it's a state control.
So I think right now, most of it's only gonna be a special order liquor where you're gonna see that sticker.
Okay. So for products then, let me just pause and think about products that aren't, to make sure, alcoholic products in glass sold in Vermont that aren't in the bottle bill, currently that are wine, and I don't know if there's hard ciders in glass?
Cider is fine.
Cider's treated as wine, right? Anything else?
Outside the bottle.
Kombucha has alcohol in it, but at a level so low that it's not.
Not
quote,
regulated.
non-alcoholic.
No, there is alcoholic kombucha if it's over,
0.5, right?
no, I think it was 2.
2?
I can't remember, but it's also carbonated. So it gets in under carbonation.
That is captured or excluded?
I believe it's captured.
Captured kombucha in stores now, like non-alcoholic kombucha?
Non-alcoholic,
The non-alcoholic is not captured. It's not regulated by the liquor department, but if you're talking about 2.2.
right, that would be regulated by the, I think it all depends on how carbonated it is. It's a soft drink, right? Because that's one of the categories, it's a soft drink.
Right. Well, I have a high pain threshold, so I'm not giving up yet. If I go back to trying to increase the amount of glass, it doesn't just end up as an expense. So I'll throw it open to the group if we're starting to talk about expanding, for instance, the number of alcoholic beverages that are handled by the bottle bill. What's a suggestion that strikes this group as more workable than hand stickering, for instance, holding category?
Well, we've always suggested, like, what we submitted and then what Jen was talking about, like an EPR type of system.
Right.
And then you capture all glass under that system, not just the bottle bill glass, you capture it all. And then, I don't know where the unclaimed debt sheets are fitting into all of this, but I know that they're currently being redirected towards the Clean Water Fund, and that money should really be redirected towards helping Vermonters recycle glass.
Yeah, that's a artifact of politics. The session was ending.
I know, but I'm just putting it on record.
And people saw that as environmentally friendly use of those proceeds.
Well, what's happening now, though, is people are saying, oh, my nickel, if I don't take it down to the redemption center, it goes to clean water, so I'm just gonna put it in the blue bin, so we're gonna see more bottle material coming to the MRF as a result of that.
So the way to deal with that is to increase the deposit to a dime. Without fail, any state that has done that has seen a fairly significant increase in the rate of return for redemption. And so that is a way of not only encouraging higher participation, whether you leave the bottle bill as is, or my preference, of course, would be to expand it. If you expanded it to include wine, water, and sports drinks, you would add around 200 million more containers per year. That would be about a 40% increase in the bottle bill. If you have a 40% increase in the number of items covered by the bottle bill and an increase in the deposit, even though you would have a higher rate of participation, and you might see an 85% redemption rate instead of a 75% redemption rate, you would still have more money in an unclaimed deposit fund as well. And I actually agree, and our preference would also be to see it go to help improve recycling and solid waste needs. I think the nexus is undeniable, and so count me on, but neither one of us are making a decision. I've said that in testimony, there's nothing new there. But
you get the industry and environmentalists agreeing on that.
I have no objection. But one way of thinking about that is if you expanded it in the way that we're talking about, you would have 40% more, bottles in the system, and then you could use then a percentage of those unclaimed deposits, or if the money committees were so inclined, they could say, well, 60% is going to stay with clean water, which would be the universe of what they have now, and 40% would go to any of the other programs that we're talking about, including, I would argue, potentially examining what is the real cost to the solid waste districts, for instance, if you were to take out additional aluminum and PET. All we're talking about is money, because there is no question that the better way to achieve the charge of this committee, that is to reduce the volume of waste going to landfills, to, as secondarily perhaps, encourage recycling, and recycling at the highest possible level, all of that happens when these containers go through the bottle bill system, because it is a cleaner product. I don't think there's any disagreement around the table there. So you get more material being returned, more being recycled, less going to the landfill. And yes, there would be a financial cost to the districts, but let's figure out what that is, and perhaps give them some money from the unclaimed deposits to make up for that. That way, you're keeping them whole while also achieving the goals at a much higher rate of what this committee is supposed to be looking at.
It's not just the districts, though, it's the private industry,
So figure out if you want to do it. I'm not arguing that you wouldn't suffer some financial loss, but I think the financial loss that you or the districts would suffer would be far less than the volume of new revenue coming into the state from unclaimed deposits. So it's an opportunity to think about, first, how do you achieve the goals of this committee? Not like, oh my gosh, I might be harmed, or if I'm a district, and so therefore we can't do it. Well, it seems to me, let's think about how to achieve the goals, and then if there is a financial harm, how could that be addressed?
Keep the two separate.
Yeah, the one caution I would have about increasing the deposit from 5 to 10 cents is we're surrounded by states that either have a nickel or nothing on containers. And so part of that increase is, people are going to bring in more containers, but we're also going to invite more fraud. And, frankly, we can't keep up with DEC can't keep up with the system that we have today. If the fraud increases, I don't know how we could, keep up with that. And so, should we try to reach out to our neighboring states, New York, Massachusetts, skip over New Hampshire, Maine, to see where they're at with their deposits.
Maine's at 5, except spirits are at 15 and wine.
Right, but I meant, I know where they're at currently, but are they considering increasing? Because I think, we are going to be a target if we are surrounded by states that have lower.
We see that on spirits in Maine, where a lot of spirits from New Hampshire and wine from New Hampshire ends up in Maine for the fraud component.
And part of it probably here too. We have 15 cents on liquor.
Yeah.
Okay, and the other thing to offer complicating factor to all this was that we talked some about the number of sorts currently in the
Yes,
bottle.
yeah.
And that if we start adding volume, that we ought to make sure that we're addressing the current point of friction in the existing system before we ask that system to increase its volume.
Well, there is a suggestion that's out there for that, which could easily be incorporated into this. It doesn't need to be before you do it, it could be simultaneous.
Right, right. I just mean I don't want to lose
Yeah,
sight of it.
I totally agree.
Right.
Thank you for remembering it.
So maybe in the, I don't know if it's in the cons column, but at any rate, something
It is in the
along
notes.
the lines of current, current
Commingling.
system, current system has too many sorts, we'll just call it that.
For redemption.
Commingling is voluntary, right, at this point, yeah.
Correct, the
Sorts.
incentive is that happen.
Yeah.
So, as I suppose it's a note then, right, commingling is voluntary. And so what's the order, in terms of when you're sorting for, container type in the commingling program, there's like roughly a dozen sorts, and if you're not in that, then there's up to over 100 sorts
Yeah.
for the.
About 100 additional sorts.
Right.
Yeah.
So we want to lose sight of that.
And that's a real burden to retailers and redemption centers. Space and staffing.
Right. Can you also capture Paul's comment about that? Let's keep optimizing the stream, the recycling stream, separate from the finances, so that we can we might optimize in a way, look at the financial implications, and then find another way to adjust, as opposed to leaving materials where they are because the nickels travel with them, or because there's a market for PET or aluminum. So that people will be made whole, but it could be after the fact. So, recycle stream separate from the financing stream. Yes, thank you. Any other comments on this one? Increase MRF, increase recycled glass, too many sorts. I suppose another note there too would be, as you were saying, this could be addressed through EPR. Hello, Representative.
Of course, many people believe the bottle bill is EPR, so you can talk about another kind of EPR. But
It's just more than one stakeholder pays in the bottle bill than manufacturers.
Which is shared responsibility, which is potential way to go.
Well, and I think the other thing, too, based on our conversations the last couple of months, is that full-blown EPR for packaging waste, which I suppose we could call bottles and all that, is going to be a multi-year effort. And so I wouldn't want to hamstring moving a piece because we don't have the whole thing mapped out. There's some sort of balance between the two. And you don't want to push one thing ahead to the detriment of others.
Right.
Prematurely, whatever. Okay. So the second thing I'd put down here was reduce the volume of single-use non-beverage packaging. And then for strategy, I put down implement EPR for this category of goods. So I suppose I'll just say that one again. So it was reduce volume of single-use non-beverage packaging. And again, so for pros, I think it'd be we're reducing reducing amount of material to the landfills.
we've already got EPR for printed and packaged materials on the first sheet.
Yep.
Do we combine the two, or do
Yes,
we do two
yeah,
separate?
yeah.
I was going to ask,
Thanks for reminding
this
us all
included
that.
packaged
Yeah.
printed materials?
Yeah.
So maybe back in that, can you point out where in the list of-
That's on page 1. It's the discontinue/integrate bottle redemption and
Oh, yeah.
replace with EPR for printed and packaged materials. So
This one?
Yep. Yeah, I think it sounds like the same to me.
Yeah, thank you.
So
then, did you find that yet on page 1?
Yep, it's
Okay,
okay.
thanks. And my own notes on that one I had, see if any of this should go in. I'll just read it. Breadth, scope, and timing to be determined depending on, in part, of what other, this makes sense. Who wrote that?
I copy pasted, I swear.
What other elements we put into the EPR program. So, and the other note I had was implement a post-consumer waste requirement to boost the marketplace for the solid waste system.
Recycled content, I think we have that somewhere
Yeah,
else too,
which
right?
we've
Yeah.
also said elsewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so no new original thinking here. You don't have to add that one. Paul?
I want to remind the group that we had testimony from Eunomia, who had done the analysis and study from Ontario, which was looking at not replacing the bottle bill, but keeping and expanding their bottle bill program and expanding their EPR to deal with other forms of packaging. So I wouldn't, if I understand it correctly, you're suggesting it goes under this. The language is to discontinue it and replace the bottle bill. You could do that, or you could keep the bottle bill. You could expand the bottle bill and do this for non-bottle bill items. And that's what a number of Canadian provinces have done. And again, you've got that analysis from Ontario and how it can work.
Yeah, thanks for that. I mean, that's why it actually, we ended up adding integrate back in, to make sure it's not, we don't want it to be a false choice, that we have to go one or the other. We could have operate control.
So there is another EPR mention on page 4 at the top. And I wanted to make sure that, because that was on my list, and I wanted to make sure that eco-modulated fees was part of that recommendation. And on this particular one, it is there, and it talks about expanding the bottle bill in the notes under that recommendation. I'm not sure. So I don't know if we want to try to combine the two, or leave them separate for the sake of not maybe being able to find a common.
Right.
I don't know, but it is in both places, and the bottle bill is in both places too, on different sides of the aisle.
So
Top of page 5.
I think having different flavors of the same idea seem easier to hold on to rather than trying to reach a consensus as to how we would meld them all together. Because there are competing interests, that we'll all have to balance off.
So I think with your, in that vein, the eliminate use of single-use plastic packaging, I mean, the eco-modulated fees are one way to get at that. So I would just, I would recommend that comes with that recommendation.
Okay, so did we add that as the last, what's the very bottom of our document look like now? I think we started and then stopped adding that one. Is the volume of glass, so we stopped at glass, okay. So your eco-modulated fees piece is still in the EPR section?
Yeah, you were, yeah, I was just commenting on your recommendation for EPR to reduce the amount of single-use plastic.
Okay. And do we have, I know we're bouncing back and forth, we're still working, do we have a, let's add a post-consumer waste requirement in that earlier one? In page 1? post-consumer waste.
Yeah, increased mandate for recycled content is on the page 5, right below
All right.
the EPR.
Great. Thank you.
No.
And then the third, yeah.
I was just going to say, eco-modulated feeds also appear as their own at the top of page 6.
The third one I had in was, and I think we already have, it was EPR for single-use plastic packaging, so that's already rolled into the one we have. So, having gone through those, we double back to Stephanie's, which are roughly page, 7 or 8 of our, do you have those now?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I would consolidate them with others, so back to the bottle bill. In the testimony that we didn't hear that maybe I was supposed to represent, it's all of the restaurants. And so currently, the bottle bill doesn't really work for restaurants in that the 15-cent liquor bottle, in my experience, and then I actually did a small sampling from Brattleboro, St. Johnsbury, and even one here. The restaurant owners are redeeming the 15-cent liquor bottles, but not beer cans. And that's for 2 reasons. One, to pay an employee to redeem something that's worth 5 cents is not smart. You end up paying more than you're receiving back. And 2, aren't space in these small restaurants to be basically sorting. And so the mechanism in which the distributor is supposed to collect the redeemables, they're asking us to sort. And so I'm sure you can all picture a restaurant and a size restaurant, they don't have the capability to sort, and now you're back to staffing, who's not gonna sort when they have 5 tickets to pour, they're not gonna take the time to sort. So I feel like the expansion of the bottle bill after sitting in all these meetings would be to expand, would have to be to expand the amount, if you're gonna expand anything, to make, if it's
The deposit?
Yes, thank you, to increase the deposit, if the goal is to get things out of the waste stream, that money is gonna talk.
So are restaurants blue binning their
Yes.
beer cans and
Yes.
whatever, the non-spirits that have a nickel on them? Okay.
So I had originally written expand bottle bill to glass bottles, and increase deposit on cans, but I'm amending that it would have to be if the track record shows, it looks like 15 cents is what talks. That we put in the back of our car 2 times a week. Usually the owner, because you don't want to pay someone, but it's worth the exchange.
Right. Well, and the volume must be all lower, right? I mean, there are any fewer bottles of spirits than bottles of beer?
It depends on the restaurant. Yeah.
So are you suggesting 15 cents?
Yeah, and then I also would like to look at the inefficiency of the system that is supposed to be collecting these redeemables. If there's a system in place. Yeah.
Yes.
But that goes back, I believe, to the commingling and all the sorts.
So my understanding is that beer distributors, when they drop off their product, they charge the nickel deposit per container, whether it's at a store or a restaurant. And then they can and are responsible for picking up their brands from the restaurants, and that's where the restaurants would have to sort, because the brand is only going to pay for their brand, not all the other brands, and that's the space limitation, which I totally understand. we have sent letters, we even did it again this year, to distributors to remind them of their responsibilities for picking up their containers from restaurants, because we are hearing from redemption centers that we can deal with residential containers, we can't deal with restaurant containers, we don't have the space, you know, and I understand that from a redemption center, so we're trying to remind, you know, the distributors, but then it's the sorting issue, that's
And, yeah, and then
I mean-
doing my homework, there wasn't one rep that could answer the question without
Yeah.
hanging up the phone, making phone calls, so none of the reps knew about the pickup. Well, it's up to the driver to pick up, and then there are stipulations in the pickup. You have to have full boxes, you can't have incomplete boxes of the same SKU.
Perhaps one consideration would be exempting establishments where the container does not leave the establishment. Where the container leaves the establishment, Subway. You know, the Coca-Cola container leaves Subway, so they would not be exempt. But restaurants where the container does not leave, perhaps should be exempted from the nickel deposit. That might alleviate your issue about having to do the sorts or lose that nickel and just put it in the recycling stream.
But it doesn't alleviate all of the recycling in this waste stream, correct?
Correct, no, no.
Is that blue bin?
Right,
It
no,
gets
it would,
recycled, though.
it would get recycled. It would have to be in either one bin or the other. It can't be in the trash. We have mandated recycling for all these materials.
Well, since you're speaking from the restaurant perspective, right now, that's basically what's happening.
Yes,
It's just getting,
But they're out of nickel.
right,
correct, so
right,
cost of doing business in Vermont.
yeah.
Yes.
So thank you for that contribution to the Clean Water Fund.
So should we put that up on there?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of, how do you want to phrase your suggestion? Increase, increase the fee in the bottle bill to 15 cents?
The deposit,
The
not a fee.
deposit. Thank you. Very sensitive.
I think and optimize the inefficiencies of the
Right.
system, because that's the first I'm hearing that the redemption centers don't actually want us to bring it to the redemption centers.
I think that's gonna be redemption
Sure.
center specific.
But maybe it's better said that the system wasn't created to do that.
Right.
I
There's
don't think
another
under the
system
law,
that's not working.
is there any way that they can refuse somebody bringing,
They can't, but, you know, the real obligation is on the distributor to pick
Well,
up from the
totally agree.
business establishment.
That's maybe part of the recommendation is to figure out, that's maybe where it's falling down. I would say that after Stephanie told us about this, we've done some research, primarily in Montpelier and Burlington, asking the same set of questions of restaurant owners there, and she's absolutely right, that the vast majority say they recycle it, don't bring it back. A few bring it back on their own, and then there were 2 or 3 that had an arrangement with a distributor who did take it, but they had figured that out. But others said, no, our distributor would never do that. So it seems like that there is a not complete education maybe among all the participants in this system too.
Right, I just,
As a representative of retailers who would essentially be off-put by restaurants getting an exemption, essentially, wouldn't it be smarter, A, to fix the system so that we don't lose the money, or we're not just essentially saying we're gonna grow the SGs and not fixing the system when our goal is to reduce products within the waste system? I don't think that exempting, I get it, restaurants don't have the space, and the redemption centers don't have the space either, but I think exempting them isn't fixing the problem. And so I think we should be looking at reducing the number of sorts and working again with the distributors and redemption centers and the retailers and the restaurants to fix the system instead of just simply exempting one stakeholder.
And raising fee.
And raising a fee,
So, I'm thinking we're better served this afternoon to not get into how this would work, but rather what we have up there, 15 cents, and review inefficiencies, review and correct inefficiencies.
Yes.
review and correct inefficiencies as a separate?
No, that would be part of that one, I think. Because that's the bottle bill guy. It's one of the bottle bill guys.
That's right, review and correct inefficiencies,
In the system.
especially for restaurants or whatever. Somehow we want to capture that, because you're talking about a unique situation or a unique category. Like I hadn't heard that before about restaurants.
A lot of bottles. Yeah, and it sounds like a lot of the inefficiency stems from the number of sorts. Like the space required is a direct result of the number of sorts. The waste is the same, the number of bottles are the same, but you have to spread them out and sort them. There's the labor component as well as the space component.
I would say that's equal to me being in this room and Kathy telling me is how I got the information that my truck drivers are supposed to pick it up.
Oh, right.
I'd say it's equal
Right. And
problem.
yeah.
Yeah.
The small mom and pops have the exact same problem.
I am a small mom.
With your bottle sorting room, yes? So I think to put a finer point on it for the hospitality industry, may be doing a disservice.
Okay.
So for pros, then let's keep on filling in our categories here. For
The pros would be, is that the tipping point that would expand the number of bottles that are going into the system?
okay, so
Is the money the tipping?
As a question?
I guess the pro is to increase the amount of bottles.
So can I just clarify, so you wanna increase the fee of deposit to encourage more redemption?
Right. I'm saying that 15 cents, that people are recycling those liquor bottles. We're putting in the blue box the 5 cents. And so that tells me that 15 cents makes it worth it. So I
To bring it
see-
to redemption.
Yes. So I see the goal is to increase, for some of us, is to increase the stream into the clean glass.
Right,
But it's not.
It's not fixing the space issue, where you kind of like, you're either throwing it in the blue bin, you know, on a weekly or daily basis.
Daily, correct,
or-
but I'm identifying that the system that was built for us isn't working, so that would be even a better boon if that started working. So right now, just because, so if the outcome is to get a cleaner system, then I would advise that we increase the bottle bill in what we collect and increase the deposit taken, and that would make people act, while simultaneously looking at the inefficiencies so the distributors could pick it up on our behalf and redeem it. But for 5 cents, it's also not worth figuring all of that out.
But if you fix the inefficiencies and the distributor ends up picking it up from you, then the 5 cents versus 15 issue goes away for you.
Correct, but I would also say that why wouldn't that hold true for anyone who's looking at redemption? If we're a case study and saying 15 cents makes it worth it, 5 cents doesn't, I'm sure that that's happening in other places as well. I think all that this illustrates is that money is what drives people to go to the redemption center or not. And from what I've heard, I feel I'm more in the camp of going to the redemption center provides cleaner recyclables.
Kathy, is there any requirement under law or rule or whatever, the guidance on how often these materials have to be picked up?
Well, I can answer that, and not in terms of law, but what they told me. It's just whenever they order. So sometimes you order once, you can only order once a week, basically. I mean,
So basically when they deliver it.
yeah, but sometimes you'll go 2 weeks without
Yeah.
needing
The-
the product.
The law is
Until you
not
hold those.
specific about the restaurant component. And you can correct me if I'm wrong about this, but I don't believe it's, yeah. So, we had to be careful in the language we chose when we wrote the letters to the distributors about the need to pick up from restaurants, because we couldn't not point to any specific paragraph. But if you read the law in its entirety, if they drop off something that has a deposit, then they have to pick it up.
that.
I mean, maybe we can clean up the law about that section, so that there is better service to that segment.
So we know there's an opportunity to improve the way it works. Exactly how it's sorted out, we'll be figuring out. Okay, for restaurants especially. How about number 2 there?
Amended that to fit within what's already been written, set a statewide goal of reducing waste for single-use packaging and products. And under that statewide goal would be what's already listed, ban on single-use toiletry items, and looking at a ban on the plastic eating utensils and plates and bowls. So I guess the new thing that isn't up there is a statewide goal. I don't think I saw that.
Right, we have, I don't know if the state has any sense of how much single-use toiletry material moves through the state of Vermont.
You know, that is something that is getting discussion elsewhere in this country, with the hotel business. And so I think you are going to see a movement on a national level with that, where hotels will, stop using the single-use items and probably more the wall-mounted items.
I think they, it's,
California.
I wanna say that
Yeah.
there's a
California.
national goal by 2025.
25, I think.
That was sooner than that, but they were looking to ban retail bottles as an industry.
Oh, here we go. It's the bottom of page 4, I think we've got it. The hotel shampoo bottles.
Thank you. Okay. And I know, right, there's definitely a California bill, because I was just looking at it recently. Alright, and then, I don't know if you have any more notes things related to, well, I don't wanna go on to the next one. Do you have anything else you wanted to say about those toiletry ones?
No.
Okay, and then on EPR, I don't know if there are
I changed,
parts of your thinking that aren't on our EPR notes yet.
I just slightly changed it to be reduced volume of single-use, non-beverage packaging through EPR, which it seems like that's what we're saying on, I don't know, maybe page 2, EPR hard to recycle plastics, but that's specific to plastics.
The bottom of page 1.
Yeah, I just thought that was odd to discontinue integrate bottle redemption and replace with EPR. I just didn't.
Well, then we have EPR on the top of page 5. And that would be.
Right, I think that one feels more like where I was headed. Top of page 5.
Right, and this shorthand, I don't know if you were on the line when Jen Duggan was citing the goals of the bill. So there was a reduction in volume, there was public health impacts, and now I'm having trouble with number 3.
Increased recyclability.
Increased recyclability. So that was what that shorthand of meets all statutory criteria of 69.
Okay, yeah, great, that's.
I don't know if we spelled that out. We should, maybe on the first time we use meets all statutory criteria of Act 69, we should spell out just at a bullet level what those are, so that people don't have to go digging into the bill in order to know what the comment means.
Right, page 4, the reduction in waste by date certain, that's sort of the
Yes.
one that I had said previously, set a statewide goal.
So,
I think everything's in.
So what was that?
It's in the law, maybe you can cut and paste later on, but it's that A through, is that E?
A through E.
Yeah.
Can you,
reference it.
yeah. So we'll do that. Actually, can you read them out loud right now for everyone in the group, just so we hear them again, make sure that we're all thinking the same thing when we do that? Please.
Reduce the use of single-use products. B is reduce the environmental impact of single-use products. C, improve statewide management of single-use products. D is divert single-use products from disposal in landfills. And E, prevent contamination of natural resources by discarded single-use products.
So, Stephanie, anything else you want to add?
No, thank you.
John? So,
Right. So
it gets harder as you go later.
it does, especially to come up with something new.
Anything else that you want to say?
Yes. I mean, I feel like I can't add anything to this list that hasn't been said already, so let's spare that effort. But I have three. I mean, in my answer to that we're all working from, the three big focuses I saw was reduce the amount by volume or weight of single-use products sold into Vermont. That's the suite of what we're talking about. Picking a measure, we've heard testimony about life cycle analysis and the advantages of things like the foil coffee wrap. I think those are important things to take into consideration as we move forward because they do have benefits. So,
Can I pause, sorry to interrupt,
Yes.
let me just ask. So Kathy, when you're working in the department on these issues, do you have, as part of your own analysis as you tune and operate, to do life cycle analyses on different parts of the waste stream?
We don't have the capability of doing a full-fledged life cycle analysis. They're very complicated analysis. We would have to really get, probably contract out such a service or rely on others.
We looked at the EPA warm model with any score materials.
We do use the warm model,
Okay.
yeah. And so when we, at the end of the year, look at how much material gets diverted and how it's diverted, we can tap into that. That's looking at greenhouse gas emission savings by opting one use over another. But if you wanted to do a life cycle analysis, basically, let's say on comparing the use of a reusable water bottle versus a plastic, disposable water bottle or recyclable one, that's pretty complex analysis that looks back at, from getting the material, the petroleum products to make the plastic, all that stuff. We don't have the expertise in-house to do that. We rely on others for that kind of analysis. We can look it up, and we have, for sure, but we don't do that ourselves. Did you want to add to that?
Not at the moment, I want to add after.
Because you gave me the eye.
I did, I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry to interrupt, when you were
No.
mentioning that, I wanted
yeah, it's good
to check
clarity.
in and see where we stood on that issue.
Right,
Thanks.
in-house. Great. So I think in order, to look at the waste stream and to drive recycling and do our part in the region to increase the benefit of recyclables to the system is to take steps to increase both the recyclability of single-use products and the recycled content through, we heard setting mandates for recycled content and then also, working with our own solid waste laws to make sure that recyclable single-use products are being recycled. And as we saw from the report, we do a good job of that in Vermont. There are there's still ground to be gained there.
One thing just to note as we continue to talk about recycled content mandates, most food contact materials can't use recycled contact, particularly FDA-approved materials, so something we at least have to be aware of, conscious of, and should be noted as at least a con or a note on it is
Yeah.
you can't take a beverage bottle, or you can't take, you know, your Clorox bottle and ever use that resin or that material with a lunch tray, you know, or something like that later. So that's something we have to acknowledge.
But you can take a Coke bottle and turn it into a Coke bottle, or a water bottle and stuff. So certainly post-consumer recycled content you can. In fact, Coke and others are pledging to do exactly that.
Yeah, for beverage containers, but that's a different ballgame than taking mixed plastics and putting them into food contact. That can't be done.
Okay. Do we have something up there that suggests that, so that we should be adding that as a note? See if there's a place that
post-consumer.
fits.
Just talking about it.
So can you just provide clarity in that regard, recycled plastic fork? You're saying you can't.
So for like a bag of granola, you couldn't use plastic resin unless it's been certified by FDA as only coming in contact with food materials. You couldn't use that resin into.
But that system is already in place for them to certify that this has.
If it's had any contact, so unless you can
Right.
trace the entire stream, you trace where the material came from that never came in contact with Clorox or any of the other materials. Unless you can trace that, you can't use it in a food contact.
Right, I understand that, but they've gotten over that problem in systems.
Just the bottle bill.
But like a recycled plastic fork that has contact with food, so how do they make the recycled plastic fork?
They're not.
It's not recyclable.
Not recyclable, but.
Not recycled content that I'm aware of. It's bio-based.
Recycled plate.
It's bio-based. I've not seen recycled content plates.
Huh.
It's bio-based, it's compostable, all the claims that you see on there, but it's not from recycled content. It doesn't say 50% PCR on it because it's a food contact material.
So I think what they're looking for is a note on that one?
Yeah.
Increased mandate for recycled content?
Yeah, either a con or no FDA food contact restrictions.
Or the FDA guidance on that right now.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, I'm reading your comments, John, and
Yeah.
one thing that's in here, right, like line 6 maybe, single-use products that aren't recyclable or mistakenly put in the recycling or they contaminate the stream. So I just wondered, is this a sort of a ease of sorting by consumers that you were thinking of, like that, you know, we've talked about wish cycling or whatever it is. Is that what you were talking about, or I didn't know if it was something we should be capturing in our comments or paper?
I think there's a multitude of sources for that, for either things mistakenly making it into the blue bin. It's wish cycling. It's also, well, it's mostly wish cycling. But it's whether it's with the carton, a carton which isn't recyclable, a coffee cup, it's paper. People look at it and say, oh, this is paper. So it's a lack of education.
Carton recycling is 60% of the U.S. though.
Certainly not in Vermont.
Not in the blue bin.
Not in Blue Bin.
Right,
And,
it's just-
yeah, and I've seen that number from the Carton Council, and I've seen that number.
Okay, was asking.
Yeah. So yes, it is a whether it's by design of the product or by the knowledge of the consumer, those items are making it into the blue bin, or it's keeping them out of the blue bin because they're not recyclable and they're in the landfill. So.
On your number 3, pass some/most of the cost of the management of the waste caused by single-use products from manufacturers. So, so that's a EPR.
It is, yeah, and I think that page, the one that we've been pointing to. I think we refined our definitions of EPR as we moved through the system. But I think the one that's on page 6, I believe, that includes eco-modulated fees, includes expanding the bottle bill. It's that integration. Because they're both, the bottle bill, the blue bin, they're both recycling systems. They're both waste management systems. They both have advantages. One is ease, the other is an economic incentive. And so I'm not at this point splitting hairs on which one, but.
So is the one on the top of that page where it says eco-modulated fees, is that to be clear, and this is a question, should that be EPR program with eco-modulated fees?
And that was gonna be my comment when I was giving you the eye.
You got through a circle.
Because
Translated.
I feel that in looking at the two places where EPR is, it doesn't capture what my recommendation was, which was EPR for single-use products that's structured in a way that encourages single-use products to have a low carbon footprint, recycled content, be non-toxic and recyclable through eco-modulated fees. So I would like it, because the other EPR one talks about costs, and it's not just about money, it's about all of those things. So I
Could we
feel like we need to capture
Get
that
it in
somewhere.
this one?
If John, agrees, I think, we're on the
Yes.
same page with that.
Yeah, yeah, we are.
Question, all those factors, life cycle, weight, recyclability, recycled content, those are all competing factors. This is
Sometimes they are.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering from your
I
guys'
think that's a
perspective.
no, for sure.
It's a what?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, is it, from your guys' perspective with the experience on the ground, do you have a penultimate from all those factors? If we're gonna weight a particular factor, what's most important?
I mean, if you're asking me, it would be low
Yeah.
carbon footprint, but not necessarily recyclability or recycled content.
Okay, so it would drive us more towards films and
That would be
plastics.
my perspective.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
not recyclability. I just, that's important.
But I think
for me
it's
to
important to capture all those things and then have that discussion and have that as a note that all of those can't be achieved.
Yeah.
They conflict with each other.
Okay, no, I think that's helpful in context, because we haven't had that level of detail in discussion yet.
And I'm sure from industry's perspective, there are different materials and uses that are going to favor a film over a bottle, and others that are going to favor a bottle over a
Can we
film.
put food waste into that, just as a factor, because it's not lightweighting, it's, if we're gonna mandate, paper, and that results in 50% greater food waste spoilage, it's a factor that should be weighted maybe in the modulated fees. Just throwing it out there.
And carbon footprint.
Does that count in carbon footprint yet, or would we have to do an analysis?
Well,
on
if you're getting into the waste of food that you're gonna waste because you're not using a package that preserves it more.
Yeah.
The greenhouse gas that goes into,
You
growing
think-
that
I'm just-
vegetable is
Is it
part
built
of
in
it.
there? Okay.
Right. Maybe we should add another item that includes and then list out what you were saying, so we don't lose them
Okay.
to the conversation.
So-
EPR program, eco-modulated fees and then you had a series of.
So EPR,
goals. So we're
for
gonna do
single-use
box.
products, it's structured in a way that encourages them to have low carbon footprint.
In here, in this one?
Sure, we could just add them to this one.
Okay.
As long as we're not overriding what someone else mentioned.
Yeah, no.
Okay, and then.
So, modulated fees, yeah.
That encourage low carbon footprint, recycled content, non-toxic and recyclable.
Do you want to add a note, Andy, to reflect what you were bringing up about that?
If we all agree that food waste is captured in low carbon footprint, then I'm fine with it staying there. If we ever got to a bill, language out of this piece. I would want to have food waste called out because I'm not sure it accounts for when somebody composts their food waste in their backyard and the emissions of methane. It's just the food waste on the production side. It's not the
That's exactly right.
greenhouse gases. So maybe we put food waste in there just as a benchmark.
Well,
So after
I mean, so it's food waste, it's electronic
Food
waste,
waste.
isn't it, a lot of those things?
electronic waste.
So if you mail somebody a computer in a bubble wrap envelope versus in packaging that will
Okay.
the
Yeah.
life cycle analysis of wrecking that computer over using more packaging.
Yeah, but what I'm suggesting is, that's the front side, right? The
Right.
stuff that cannot be used by the consumer. I'm talking about the consumer
waste side.
opens it, eats part of it, then the waste goes into my compost bin and then emits methane and
Oh, I
carbon
thought you were
dioxide.
talking
that
about
way.
not packaging something well enough so that the food is wasted.
Well, there's both. Because there's packaging that will continue to preserve it. So the squeeze out sour cream has got both preservation and extending the shelf life when the consumer has it. So instead of the consumer then tossing half the container into their compost bin, they can continue to use it for another month and a half. I've pushed it out, a good 2 months.
And you're still
to
here.
tell about it. I was good digestionally, so.
So just to clarify a little bit more here, so that when we read this months later, we remember what we're talking about.
Forgive me, that's all.
Yes, please.
The EPR program, can we say just for single-use products? Because there are some recommendations for batteries and other things. So just wanted to clear that.
Single-use packaging products.
PPP?
Single-use products and printed materials.
Thank you.
Packaging and printed products. And
Printing materials.
Thank you.
So do we have the note that captures this food thing? I don't think we do.
Who did put in?
Well, Andy was talking about, is it assumed or not assumed, the food waste?
Is food waste assumed or not assumed?
Well, this is his comment
Yeah.
about whether or not it's
In the
carbon
LCA.
footprint.
Food waste and composting assumed in LCA or not assumed.
For the SUP.
Either way, we
So-
should
Thank
be
you.
looking at it.
Under pros, should we add meets Act 69?
And the shorthand?
Yeah, what was that? Meets all statutory criteria of Act 69, like we did in the other ones.
Is there any of these that don't?
Yeah, well.
Just some fashion like can on one point or another?
There's a battery.
Yeah, the battery one, I don't. That's like its own working group.
Right,
There's a
right.
problem there. 'Cause we're gonna debate whether or not everything meets every criteria or not.
Yeah,
And I'm not
excuse me.
comfortable signing off on recommendations that say meets all the criteria and maybe doesn't, because we could spend hours like, oh, this doesn't meet that one, or this meets that one. I think we can't
Right.
just assume it meets all the criteria unless we were to sit there and go through each criteria and go, does it or doesn't it? And just
So are you saying that generally or for this particular?
I'm saying that generally, because, I'd argue mine meet the criteria too.
Right.
But we didn't put that in mine, or some of the others, so it's either,
It's all or nothing.
it's all or nothing, like, and just from a group endorsement of,
Right.
we consider these recommendations and these don't meet all the criteria and these do. If we're gonna do that, that's fine, we got, I'm flexible, but,
Another month.
Yeah.
we can order dinner and I'll buy it. But I'm not sure I'm comfortable saying certain ones do meet all the criteria and others don't if we really haven't discussed.
It does imply that they don't. If some of them have it.
Well, then let's go through them all.
I'm not suggesting that, I'm kind of agreeing with you that there is
That there's some that
It says
do.
something,
Okay,
because,
yeah.
Right, well, I think it originated out of who was reporting out the point, and then
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
innocently arrived.
I'm not saying there's any dispersion of cast, I just,
Oh,
I
yeah.
didn't think, I wasn't smart enough to think to put meets all the criteria when I submitted these things in October.
So one of the things that Andy brought up was the point that those goals are in conflict. Some of them are in conflict when we didn't capture that in a note. So recycled content, low carbon footprint, non-toxic and recyclable.
I think you could we put it in a note and just say, modulated fee factors may be in conflict?
You might end up prioritizing them, and
Right.
it trumps the other. Okay. Right, I'm going to the list. John, do you have any more things you'd like to edit, add, whatever?
No, my last paragraph is about San Producer rock possibility, which we were just hashing out. I think that covers it.
Okay, and I think we've heard from everybody, yes? Okay. All right, so, to your point, Amy, about, do we wanna qualify each one of these as whether or not
Yeah.
they meet those? I would say, maybe we, just for the record, we could add a note that says, not every one of these suggestions has been measured against all the criteria. So it's not an endorsement that it's not, there's no implication that others don't, but without doing that sort of analysis, which I think if we were to make it meaningful, would take a long time. We should add a note to our table, something like that.
Yeah.
So-
And for the ones where it's been serendipitously put in there that it meets all the criteria of Act 69, are we keeping that language in there, or are we removing that?
You could put an asterisk there and put that note at the bottom.
Let's
Claims not validated by any third party,
Right.
or by the working group.
Yeah, so let's do that, then, the first time it comes up, or on each instance, you can put an asterisk, but let's write what the asterisk represents here in the box at the bottom. And we can say, that,
The majority of
I-
the working group.
well, I was gonna, well, I'll try something out, you can help me get what we all mean by it, right? I was thinking it really meant, items lacking this, endorsement, or whatever we call it. I don't wanna call it an endorsement.
Descriptor.
Items lacking this, phrase.
Pro, I mean, it's a characteristic.
Yeah, characteristic, thank you very much. May or may not, satisfy all the criteria, or not.
May also satisfy
Yes,
all
thank you. That's right.
Act 68 criteria.
Right.
And then
69, sorry.
Just saying we haven't evaluated them yet. So, that way, we can leave them and not imply that other things won't measure up under all those criteria. It would be great.
Dyslexic Jim. Just to make sure the room understands, because I'm not quite sure I do, that seems almost backwards. The asterisk, when it's put on, satisfies. all-
Yeah, you're right. We would have to put it on all the ones that don't contain
Yeah, I think so, so it needs to be worded
differently.
the other way around.
Okay.
Mike,
Well-
can you bring it back up to
Yeah.
this?
Bring it back up?
Yeah,
Please.
Sure. To where?
so the note that you,
The note you were just working on.
yeah.
Oh, the one down below?
Yeah.
And the note that's
That was the
having
one.
a bumpy,
This one?
Production process.
Okay.
Yes, items with this characteristic may satisfy all access. So take out lacking and replace it with items with this characteristic may.
No.
Because it's going on the ones that already say they meet all
Right,
the
so it's going on the
characteristics.
ones that say it meets all the requirements.
Items
So,
how about we just put
without.
the note says something, items, not.
Items without
It's
this
because they're not,
identifier.
all the other ones aren't flagged.
We could just remove it. Just
Just-
remove it.
Yeah. I mean, that's the purpose of the group, right? Is to
Yeah.
come up with recommendations and figure out if they meet the criteria.
So, I have a suggestion. We've been going an hour and a half. Let's take our break, and when we've had 15 minutes of fresh air,
Yeah.
I'm sure the editorial solution will come to us. So let's start at 10 past and take a break for 15 minutes. Mike Caron has kindly reprinted it with the changes we just made. And I also wanted to just pause, because as we've worked on these things, or read them in the week in between, I know that some people had further thoughts or edits or anything like that. So while we're still here tuning this up, this is in a certain way, when we talk about our report more generally. So the report that we're sending on to the legislature is, we got a skeleton version of it last time. I mean, the table of contents was just sort of a sample from another report, give us an idea of how we might fill in the blanks. And we'll talk, Mike O'Grady will be joining us at the table in a little bit to help us walk through editing the thing, sort of assembling the report. But rather than have it be recommendations that we're voting on as a group, which gets into some of the points of, well, I'm fine on this piece, but not that piece, or I didn't want it ever to be that we had to hash out and take vote by vote, item by item, because it becomes a lot of overhead just managing the votes on each thing. And I don't know how much helpful it is to the legislature to receive something where we voted each piece through, one by one by one. So the sign off on the report, that from my point of view, was just that as a group, we gathered this information together, and it would be affirming that if you are feeling inclined, I would just like the chance for people to work on something to sign on it, as opposed to, oh, the process ended and then I it just sort of passed into the night without any formal closure. So it'd be that we're putting together recommendations. We're not voting out the elements in there. So these are things for considerations that the legislature might address as they take up the same topic when they come back in January. So that's what if you sign, you're affirming that you were part of the discussion, not that you agree with everything that's collected into our report. Because the other thing is the report is going to link back to our committee, our working group webpage, which I don't know the total number of pages in there. Maybe it's over 1,000 or something like that. We've received a lot of materials. We've had many PowerPoints. So we're really assembling all that stuff as kind of like a reference section that will be linked to from the report. So I would never assume everyone in the room would also agree with everything we heard as testimony. Sometimes that variance, so that seems totally fine. Does that make it any clearer as to what it needs to be signing the report?
Maybe a clarification, so this is gonna be, the overview, the charge of the group and the report as we've read it, and this is the recommendations. Would it be possible to put submitted recommendations because we didn't debate them all, or just to provide some of that context, if these were collectively submitted by the group and discussed, instead of just recommendations?
Right. Well, and Michael has some language to suggest
Okay.
as counsel about how to phrase it more artfully than I have so far. So that we're not endorsing each thing in there. All right, so Kathy, did you have comments about, well, anyone, but I was under the impression that you might have some comments, edits to what we've gathered today so far, or maybe sometimes you chip them in, other times you're so shy I have to ask.
Well, thank you, I appreciate that. I've never categorized myself as shy, but that's, it's good that someone does. So I just kind of real quick, we got almost like 18 or 20 recommendations, that's a lot.
Yes.
And so, and I don't know how much time we have here, but is it possible for this group to say, these are suggestions that we have that we want consideration of, but of these, we feel really strongly that, and this is a question, should the legislature pass legislation that is similar to that Maine passed last year? And what Maine did last year was they passed what they called the resolve that directed their DEP to further develop our proposal for EPR for printed materials. No, for packaging, I'm sorry, I misspoke, for packaging. And so I didn't know, does this group feel strongly enough to make that a suggestion in this report or not?
Being from Maine until we see what comes out from the department, which I understand that there's still lots of questions.
There will always be questions unless we further explore it.
No, agreed. Until we know how sort of the trajectory of that goes, I'm not sure I can commit to saying we want to go down the same path as Maine, just me personally.
Mm-hmm. So,
I'm cognizant of DEP's time. You guys have, I think a couple times you've said, especially in these committee meetings, that you guys are very much overcommitted already. So my concern would be adding a significant lift on your plate is going to be tough to address, I think. Unless other...
that's something I would have to certainly check in with upper management on before I can speak on whether or not DEC could make that commitment. Is there consensus or willingness of this group to somehow want to commit to further exploring how to make improvements that address the 5 goals that are stated in Act 69? Maybe that's a better question, less specific question for this group. Or do we want to just leave it to the list of several, all of these recommendations, which is that's an acceptable option as well.
I'm not sure I'm following what's the difference between those two.
Well, I think one is is there something more specific that we want to indicate to the legislature that this group recommends that be further explored, or do we want to leave it to the legislature with the list of 18 or so different options? That's the question.
Well, I think, I guess from my perspective, we've kind of gone this far with the idea that we would present a list of options, alternatives, whatever the term is, and if you get into prioritizing even among those, then you're kind of getting into, well, it's a recommendation process and which one has the support and so forth. So there's a challenge there where I probably could do that, but I don't. Then you're going to have to go to each one. I don't think you can pick out one and say, can we all agree on this? Because then it becomes the one that everyone has agreed on, and by the nature of it is prioritized above others. So that would be my challenge, and perhaps a challenge to the group. I do think it's, because of the way this was put together, it is possible to, a number of them have to do with EPR, for instance. It is possible to come up with fewer than 18 if one wanted to kind of go through this list and say, here are elements of EPR that, and And because not all of them are the same, sometimes people take a different crack at aspects of an EPR program, but it might be just clearer in the end to say EPR that could have the following characteristics as one kind of way to go here. But instead of 18 as though they're all distinct, there's really is quite a lot of overlap between a number of them.
What I think I'm hearing, Kathy, is right now we've gotten lots of material, maybe 1,000 pages. We've got 18 suggestions, recommendations, but we're lacking an action step. And rather than, for me, rather than the action step being we pursue what Maine did, or we pursue what California did, or we try to prioritize which ones we like best and want legislature to look at those first, an action step could clearly, could simply say it's the recommendation of the group that legislature investigate the various options that we've presented and others as they present themselves for the furtherance of, and then you had a pretty good, for the furtherance of reduction of single-use products in the state of Vermont. How does that seems, gee, I always want to have an action step. And I think we need one, and that particular one builds on what Kathy said, I think, but doesn't get specific, and we individually aren't endorsing any one of the particular ones in that particular statement. Only that the whole reason we did this was to present legislature with information in order to move this ball farther down the field, if you will.
So, well, I think, some of the challenge comes out of, when I first made a quick table, I used the word recommendations for inclusion in the report. And I think that word recommendation is hanging us up a little bit. If we called this collection of ideas, items recommended for further consideration by the General Assembly, in furtherance of the goals of Act 69, something like that.
That's the action statement right there, for the headline of the table even.
Okay.
Yeah, I love it.
But I wonder if we can consolidate some of these, because some of them compete a little bit, so it seems confusing to get a statement that.
I don't know how other people, I'll just be honest. When I think about consolidating them, then I think we might end up
Not agree, might lose some
sort of hashing them out back and forth in a way that I don't know that we'll, because we're not signing sort of off on saying this is the one to pursue. I don't know how much we'll improve the
This consolidation
usability
represents what I
of the
said,
document.
yeah.
I think the only way for consolidation is if something in particular is somebody's item here that they see would fit into another one and say I
Right.
would be fine with that.
If someone wants to
They want to
move
get
their
let go of
piece
theirs and move
right.
Yeah.
into it, right.
I would say that will come naturally in the committee process, the legislative committee process that will take all 18 of those and do something that so I for one would like it, suggest it stands as it is.
So maybe I should repeat what I said. There, it says I just wrote out, items recommended for further consideration by the General Assembly in furtherance of the goals of Act 69.
In
furtherance. Yeah.
Oh.
Goals. The goals, yeah.
Oh, baby, you got it just
So
perfect
there's,
size font.
Uh-oh. 69.
And, there's more than one way to make it there. Just got a 6 point if we want to really get a lot of it. In talking with Council Michael Grady over break, did you have something you wanted to say about how we would frame this section and stuff?
I think you could add a paragraph right below the title of the table that says all of the proposals were proposed in furtherance or to address one of the goals of Act 69. There is committee discussion about whether certain proposals meet all or some, but they were all intended to address the goals. So you no longer have the asterisk issue, you can pull the asterisk out. You don't necessarily need to have that some of them meet all of the goals. They're all intended to meet one or some of the goals. So you don't have to argue about where the asterisk goes.
Yeah. I like that idea. Anyone else?
All those in favor, we can take one vote until accomplished.
Right, and then we don't, right, so then in the table itself, the instances that say meets all the statutory criteria at 69 would all go away.
Those would all go.
And we'll have to sit from the outset.
So if we do that, then it looks like there's no pros for some of those items, because we didn't articulate any other positive aspect of them, right?
That's true. We stopped enumerating things because we said it checks all the boxes.
Right, so I would just say, if you take it out, you've gotta put something in its place, that, otherwise it looks like it doesn't have any pros.
Will we have a chance to, for those that submitted it, because they're, I think one or two that I submitted that I had jotted down pros that I don't think I yelled out loud enough on the call last week. If we have a chance to edit those, we could go in and put some pros back in, and then I assume there's going to be a review process, right, with looking at the columns.
Right. And the one thing is, right, so we don't have everyone here who offered up their comments at the same time, so let's think about this. I don't want our review process to sort of spin forever, but
yeah.
And it will be easier for us to have a little conversation about adding things back in if we're all here. We offer to do by sending the document around to everyone.
Well, if we wanted to minimize review process, could we keep in where it already states, meets all the statutory criteria of Act 69, but at the beginning, add the paragraph that Mike was suggesting at the top, so that the reader knows that every suggestion meets at least one of the statutory criteria.
People comfortable with that?
It's still,
And this is just for consideration.
yeah, but I've got two of mine that don't have any pros either that I would say.
Well, we could
Let's add 'em in.
We could amend that right now.
Yeah, right now.
Okay, so for consumer education on contamination, I would say improve material streams for pros.
What was that?
That's at the top of
Bottom of page 6.
oh yeah. Oh, a little backwards. I was just there.
You were just there.
I did hear you on the no on consolidation, but isn't that line the same as increased consumer education motivation to recycle?
Sorry.
This category and this category, couldn't those be combined?
Well, that top one's not mine, so.
Increase consumer education motivation to recycle on page 3.
Yeah, that wasn't my suggestion.
Right.
Yeah.
Isn't that, can that be the same as consumer education on contamination? Well, it's not just on contamination,
So it's two separate topics, two separate ones.
but it's all under the heading of consumer education. Well, if we're gonna get that technical, then we can go back through, consolidate all EPR suggestions as well. I mean, we're gonna, I wasn't talking about just contamination, we need consumer education, they need to understand, consumers need to understand the whole system. Yeah, so it's not just on contamination. I agree, I see it as consumer education.
So why don't we just edit these ones that are lacking pros, and then we'll, when this gets taken back up again, there'll be a chance for a lot more conversation. But, so, the one that's right under avoid increases in consumer prices, so that one there. Increase consumer education, comma, motivation to recycle. That's yours, right, Andy?
No.
That's not, okay. Sorry, Erin, you want to spell out what the pros are from your point of view? We'll get it while we're here.
We're understanding there would be increased recycling, there would be, yes,
Less recyclables going to disposal.
So increase recycling, less material to landfills.
Less material.
to the landfill.
Oh, I think she
You're in
wants
the
it in the
wrong
next box down, Michael.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And we have these questions over here. So funding and stakeholders was meant to address who's taking it on that part, correct? I mean, is the state gonna be doing it, or is it the store, or is it the?
I think that all stakeholders should be participating in that education. I think that's what we, Jen, that was your question, was who's paying for it? So it would be all stakeholders, it would be manufacturers, retailers, producers, and so on.
Okay, so then let's turn that into a statement rather than just questions. So all stakeholders should participate.
In consumer education.
And you were actually a little more explicit, so there were.
Manufacturers, so after, manufacturers, retailers, haulers, like, waste
industry.
The waste industry, and the state.
Great. Okay, was avoid increases in consumer prices yours?
That was mine as well.
Okay.
There'd be a reduction in the potential of shopping out of state. Reduction in the potential of a lack of access of products.
For levity, get more landfill items for less money. That was levity.
I picked that up.
Alright, so those are your two, they didn't, Andy, where is, the one you had put in?
So that was, let's see, consumer education and contamination. Then this one right there, yeah, and I just put improved material streams.
Improve.
Or improve recycled material streams. And I would say if we're gonna do this for ours, we probably should do it for the ones that just say it meets all statutory criteria for 69 as well. Because there's some criteria around costs and benefits that we haven't really talked about, so I'm not sure I can say it meets that criteria from my perspective, so.
Well, so this all came from individuals. I'm wondering, does it,
Should we be adding
Does it-
other people's work, yeah?
well, does it create enough, can we finesse it by saying proposer believes?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, there you go.
No?
Yeah.
Proposer?
Well, that's true for
Everything.
Right, I just mean, otherwise, we're gonna have to go through A through E.
But that could go in Mike, O'Grady's initial paragraph, something about that, and you're
Okay.
talking about
All the pros and the cons,
Yeah.
really, are the proposal beliefs.
we haven't been disputing these.
Right.
ones,
How, let me see, another way of,
Can we have the folks that suggested those fill them in and make it, I mean, because we're not disputing any of these, right? So it feels a little bit like if you didn't do your homework and write out a pro, because I didn't either, like I
Yeah.
didn't. So that's why we filled mine in, but then we need to have somebody write it in. And if we can't all collectively write it, then whoever wrote it the first time should write it.
I feel like meets all statutory criteria of access to is a little more like explicit in saying you should support this. Where we all believe in our recommendations,
Right.
so.
Right. Kind of dismisses the ones that
Mhm.
we put in
That
that
don't
don't
say
say it.
yes,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that, because again, like Andy and Paul said, nobody is disputing any of our pros, so if the people that have, said it meets all statutory criteria, if they can send it along, Mike can just include, Mike can include it in the.
And to be clear, because I want to make sure I understand what we're talking about, my understanding is those 5 criteria, that's in the beginning of the charge for this working group. So it's to reduce the use of single-use products, reduce the environmental impacts of single-use products, improve the statewide management of these materials, divert them from the landfill, and protect and prevent contamination of natural resources. And I think when I saw that for the first time it was mentioned for EPR, I did agree that it met all 5 of those.
I'm not sure I do.
But right, but, so EPR was one of the items that I had suggested. And are we then going to be debating people's suggested pros?
Yeah, and I'm looking for a solution that doesn't have us, try to test every, item on the left against all 5 criteria. This was, at the time, a working shorthand for saying, oh, well, there's 5 things we're trying to address, and we think it addresses all 5. So, another way of phrasing it, a little less assertive, is to say, that it's comprehensive, or something like that. It doesn't really get us out of the fix of appearing to have a stronger statement about some than others, so.
Well,
It would appear to me that Michael's, and I'm just gonna call it a disclaimer for each and every one of us individually, covers these kinds of concerns that we're talking about. Do we all agree that it meets, or is in fact doing it both? No, we don't all agree about, individually about every one of these things, or any one particular. I think that would cover that. If the concern is the ones that we've got labeled as pros, meet all statutory criteria of Act 69. The concern I'm hearing, and it could be a reason, and it is in fact maybe a reasonable, no, it is in fact a concern for us to consider, that elevates that particular item for legislature when they consider it. So I'm gonna go back to the committee process in legislature when we get all of these items. There'll be people who say, wait a minute, this doesn't even come close to meeting any of the act, or any of the requirements. And others will say, well, actually, it meets all of them. And so, I guess maybe I'd suggest either we can agree that the disclaimer that Michael's writing gets us out of this situation. And if we don't think it gets us out of the specific one where we do say the various ones of us have said meets all the statutory requirements. I'm not sure what my action step here is then, but my action step, I guess, would be, we agree that the disclaimer will take care of this issue.
Question, we only have two, that the only pro is meets all statutory criteria.
I think there were some begins
Yeah, no, I know, but could we allow Jen to just?
Five.
There are five?
Yeah.
That's the only, but that is the only thing?
Four.
I mean, it's also used in the other, but there are other pros on the other ones, right? But there's only one where there's nothing but that.
Okay, so but when people suggested using that, they were thinking about reduction of the material itself, improving, decreasing the amount of disposal, improving the management. So if we remove that, what do we replace it with? I think leaving it blank is not fair to the.
I'm not suggesting that it's blank, I'm suggesting you have the proposer fill it in.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it's very clear to say that, so ensure manufacturers are bearing costs.
Right.
That meets all statutory requirements based on what I'm reading here.
Right.
Right, I don't think there's a connection there. So.
No, I would say that it relieves the cost of
the consumer.
Of the consumer and recycling. It relieves the cost of the recycling system is the direct pro of that.
I think
It's not improving statewide management of single-use products, that comment.
Right.
So I don't think it's maybe fair to say that it meets all the requirements if it isn't connecting there.
This one does.
So,
This one does.
to build off of Representative McCullough's comments, we allow the committee process to happen. The committee is going to weigh the pros and cons, so what if we remove the pros and cons column? And we can leave the notes column, and the committee can decide the pros and cons themselves.
Could we include them all as notes?
Right.
Move them all over.
Move them all to notes, because then it lists.
And then tag pros and cons.
I mean,
No, just put everything as a note
Instead of a pro or a con.
Okay, yeah, because none of them are like, yeah.
I think it's helpful to have pros and cons.
I did too.
Right.
I think we'll all be in front of this committee. So,
Deciding what the pros and cons are.
Right.
Okay, so, yeah, anticipating and seeing this document again in my own lifetime, in another room. So how about, this group knows plenty about all these things. So rather than cash them all out, let's just, there's only 5. Why don't we are not aiming for a comprehensive, let's pick the most, the most compelling reasons we can think of for the pro columns and just put them in, a few. We don't have to come up with A to E. We can just say, amongst the things you'll consider are, some may be, for instance, the very first one, reduction in waste of single-use plastics by a date certain. I think I actually said increases clarity of timeline.
This?
Timeline. Yeah, maybe I take timeline for action.
Well, that would
And then-
definitely do A, reduce the use of single-use products, right?
Right, so let's add that one in.
Okay.
Reduces volume.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what reduces volume?
Volume of single-use products.
Okay,
Is that right?
yeah.
Am I on the right one? Yep.
Yes.
Reduces volume. Single-use products.
Yeah, and does it reduce the environmental impacts?
Listen,
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm just, I've been accused of being presumptuous. So,
I like this process.
And try.
Environmental impacts, yes. Improves management of systems.
yes. Divert it from disposal? I would say yes, if we're not allowing it anymore.
How does it improve management of systems?
Less volume. Yeah, if you're not allowing the use of certain single-use products by a certain date, then they're not there to have to be managed. So you wouldn't get it in your recycle
Is
stream.
elimination is improvement,
Yeah, yes. Reduction's always the best.
top of the pyramid.
Absolutely.
I understand your point, John. I wouldn't argue that if you wanted to, but either way, it doesn't really matter as long as you get these others in, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
I think a pro on that one is goal oriented.
Mm-hmm.
Which we all mean.
Measurable. Same as goal oriented.
Mm-hmm. By dates.
And does it do anything to prevent contamination of natural resources?
You can certainly make that argument.
So E.
So that,
Prevents contamination of natural resources.
Or I would say reduce.
Reduces contamination, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Reduces
So we just got that all fine, I think. So-
But there's others we won't, so. I'm presuming, we'll see.
So, one possibility is that you select all those, copy them, paste them in the next block, and
Then we
I'm
can
serious,
eliminate
and
them.
then we can edit them. We might
Yeah.
say, oh, we'll
Yeah.
take something
That's
out.
it.
So,
Mhm.
will give us a way to
And you can eliminate.
move our
so-
way along.
Yeah.
copy all of these and then replace the next one?
Yeah.
And-
Put it in the next one that says.
Go to another
self-statutory
block.
requirements.
Yeah.
right below it.
So like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
And then
don't go
I'd have
away.
to do these ones.
Yep.
All right, so, anything we wanna eject from the
So,
list
so which
here?
one is this?
Bands, packaging.
So these are just bans on it, not an EPR for them, just ban.
I think you'd eliminate goal-oriented, it's not really the same.
Right. Let's see, environmental impact, manage, I don't know, well, I suppose if you're eliminating a problematic material, for the same reason.
Yeah.
The system works better with less problems to deal with. Diversion, measurable, okay. On to the next.
I'm gonna copy these.
Well, no, I'd say the original list, because the original list had all of them in it. You deleted them.
The original list is broken into two pages.
Yeah, it's been easier for him to copy things without it.
That's okay, we got it. Questions?
It won't let you drag through
Yeah,
that.
it will, but it does.
Yeah.
Then it jumps.
Because the
Alright.
pros
Well,
Alright.
Yeah.
ensure manufacturers are bearing the cost of EPR. Okay, so this one seems a little different.
Yeah,
So let's,
doesn't really
Tune
reduce
this one
volume,
No.
because,
Doesn't reduce volume?
I wouldn't say it does.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily reduce environmental impact.
And the first one, that was really a
Yeah.
planning one, so let's take that one off.
It's not goal oriented.
I would say that it does reduce environmental impacts because it has the eco-modulated
Mhm.
schedule over in notes.
It improves management of the systems as well. Because it'll, over time, it'll become more efficient.
But we don't
Your
know what
eco-modulator is actually on
manufacturers are
another one,
using
though,
as
is
an
that right?
alternative.
I know, but I would not agree that it doesn't reduce environmental impacts.
But we
It's
don't know
a-
what manufacturers are using as an alternative.
Well, it says eco-modulated schedule, and the purpose of the eco-modulated schedule is to give preference to producers for producing materials that are are more environmentally.
So then can that one be combined with the other one that we?
The only reason why I wouldn't want it combined is because this one has a note on expanding the bottle bill. That's not mine, and I don't wanna take that out of there because that is somebody else's suggestion under the notes.
Well, it's a fair point, and there isn't actually one, it just talks about expanding the bottleable. Senator Bratt, you had, on the last page, I don't want to divert attention from this right now, but you kind of talk about expanding the bottleable glass, but that doesn't even capture all of what Warren's initial suggestion had been, so it might make sense to just separate out one.
There is a line just to increase the bottle.
For the
15 cents.
It's the
15
last one. So,
the
yes, you
increase
could
the-
take it out.
Increase the deposit on the bottle bill, but
Oh,
Senator
that's right.
Bratt's above that
Other
talked about glass only.
Oh, so
Lauren's
just change it to, oh,
suggestion was an expansion of the scope of the bottle bill beyond glass and an increase in the deposit. So I think it's a fair point, you take that note out of here and make
then
it
you can
its own
combine
thing,
them.
and that's, if you're good with that.
Sure, as a proposer, and you're a fellow proposer, you're willing to edit that way, that seems like a useful thing.
Yeah.
Be a little more compact.
So what we would do is keep the other EPR one, because we worked on that earlier
Yeah.
today,
Mm-hmm.
and move the pros into the other one.
So move these pros
So, compact.
down
The whole
into,
list actually would be printed to
The
you.
whole list, right?
Not that,
The
The
one
one-
with the environmental.
the original list that you
Yeah.
had above, that's hard for you to
so,
copy.
well, I still get a I still
Oh,
get.
yeah, you
this.
have it in your
I
copy.
still have a copy, yeah.
Okay.
And then move that down to.
So it has meets Act 169 in it.
You
so
just
that's
have it.
I think it was up.
Right
That
there.
one?
good. Right.
Mhm.
So, in addition to or in place of?
In place of meets
Place
all
of
at
that.
Place
69.
of just that one, yeah. Perfect.
Okay, so now let's pop back up to the one we were editing. Oh, we're getting close.
This one?
yeah.
Yes.
And then,
So ensuring manufacturers are bearing full cost doesn't seem,
Seems like a characteristic.
I think
of
you
the
can
EPR
delete this
system.
now.
Right.
I think it's
The
been
whole thing.
captured in
Yeah.
the other one.
Yeah.
And then you want one for expanding the bottle.
Right, I think that's right.
before we make a big mistake with the notes, we're gonna save that.
I think the
Well,
notes,
the touchpad's messing me up on this computer, so.
The notes are in it.
just keep expanding bottle bill to cover water, wine, and that becomes the item.
Yeah.
This becomes, this one becomes that?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Like that? And then this goes away?
Yeah.
Like that?
Eco-modulated scheduling is the way.
Yeah,
that
that
was
was
And EPR.
In that one.
Yeah,
And all of
all of
these?
those, yeah, gone.
Gone?
No.
So,
That makes sense.
now, we need a.
Can I just suggest though that among the pros, it's not, those may all apply, but it's also a higher quality of recycled material, which improves the marketability of the higher quality recycled material.
I'm sorry.
I got you,
It's
yeah.
that thing. Higher quality recycled material.
Yeah, you can probably just leave it at it.
So the,
No,
that
no.
improves management of systems.
Yeah.
is-
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that one,
That's
yeah.
fine.
And then,
Is it goal oriented?
the measurable is difficult because of the non-transparency of the bottle bill.
I don't mind eliminating both of those. It's
Right, goal and measure
Yeah.
don't really seem to fit.
But don't you want to increase the stream that's going into the redemption centers, and that would be? We need to fix the whole system now, and just
Nothing
increasing the redemption fee isn't going to fix the system itself.
Should we have a note
Yeah.
that the sorts at redemption
Right.
centers and retailers needs to be addressed?
Well, there is, towards the end, increased deposit, redemption of bottle bill, 15 cents, review and correct inefficiencies in system.
Yeah, but that's increasing the deposit, this is.
This is
Oh, okay.
expanding.
Well,
So-
this is an
But it's
increased
also
deposit too.
increasing deposit.
Maybe we can,
A different
maybe
amount.
this one goes away.
Yeah, I'm willing to combine mine, I still stand by what I
Right,
say,
right.
which is the test study that's happening right now, that people do it for 15 cents, they don't do it for 5, so why go to 10? But I'm fine with consolidating. So change mine to be 10 cents.
Or
just eliminate yours.
Or would yours
Right.
fit in this one?
Right, so
Make sure it's all
put
tracked.
correct in, combine them.
Yeah.
Correct inefficiencies in system.
Okay.
Okay, so,
That last one.
yep.
Okay, so,
Make the,
Go ahead.
yeah.
I want to serve the group and not hinder your discussion by any means. So this one here, so we would,
Review and correct
Just review
inefficiencies in
it.
systems, copies in case, to the other one.
As a note, right? Or as
No, as a.
as an item?
Mhm.
on the 10 cent,
Right.
as an addition to the item.
Yeah.
To that matter, you could say address, encourage more commingling. I mean, you could either put it as a note or part of
The only
it.
just
thing about-
somewhere it
Yeah.
needs to be
Yeah.
noted.
Needs to be
because
noted.
Increase
But that's
commingling.
Yeah.
Either increase commingling or decrease sorts. Don't care how you do it.
Right.
Safe
One-
place.
Two sides of things.
Yeah.
Good to leave it as a note. I mean, I think if we, that's one strategy that would help, but someone might dream up something else.
Yeah.
So then under notes, restaurant redemption.
Right, that's the other piece missing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Improve.
And it somehow is gonna address fraud.
Right, that's
How
great.
you-
Thank
Great
you.
note.
Yes,
Mhm.
okay.
And then cons, potentially increase recycling, the cost for a recycling system.
The curbside,
Yeah.
curbside.
Like that. Or could she curbside it?
Well, it's not all curbside,
Yeah, drop off, curbside.
Yeah,
blue bin,
municipal.
blue bin recycling.
Blue bin?
You get the idea.
Yeah.
No.
There's a lot of
Okay. All right, so,
We have to increase the mandate for recycled content.
Where? Oh, this one, yeah.
Yep, you're right there, yep. Which one is?
so let's, if you can pop back up and grab the full list again.
Yeah.
And then we'll edit it down.
Yeah.
We're at 34.
And that's, you know, the IT guy asked me if I wanted to go fast. That's not it.
Yeah, that's it, it starts with
Who's in it?
Copy the whole thing.
Higher up.
Here's all of them, right?
Mike, there's more moving pixels in here than an NHL game.
Oh, yes, the one that
It's
straddles the.
reduction in waste. Well, one more up,
One more.
One more, thank you.
I think.
Yes, because it straddled the page.
This was the.
Yeah, remember?
Yeah. Now I do. Yep. Now where were we?
Now, if we go back down,
That
to
was
the
down.
next time you see meets all the, criteria of activity.
There's kind of a place.
There you go.
Right there.
Got it. That's the last one.
And then, if you can take off increases clarity of timeline, that was
Doesn't-
not part of that one.
Won't
General
reduce volume.
HB. All right,
Yeah, recycled content mandate won't reduce the volume of some of these products. You just,
Yeah,
Mhm.
switching one container for the other.
just
Agreed.
But there's, you're promoting the use of recycled content or reducing the use of virgin material. So,
it's a
It doesn't
one-to-one trade.
eliminate the
Well-
bottle, it just changes the bottle into.
I
You're just
think
making the bottle
the next
into
one
another
would
bottle.
be germane,
Right.
reduces
better
environmental
bottle.
impact, because you're using
Yeah.
less virgin
Maybe.
material.
Maybe,
Yeah.
LCA told us there.
Yeah.
Right?
so, yeah, I would have that, I mean, if you want to just leave that, that's fine, but I think I would add one about promoting circular economy. Because is just a goal unto itself here, or a benefit of itself.
Yeah, and it benefits the recycling system
Yeah.
by creating demand.
does it help with, well, it's just slid off. It slide down a little, and say,
Okay, so we're deleting that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't improve management of systems.
Doesn't.
And it doesn't, this diversion from disposal doesn't do anything to that either.
I would argue that because there would be more incentive to recycle, collect through recycling those materials
marketplace. Okay, I'll give you that.
because of the
Okay.
demand for recycled content.
Yeah. For a con here, we do need to put, manipulates the marketplace for resins. 'Cause it may, I've been told at least if Poland Springs switched to 50% PCR, they would eat the entire supply of PCR east of the Rockies, so it's gonna manipulate the market.
Manipulate the market?
If we legislate.
I would say suck up the market.
Yeah,
Is
but-
that a
but-
bad thing?
but I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Well, but it's a con in the sense that if you're gonna legislate that, if you're gonna put in statute, all beverage bottles must meet 50% recycled content, and suddenly your bottle goes from $1.50 to $6 because you're simply chasing, or you just simply can't meet the supply, right? And then you get into penalties. It's gonna manipulate the market. And that's the stated goal. But the con is that it manipulates the market, right?
Well, it increases consumer costs, potentially.
Yeah.
That's what you're trying to say, yeah.
Cost,
Kind of.
but it causes change in the marketplace.
can we say it may disrupt the market or alter, I mean, I'm just.
I think alter would be better.
That way we don't have to prejudge
Okay.
how it's gonna.
It's just such a negative connotation.
Manipulate? Okay, sure. Alter, distort. Ruin. I'm not saying ruin.
What are we talking about?
So Andy, you would want it to be adversely altered the market.
I mean, if it's a con, it could adversely. I mean,
Yeah.
it could put some of the small bottlers out of business. Some of the small bottled water folks. They could either pay a penalty, right? Or they can't afford the bottle anymore. Like,
Or maybe we would use fillable.
Even
put them out of business altogether.
So let's,
Yeah.
let's not use plastic bottles or bottled water for an example,
Yeah.
let's identify like specialty food producers, now it's, somebody put specialty food producers out of business as well.
Right, it's not just bottled water.
Thank you. Does it help with diversion from disposal?
Yes, because you could have containers that are disposed now, but because they'll be valued, there'll be more incentive to put them in the recycling stream.
Would it be better to just put incentive against disposal versus diversion?
Yeah.
Incentive against?
Incentive to reduce disposal. Does that work?
To reduce disposal.
Mm-hmm. Get rid of from.
And then in terms of goal-oriented and measurable, those, well, they're, I mean, everything up here is goal-oriented, right?
I would definitely say it's measurable.
Right, but measurable, because we would, there would be a specification.
Yeah.
They would.
Okay.
So is goal-oriented gone?
Fine.
Yeah.
Oh, there's something else.
Yep.
Reduces contamination of natural resources.
Well, by reducing the use of virgin materials, I think there's a direct connection
Yes.
there.
I thought that captured the virgin material in number one. When I think about the contamination of natural resources, I'm thinking of litter and the microplastics. And I don't think it reduces that because, it doesn't matter if the plastic bottle's out of recycled plastic or not. If it gets out in the environment, it's gonna break down into microplastics.
Yeah, I wouldn't dispute that point, but I think reducing contamination of natural resources might have to do with fracking and so forth. There's less fracking involved in creating a bottle that's made of 50%
Okay, I hadn't
recycled
thought of that.
content.
That's a good
True.
point.
But
How is that not saying
if we're relating, because we copied these from the
Yeah.
charges,
Yeah.
and it specifically says prevent contamination of natural resources by discarded single-use products.
So it could be a slight alteration.
Yes,
there.
it reduces pollution.
Well, yeah, it reduces environmental impacts already.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
all
saying-
right, sorry there.
Well, that's fine, you can eliminate it.
Right. As a note, you may say reduces the use of virgin materials in the notes.
Yeah.
Reduces.
Yep.
Always
Yeah,
way.
thank you.
Reduces use of
Reduces the use of virgin material.
materials.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I think that was our
Whew.
last instance of.
You guys do
Smith
that.
Hall.
So are we gonna give,
Save it.
Mike, the ability to just go in here and clean things up a little bit? Just, cause some of these statements don't really say this, Michael or Mike. Because like the one we were just on, it was an increased mandate, it's not what we're talking about, we're talking about mandating to increase recycled content, right?
So kind
So,
of going through
these
and clarifying
little
what
picky
we
things
meant.
that we don't necessarily have to wordsmith as a committee.
I won't edit.
Scrivener improvements?
Right. Well, against this group, high marks for there was no weapons were brandished. During a group edit process, which is probably one of the most challenging things you can do with people at your work.
No, one member did leave the room briefly.
For oxygen.
Just
Right.
composure.
So, any other notes on this? I think we spelled out what was missing, or
I have a couple clarifications that I would like to just bring up.
okay.
If we start at the top of the document, it says no standard ASTM, and this was when Andy was on the phone and we were talking about compostable versus recyclable, I think. And it's not clear here, but there is an ASTM standard for compostable.
This is biodegradable in the environment, was the comment, I think.
Okay.
Where-
But where are we?
It's
Top of the
first,
page,
very top.
very top of the page.
Cons.
Thank you.
Oh, this
Under
one, gotcha.
cons.
Okay.
So,
This is, yeah, we were debating, I think, if it doesn't biodegrading the environment, right? That was Kathy, your point.
Mhm.
You wanted it to, if it's littered, to
Right.
disappear,
Naturally,
naturally
decomposed.
degrade. If not, it's going to be banned under, I think, the recommendation. And so my
Oh.
So what I was saying is that there is a compostability standard, ASTM, and.
I agree. Yeah, there's
I
compostability.
think he's trying to remind me, I was trying to say, there's no standard for natural decomposition.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
Not composting, but under natural ambient temperature.
All right, so if we want to keep it out, either way, I just want it to be made clear that there's no standard for natural decomposition, but there is an ASTM standard for compostability.
We don't even need
Yes.
ASTM in that comment you're on right now. Yep, just leave it like that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then down on the next recommendation, discontinue integrated bottle redemption and replace with EPR for printed materials and writing. I'm not sure why we got into the percentages at a MRF, but they don't match the percentages that I have for our MRF. So if we want to keep that comment,
The 40, 20, 20, 20.
yeah, I'm not sure how that helps the reader in this particular recommendation, but if we do want to keep it, I would say that my numbers are quite a bit different.
Yeah.
So.
And how about yours, Kim, you know?
You have a 20% resident.
No,
No.
Okay.
no, we don't.
So these are facility specific, so let's not put them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take the whole thing out?
Yeah.
Before we move on, can I jump in there? Are you done with this one? For a con, can we include, cost of consumer increases, but also it essentially puts over 50 redemption centers out of business?
To eliminate the bottle bill.
Yes.
It's redemption centers.
Since
Yeah.
you should say if bottle bill is eliminated because there is the / integrate. So it is a confusing one. but-
Yeah. So the cost to consumers, I am not convinced that will increase because consumers are paying a lot in Vermont right now to recycle. It'll be a different cost, but I'm not sure it'll be an increase. I'm not convinced of that.
I would agree with that, but it comes out in a disclaimer.
We have to remember there's a handling fee too, on top of the 5 or 10, 15 cents. There's a handling fee.
That will go away.
Right.
If it's discontinued, but. Is that what you mean?
Well, what I'm
I mean,
mean,
not following
Okay, so
what you
how
mean.
about if we put a note, you know, it just says, impact consumer prices should be assessed.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just,
Sure.
I'm sure the legislature will be sensitive to that.
And then,
Okay.
and then should we delete that one?
What does successful US model means to be?
Well, yeah, so I was gonna say, I think,
It was a half a sentence.
because I think the word develop,
Wouldn't increase the cost.
was dropped.
Yeah,
Right.
Because that's what I wrote in on mine.
I think it got dropped and then it didn't get replaced, then we got onto something else and
Exactly.
I lost it.
So we looked at models, but we know this one.
So what are we doing with that? Should be developed.
Developed.
Developed. Like that?
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so keep going to contaminants of emerging concern, and this comes into the Michael edits right there, right there.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure what that recommendation was anymore, it was just a statement, it's just a thing. There are, so is this span upstream work?
I mean, it could be upstream and downstream. It could be
Right.
recycling. I mean, you could have all kinds of.
So
parts.
Kim, you were the one that brought this up, I think, the contaminants of emerging concern.
Mhm.
What action, what do you mean by what do you want done with contaminants of emerging concern?
Like
What was your
reduce
recommendation?
exposure to, or?
Ban them from being put in products?
It's more the, yeah. It's more the food packaging,
PFAS?
yeah. And recently, we just learned 1,4-dioxin. So,
Sounds like a ban, right? 'Cause-
well, right, yeah.
our
Yeah.
conversation, was it something like, why does it have to fall to the solid waste handler in the
Right.
end? When it was
Right.
created way upstream?
Right.
Mhm.
Yes, it
That's
comes out
what
in
I
the
thought.
leachate.
Yes.
Okay, so that sounds like eliminate or ban or.
Ban products that contain,
Toxic additives,
Yeah.
et cetera.
Especially if they're touching our food.
yeah.
Toxic additives in single-use products? Is that,
Yes, they contain.
no, ban, I think it's ban toxic additives in single-use products, would that capture it?
Yeah, I think, yes, yeah. Food packaging, I prefer to say.
Yeah.
Or is it food service? It's not just packaging, right?
Food service and food
Both,
packaging.
yes.
That's both.
Now, we have something on the first page that's
Food content.
very similar to this. It's ban food packaging that contains, and it only said
PFAS.
PFAS, but maybe we should PFAS and other toxic.
Another, yeah.
Yeah.
You've got the emerging, you may not want lead in there, or, something that might not be categorized as an emerging contaminant, but that's where I
Right.
want the toxics. But
Doesn't the toxic clearinghouse, cover some of those things?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Ban toxic additives in food packaging.
In
Okay.
food
In food service, I would say, 'cause it's not.
So would you be all right instead of using packaging, because utensils aren't packaging?
Right.
That's what he's
Yeah.
saying,
And-
food
and
food
so
service, and food service
Yeah.
items. Good.
How is
Because
that
we-
different than one?
Okay, so so perhaps with the very first item, keep this the way it is, because it's very complete. Go up to the very first item. And maybe we can just delete the last part of item 1. It says, and food packaging that contains PFAS.
Right, 'cause it's the
Right.
same
Right,
There we go.
concept.
okay.
Mhm.
But
Great.
keep the rest of that one the same.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Excellent.
Okay, so,
So are we combining those? Sorry.
no.
Okay,
Now, we're just getting rid of some redundancy.
perfect. Thank you.
You're gold.
Department of Redundancy Department, that's a good name. Bad phrase.
That's great.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
So I think this is my last comment, down to the hotel shampoo one. Ban single-use food packaging. So my question was, do we want to clarify, whoever made this suggestion, there's single-use food packaging and then there's single-use packaging. And I was wondering if, because it's associated with hotel shampoos, which is just packaging. So, or define what single-use food packaging is, like, is it include, the serviceware that we were just talking about?
This is just a.
So it just, single-use food packaging, so if I buy a can of soup, that can is a single-use food packaging. Is this a ban on cans containing soup? That's what needs to be clarified
We
here.
only debated, I think, the hotel part.
That's a great question.
Or it's when you buy the chicken.
I gotta bring my own can now?
Bulk soup at the co-op.
what if we
It does
take out
exist?
the single-use food packaging phrase?
Oh, right.
I don't know who suggested this one and what, they obviously had something in mind with which they
I think,
maybe it was
Jim
food
does
service
it.
for
It
them?
was Lauren.
Yeah, it was Lauren's
Yeah.
proposal initially, and I think she probably was looking at Berkeley. There are those municipal ordinances that have taken on single use. It's food service products,
Seattle is the model.
yeah.
Seattle.
Seattle maybe as well, yeah.
So what
I
are
think
those?
we had it before.
But are they banning all single-use packaging or just the non-recyclable?
I'd have to look at it honestly, Mike, you may recall, but.
It's content specific,
Mhm.
what it's made out of, so.
It's plastic, I
Right.
believe.
Yeah.
They're specifically looking at plastic.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't know what.
So they don't ban like
Plastic.
bamboo.
Right.
Or compostable.
Right.
So everything we buy in the grocery store would be great.
I think it's focused on food establishments.
But
Yeah.
for state and municipal?
No, the packaged water is actually the use of essentially government funds to purchase bottled water, the single-serve bottled water.
Even in emergency.
But I think that's why it says in the notes.
It does, it seems like that's 3 different pots.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Packaged water for state municipal,
So
hotels
three-
and hotels
Or
just
the
a
comment,
period after
it's
bottles.
right here, it's single-use food packaging, contact with plastics and chemicals added to plastics and consumer products is a pathway for exposure to toxic chemicals, so it's kind of related to what I said.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
so should plastic be put in between ban single-use food
I
packaging?
think that would at least make it a little clearer.
Plastic food packaging.
Or could it be under yours? Can,
Yeah.
could we go back to what yours was?
If that was her intent.
So just eliminate single-use food packaging from this one and keep everything else, but then your point
Mine-
would cover it,
Right.
So if we delete that,
Yes.
that,
But go up pretty minor. But go ahead.
Does that work for you, Paul, or was that, you think
Well,
that
I
was the
think-
intent of her?
I think so. I might say, I think we all understand what we mean by banned hotel shampoo bottles, but
Yeah.
really it's single-use
Toiletries.
toiletries.
Toiletries, yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like
Lotion.
California
Yeah.
calls it personal care product.
personal care,
Yeah.
single-use personal care
Yeah.
products in
Yeah.
hotels and.
And they're only banned in the room
Yeah.
or in the bathroom. You can go to the front lobby and get it if you want it.
Oh, in case you didn't bring it.
Right.
Yeah, and you might have us a note that you could exempt smaller,
Yeah, they do, California has tiering by
Yes.
Just right to see
how large a
California bill.
hotel.
well, California exempts hotels with fewer than 500 rooms or something, and I think that wouldn't work as well for us.
5?
I don't know, I'm not exaggerating,
It
perhaps.
phases based on size of the hotel.
Yeah.
So the smaller ones have another year.
And
Yeah, and it's
so,
like 2024, that's a long way off.
I
Actually,
think
sounds like there's a bill in the works there.
the second half of this, packaged water for state and municipal, what that means is a banned use of public dollars for single-serve water bottles. I think that's the point there.
Well, not necessarily single serve, the 5-gallon jugs
Yeah.
as well.
You could, although you can fill up, I mean,
Those
I think
are
the point
reusable.
was you want to get rid of the 16 ounce or whatever.
We certainly do, but, I was also considering in this that, for instance, we made the switch here in the State House. We aren't getting these 5-gallon jugs anymore. We did an alternative. And,
Tap water.
would be filtered tap water.
Yeah. That's, I mean, I don't think she would object.
Okay.
so is that what you're saying?
Just kind of clarify the personal care products, because you don't want to include feminine products in that category.
Oh,
In
yeah.
a whole,
So
Right.
shampoo, soap,
Conditioner.
and any other product you can put on your skin
Body wash.
is
there
how
you go.
they define
Just
it.
wanna,
Soap
yeah.
and any product you can put on your skin.
Could be
Say it.
moisturizer.
We all know
I don't
that.
offend anybody.
Okay.
take this up in testimony.
Yeah.
Mike, can I just see the next one down? I just want to get a reminder where we ended up on that.
So,
Yeah.
see?
Wait a minute.
Foliage.
I lost my way.
All right, that was our last box, I think. Is that true? I don't wanna discourage your comments, I'm just.
I think that will help Mike edit it a little bit.
Yeah. Great.
Good point. I just want to.
Kathy's moving her hand.
No, I'm just a little confused with where.
Catch her.
I didn't keep good notes, I guess. Okay, well, that's the one I want to see. Oh, go back, go back. Modulated fees. Okay. Recycling
That's food waste there.
I did think of one more thing for this one. And that's, help with the finances of our recycling system. As a pro. Yep.
Say that again.
Assist with the finances of our recycling system.
Okay.
You didn't ask about why food waste is there. It might be covered in the note. Remember, this is what Andy's
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was
just
supposed
to
to
make
be
sure.
over the
Yeah.
note.
It's a little, it's a little confusing there.
For the cons.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, we don't want EPR on food waste.
Yeah.
We laughed out of the building here.
Yeah.
Just that.
Yeah.
Just part of food waste. I'll take the money if I give it back.
Vermont really thinks that's it.
For the cons, can we, include increased cost to consumers?
I would see, we added above language that captured it.
Consider the.
Yeah, consider the impacts to consumer cost.
We added it where?
To,
This is a different one.
yes, but we added similar language, and I just want to make sure it's consistent.
Oh, I see.
But I think so let me check, when someone asked me will increase costs, it might increase the cost of a product, but decrease the cost of running a waste system.
Correct.
So that it's kind of one wall, at the end, you might have an advantage, could save you money, that's anticipated.
It'll also encourage more shopping in New Hampshire or.
It could.
It could, yeah. That's
Yeah,
my
order
argument.
I think the language is in the second, potentially. I think the second item.
We got that.
We'll look at the big screen. Oh, Mike, just put that one over.
Down,
There you go.
Okay,
Increased cost.
Go back up, it's in the notes.
Increased cost.
Impact on
Impact
consumer prices
should be assessed.
Yep.
Great, we add that to the note down below.
I'm gonna add this to the note down.
Yep.
I'm gonna add that to the note down below.
Please.
And which one was that?
It's the
Second
EPR
line,
one.
third
that
line.
was,
Food waste and then alcohol.
Down further. Yeah.
The next one down?
Nope, down.
There we go.
This one?
The one
Yeah,
that
that
said
one.
modulated fee factors may be in conflict.
Okay, so does it go into the notes?
We also had, access to products should also be assessed.
Maybe we just put that in one, impact on consumer prices and access.
Access to products.
Impact on consumer prices and access. Two products. Like that?
Of course. Right. I sense overwhelming contentment creeping into the group. This must be the time to stop.
Going once, going twice, so.
So I'm getting a little, but I think we made it from one end to the other, re-editing the thing. So I'll hit the save button, that's a good sign. There we go.
Saving often for having us.
All right, so, Mike O'Grady, can you, join us at the table just to help us, know how these things will get put together in the report? That way.
So, can I say?
Yeah, please.
Well, one of the things that I am looking at when I look at the table is not necessarily content, but how certain of the proposals have similar themes, but are not grouped together. And so one of the things I did is I looked at that there are themes where you can group some of your proposals together. There's a theme about product standards, where you have proposals to address PFAS or chemicals of emerging concern, about recyclability, recycled content, compostability, and then about hotel products. You could put that underneath one theme. The other theme is EPR in general. What the scope of it is, printed material, glass, the hard plastics /3, 6, and 7, whether or not to integrate it with the bottle bill. There's a cost function underneath the EPR proposals. Do manufacturers bear the potential for eco-modulated fees, and then the impact on consumers. A third fee is those eco-modulated fees separate from EPR, with, for example, one of the proposals being a fee on printed materials. The fourth theme is the bottle bill in general. You just talked about increasing its scope, you talked about increasing the deposit, you talked about correcting the inefficiencies, and you have it that's potentially not specific or not integrated with EPR. So that's another theme. And then the last theme would be consumer forward or consumer focused. Consumer education, motivation to recycle, consumer education on contamination, avoid increases on consumer prices, maintain access to products, a task force with oversight, and then generalized enforcement. So you could consolidate all of these into those themes. I'm not changing any of the content of what you just did, just putting kind of subject matter over each of them. And that will allow for me to summarize your discussions in the content of the report.
Everyone comfortable with that?
Yep.
Yes, thank you. That sounds like a great idea. Be more user-friendly.
Right.
Believe.
All over again.
So we already talked about how add a paragraph with the disclaimer. I tried to start writing one, but you guys are all a little bit of a moving target. So I'll have to give you some language, and I fully expect some edits on that. And then I want to just kind of walk through the skeleton framework of the report. I'm sorry, I just lost it there. So this is just a skeleton. It's based off of another report of substantial size that the Ledge Council did for a study committee. You have a table of contents, and you could include in this table of contents all your written testimony or your commission response, but you didn't really do much of that. But you do have a substantial amount of information on the website. So as Senator Bray referenced earlier, you could include effectively a reference page with a link to each of with the title of each of the documents, the author, and a link to it. So the report will basically be interactive in nature and allow for people to look at all the material that's been provided. So you could look at Chaz Miller's presentation. You could look at the Recycling Institute's information. So it's not excluding anything, and everything's available for reference within the report.
Sound good to everyone?
Yeah.
Yep.
One of the attachments that's already attached is the report that A&R supplied at the beginning of the study committee. It addresses the first 2 to 3 charges of the committee. I recommend that it be included in full as an attachment to the report, which it is right now. So that would be another attachment. Your table would be another attachment in full. So it could be referenced, and so everyone can go and look at exactly what your recommendations or alternatives are. So that would go in as you approve it.
Are you suggesting, as you did at the beginning about grouping things together, changing how the table then is put together?
Yes,
Yeah.
just reorganizing the table. Yeah. There will be subheadings for each one of the different themes. I'll call them that. I'm not going to call them proposals, it's just themes. Then you get the statutory charge, it's exactly what was in the act. Then one of the things that you can do as a background, some committee reports do this, tell you how it got here. It would summarize the discussion at the Act 69 level. Frankly, I would probably pull from my Act summary for Act 69 to give the background on this. And then some reports do a summary of the meetings that they've had. That's really up to you if you want to include it or not. It's usually basic. You met on this day, you heard from these people.
Yeah.
Do you want that? Okay. All right. And then you get to the recommendations. I don't think, at least I heard you said you didn't want to call them recommendations. You can, again, call them themes or alternatives for discussion.
Items for further consideration is what.
Items for further consideration. And then, if it's okay with you, I would group those items generally as the themes that you have on your table, and I would just summarize effectively what those are and refer for detail to the table. And that's basically what the report would be.
Anyone think of something they thought we should be including that we haven't outlined?
So, Michael, when we look at the draft report, on page 11, in the background section,
all right, so this is the A&R report that they provided at the beginning of the working group.
Okay, yes it is. Okay, so I will stay right out of that.
And I could probably, on page 10, there's the title. All right, so I think I can get you a draft. This week's going to be hard because of the Senate drafting deadline and other working groups, but I will have time early next week to start writing this vigorously.
Michael, excuse me.
Well, then I thought we should just circulate, send everyone a copy directly. And, I had talked about we could list everyone who's on the committee. That would be another traditional thing to do. I don't know if people are feeling ceremonial enough they want to actually sign off on the report, or that's your John Hancock. Somebody circulate a piece of paper, people sign it with their name, and then that goes in.
This is 21st century. I don't think we need that anymore.
You're just listing who was
Just
on.
listing
Yeah.
I would say listing and affiliation.
Yeah.
Right. There is that list from representing such and such, representing such and such. That would be a useful thing, so people know who was here for what reason. Thank you. All right, so we'll stay modern, just small contact. Anything else? So, again, thank you, everyone, and thanks for hanging in there on figuring out a way to edit. You know, I mean, one of the things that's unusual around this group is that sometimes when we have meetings in the legislature, you pretty much have a pretty clear idea of what you're going to ask people to do and how it's going to come out. So, and here, over and over again, I said, well, let's think about this together in real time, and we gave ourselves 5 minutes to reread something, and then we relaunched our conversation. So I really appreciate people just digging in and doing the work with others. So thank you very much. And that, there's no other business.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well managed.
Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules to order. And the first item on the agenda is the review minutes of the last meeting.
And I will move approval.
Representative Myers moves that the minutes of the last meeting be approved. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. And the minutes have been approved. First item on the agenda. Department of Public Service, Commercial Buildings, Energy Standards. And speaking for the department, Barry Murphy, Department of Public Service, Energy Planning and Resources Division. Mr. Murphy, while you're taking your seat, the committee will please identify itself.
Barry Murphy with the Department of Public Service.
And I'm Allison Bates, one with the Department of Public Service. Sorry I was not on the list.
I'm Senator Joe Bennett from Caledonia County.
Representative Linda Myers from Essex Town.
Betsy Ann Rest, Legislative Council.
Mark McDonald, Senator from Orange County, filling in for the chair, Robert Chester Benjamin, who is yet to go out.
Representative Marsha Gardner from Richmond.
Representative Trevor Squirrel, Jericho and Underhill.
Thank you for coming this morning. The floor is yours to.
Thank you for having us. As I previously mentioned, Allison Bates Wanop, and on behalf of the Department of Public Service, I present the revised proposed commercial building energy standards, or CBs as we call it, on proposed rule 19-P42. As the committee likely recalls, the committee objected to the department's previously proposed CBS rule on a limited grounds due to a copyright notice contained in that rule. The prior rule contained copyrighted material, the International Energy Conservation Code, or IECC, integrated with non-copyrighted Vermont-specific changes to the IECC. The committee objected to the copyright notice in the rule as it had in 2011 and 2014 as being inconsistent with federal case law. The department examined LCAR's objection and reviewed the law on this issue. The department determined that the public interest was best served by resolving LCAR's grounds for objection. The department did so by removing, or attempted to do so, by removing the copyright material from the rule. The rule now contains only the Vermont-specific changes to the IECC and incorporates copyrighted material by reference. This is consistent with case law in the Second Circuit, of which Vermont is a part. The revised final proposed rule thus contains no copyrighted material and no copyright notice. This was the same method employed with the residential building energy standards, which on November 14th, LCAR voted to withdraw its objection and approve that rule. So the revised CBES, upon being adopted, will be available on the Secretary of State's website, which was a previously identified concern with LCAR, and the public will have the same level of access to the rule as it did previously, meaning that there will be a free viewable copy of the Vermont-specific changes fully integrated with the IECC available online, and the public can obtain free copies by contacting the department. I also should follow up about the letter that we sent yesterday. Apologies that we were not able to get it in by Tuesday, but the issue was only shortly identified to us, or at least one of them. So the letter that we sent yesterday identified 2 additional changes to make to the proposed rule. The first, which if you have questions I will defer to Mary on, is regarding clarifying that one option for compliance is available. And the second is changes certain language on the cover page of the rule so that the rule could track any changes to the IECC, which will be forthcoming. We recently learned that there is a methodological error in the IECC that was created by the International Code Council, and the International Code Council is working to fix that error, and we want our rule to incorporate the material as it may be changed to remedy that error.
Let's offer the case, the technical do's and don'ts of rules often take more time and explanation than the substance. Are there any questions for the witness? let's, our council, do you have any comments to make on the presentation?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. To reiterate what Ms. Wannab already stated, the CB's rule as revised or proposed to be revised by DPS does remove the copyright issue that was the sole grounds for this committee objecting last time. Now, as she has already stated, there is no purported copyright on this rule. Instead, the CB's incorporates by reference a separately copyrighted material. So I do believe this addresses the copyright issue that was objected to before.
So we already approved the rule in balance. All we're doing now is removing our own language that suggested we objected to that portion that's now been approved.
If you believe that the issue has been addressed, legally I do think it has been addressed like you did with Arby's. The first motion would be to withdraw your objection. And then if you did want to move forward and approve the rule in its entirety, the second motion would be to approve the rule as modified, if you do want to incorporate these modifications.
But in our previous approval, it's an awkward way because we didn't really approve, we had language in there that said we object to this particular provision.
That's correct.
So we have to remove that piece of language from what we did before.
You would withdraw your original objection.
So moved.
It's been moved that the original objection to the rule, that the committee withdraw the objection. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. And I think council will tell us what we might do next, which is to approve the rule as unnecessary and double protection, or we could simply remain silent. What's the committee's pleasure?
Well, I think we had a footnote, if I read all this correctly, that said although LCAR approved these rules, that and explanatory language about what we were thinking was not appropriate, we need to remove that now.
That is correct, but that's for the letters of to the committees of jurisdiction. You still have this rule pending in front of you with the department's proposed modifications today. So the second motion, if one wants to make it, would be to move to approve the rule with the modifications proposed by the department.
So moved.
Everybody has moved to approve the rule now that it's been gussied up in a proper fashion. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay, and the rule has been approved as thanks to the hard work of the department who has solved the problem. Let us do this away. Thank you very much.
Well, and thank you to Elgar and particularly to Legislative Council for her gracious help and support.
It's usually a team effort, and such things come resolved. Thank you, Council. Representative Justin Tangent, welcome.
Thank you. To address the memo to the committee of jurisdiction now, Senator Benning was bringing up.
Yes. So did we?
Thank you very much.
Council's prepared a letter.
Would you like me to address this?
Yes, please.
So you have in your packet the draft letter to the committees of jurisdiction that sets forth the issues that were raised during testimony on the RBs and CBs. And as Senator Benning had already brought up, this current draft memo was the one that you had already seen, which at the time, at the state of those rules, you had objected to those copyright portions. So as I indicated in my email to you, and thank you to Charlene for providing that, now you have withdrawn both objections and you've approved both of the rules. So as I noted in my email, now that you've done that, you could amend this memo to say, although LCAR approved these rules, LCAR's review rules has a limited scope. So that highlighted text in the first paragraph of that memo could be revised to read, although LCAR approved these rules, instead of although LCAR approved the majority of these rules. And also, you would delete the footnote that referred to your objection.
So moved.
Is there any?
Go ahead, Robin.
I think council has stated their views eloquently. Any discussion? Not, then entertain a motion to revise our letter to committees of jurisdiction as indicated.
And to send to them?
And to send to them.
So,
Motion to approve modification of the letter to committees of jurisdiction for sending. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Thank you.
Thank you.
It reminds me of those cowboy movies where the horseman overtakes the railroad train and deftly jumps off onto the moving cars and goes about his business.
Welcome aboard. I got a text from Senator Gray that he was delayed, but will be arriving around 10:30. The next rule up is 19P64, Department of Health, rules of the Board of Medical Practice.
No? Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you all for having me. I'm Sheila Livingston with the Health Department. The rule in front of you, you actually saw the emergency rule that we brought to you that looked similar. However, you gave us some great feedback on that rule, and so this does look slightly different. Just to refresh everybody's memory, the purpose of this rule is to update the way in which we approve the credentials of individuals seeking a medical license in Vermont if they were foreign trained. And what happened was we were basing that on a list compiled by the Board of Medical Practice in California, and they stopped updating that. And so now we needed a new methodology to ensure that individuals seeking licensure in Vermont who were properly trained to get a license and practice here. I'll explain the modification that was made since you last saw this. There was also a list of unapproved schools that was maintained by California, and we had as Senator Benning pointed out, confusing way of having that included in the emergency rule. And upon review and discussion with other states and with practitioners, we removed that. So now it's very straightforward. It's just that it has to have been on the California list or on the new list. And so we changed the grammatical structure of the paragraph so that it was more straightforward.
Imagine.
I know.
I just
it was fun.
For the moment, was I right? Is that what you're saying?
Do I have to say that?
No. I got the
You made an excellent point.
Do we put that in the minutes?
That's the substance of the minutes. I have a question. In your letter, the section of the rules would be 2.6.3. And that's the last sentence. Someone who meets all eligibility requirements for such certification and is only lacking current licensure.
Yes.
And I guess I'm assuming that implicit in that is that they will then get the licensure
Correct.
that's missing.
You got it.
It probably doesn't need spelling out, but
Yeah, but that's exactly what that means.
that was my only point. Is that if people have questions, concerns?
I'll move approval.
Senator Benning, have a question?
I do.
Okay.
You had indicated that California is no longer holds a list or produces a list. Did I understand that correctly?
Right.
Because
So they
the annotated text version on page 1 has definitions of a board-approved medical school means a medical school that, and then 2.6.1 says appears on the official California recognized medical schools list. Is there still a list that's kept?
So let me clarify that. There is still a list that exists it is not being updated.
Okay.
Right. And some of the newer lists didn't exist when somebody might have gone to school.
Okay.
You got it.
Following that particular rabbit hole, if a medical school drops out of accreditation, are they removed? If the list is not maintained, are they removed from that list?
So the California list would not change. So if I went to school in 1985 and that school was accredited and on the California list that time, then I would be fine. If that school then subsequently dropped off and my grandson went to school, that same school, and it was no longer accredited and it wasn't on the new list at the time of accreditation, then it would not count.
But if the list is not maintained, will it be removed from the list?
So it's temporal. So the lists give you the timing, right? So you know when the person graduated or got their diploma or whatever. I think that's what you get from medical school, your diploma. When you graduate, that is the time at which it's important that school was accredited. So we don't want to take off the California list.
No, I
because
understand
the
that.
other lists don't have that temporality.
If your grandson graduates from a school 5 years from now, from a school that is on the list now, but in 5 years no longer meets those guidelines, that's my understanding is because the list is not maintained, that school would not be removed from the list. And therefore, all they have to do is graduate from a school that's on the list.
Right, but
it's not no longer an accurate.
But we wouldn't use the California list for somebody graduating today.
Okay.
Right, so somebody graduating today would use the maintained lists, the lists that are current. But those current lists didn't exist in '85. The California list, or I don't think it was the California list, but the California list existed at that point. And so it is a temporal issue, right?
But the only way for you to determine whether they are valid or not is to ask the question, what school did you go to? And you refer to the California list that is not currently being maintained. And if that school subsequently does not meet the criteria, how would you know that the individual graduating from said school is actually eligible under our criteria now if what you're doing is enabling them to come in under this particular rule as it's written?
Hold on, I'm not explaining it well. Let me think about a different way to explain it. So,
Can I take a shot at it?
yeah,
See if I understand?
go ahead.
So looking at someone who is graduated from a foreign medical school in 2022, you would not refer to the California list.
Right.
Because that list was only maintained up until 2020.
Right.
So going forward, you refer to the other lists. The California list is only prior to this date.
Right. But it might be somebody who's, who's applying for a Vermont license today who graduated in '85, and then we would use the California list to verify. Yeah. So we need it there still, even though that's annoying because it'd be great if we could just take it off altogether. But the reason we didn't want to keep the point that you had made was we don't want to keep the unapproved list because that was so confusing because it could have been on an unapproved list and now it's approved, and that just muddied the waters in a way that wasn't
Well,
helpful.
so the question is, it not been wise to have a statement to the effect that they appear on the official California recognized medical schools list as of X date, whatever that is?
We could put that in there, but that's not. So
the trouble in
when
either-
we talk to other states, that's not how they have done it, and then that's not when we talk to the provider groups and the medical practice board. The concern was another issue that you find is that somebody went to a school and it wasn't accredited while they were there. Then it got accredited right before they graduated. And so you want to be able to leave these rooms so that there is flexibility for the board to recognize somebody who is truly qualified and trained. The cut date for exactly when California did or didn't stop doing their, their updating is less critical than knowing that the school was actually accredited at that time. And that's something that, while I understand this committee has been grappling with the best way to word, in practice is very straightforward. It's not a complicated, like, I graduated at this date, and you look at the list, you say, great, that school was approved at that period.
Representative Gardner.
So let me see if I understand this.
Yes.
You not only ask the person, what school did you graduate from? You also ask what year.
Correct.
And that's what you look at. Was that school accredited and
at that time?
At that time. Thank you.
Got it.
Can I ask how you learn that?
It's in the application.
No, I mean, once you have decided what school they went to and what year, does the board actually go into the history of the school to determine at that year that they were actually
Yes.
accredited? Okay.
The staff do, but yes, but yes, they do.
Yeah. So,
and we don't have, the other thing for the community to know is we don't have hundreds of these up. It's not like this is some huge workload. It's not, it's not.
so Legislative Council just pointed out that is addressed in 15.2.5.
Then that was another comment from Senator Ben last time around. I know that was a while ago, but. I actually asked David Herlihy if we could show you the application, and you have to have a login, whatever. Not being too much of a hassle, but it would be fun.
Okay, with that, Mr. Chair, I'll move approval.
Is there any further discussion? We have a motion to approve the rules of board of medical practice as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, this we're right on schedule. Next rule is 19P67, Department of Health, the Vital Records Rule.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Brendan Atwood. I'm a policy advisor with the Department of Health. And with this rulemaking, the department is proposing to amend the Vital Records Rule. The purpose of the Vital Records Rule is to establish the requirements for creating, obtaining, storing, and disposing of birth and death certificates in Vermont. And with this rulemaking, the department is improving access to these records for those who need them in the following ways. First, this rulemaking would incorporate the changes made in the existing emergency rule that expand the list of alternate means of identification in order to make it easier for inmates and former inmates to apply for a certified copy of a birth certificate. And this will help these folks more easily obtain a driver's license or employment. And this change was made in accordance with Act 80 of 2019. This rulemaking will also allow Vermont state employees to use their state employee identification to request and obtain birth and death certificates when conducting official business. This was a change made at the request of DCF and DVA, whose employees need access to these records for issues related to custody, adoption, and the provision of benefits. And this essentially reestablishes what had been the status quo prior to Act 46 of 2017. And then this rulemaking would also establish a process through which an individual experiencing homelessness can work with a homeless services provider to apply for a certified copy of a birth certificate. Again, this will make it easier for these folks to obtain a driver's license or employment. And this was an issue that was brought to our attention by a number of town clerks and a state representative. And then finally, a number of formatting and citation revisions have been made. And in drafting this rulemaking, the department worked with the Department of Corrections, the Vermont Municipal Clerks and Treasurers Association, as well as the Vermont Coalition to End Homelessness. So they've all reviewed these changes and provided support throughout the rulemaking process. And so with that, I'll be happy to take any questions that you may have.
I want to note that we have a letter from Senator White enthusiastically stating that this meets legislative intent, or statutory intent. I do have one question. It's, if you look at the annotated rule, it's the first definition, 3.1, about the affidavit of homelessness status.
Yes.
And it, so it's used to verify an individual status for the purpose of obtaining a birth certificate. So is that a temporary designation? How long does it last? How long? When is someone not a homeless person?
It really is just used essentially as another form of identification, whereby a homeless services provider is essentially verifying that person's both their identity and their status as homeless. And so one of the requirements of the identification is that it establishes an address. And so these folks, in most cases, don't have an address unless they're at a shelter. So it would only be for the purposes of that single request for that certified copy of a birth certificate.
So it's not an ID card?
No, it's not. No, and actually, I do have a copy if it would be helpful to see what the affidavit looks like.
I'm curious, but I think it's not necessary. Okay. Examine it. Representative Gardner.
You may not know this, but I'll just question that anyway. How is the Department of Health coming along with the database as far as a statewide accessible database of all births and deaths?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Thank you. Yeah. I know there were a few hiccups along the way, and
yeah, and if you have specific questions, I'll be happy to get them to the right people and get answers for you.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? If not, entertain a motion to approve the rule.
So moved. I thought I'd throw that out there once.
Yeah, I don't think it's an exclusive.
Right. Yeah, right.
Unless there are further questions, there's a motion to approve the rule as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next up is 19P71, Department of Financial Regulation, Insurance Regulatory Sandbox, Organization Waiver Regulation.
A little early there.
Yeah.
Sandbox becoming a term of art.
That was my only question. Come up with that.
That's one of my questions.
He's not.
Okay. So we'll object to that rule. In the meantime, folks from the Department of Health, substance use disorder again. 19P68, use disorder treatment certification.
So, hello again. This is Shay Livingston from the Health Department. Lots of us today. I was part of some of that testimony, not related to the sandbox specifically, but in that bill last year, and I had all of those same questions when I walked into that committee. All right. So what you have in front of you is almost exclusively a cleanup. Department head updated this rule, and we're doing it again to try to really simplify it and make it easier to follow for those seeking, for those in the alcohol and drug abuse treatment programs. So this is how we certify treatment at the health department in order for them to receive state and federal dollars. So this is not a licensure. You can still operate as a substance abuse treatment provider in Vermont without this certification. This certification is simply if you are seeking taxpayer funding for your work. The one substantive change that I will note is that we are doing a similar thing that we did in our IDRIP rule, the impaired driving rule, where we are changing the requirements for the individuals who can supervise for substance abuse treatment to make it uniform across the system. Before it was very narrow and it was only for licensed alcohol and drug abuse providers, and now you can have other licenses as long as, of course, your specialty is still substance abuse treatment. So that now mirrors what's in IDRIP. It mirrors the practices in many of the designated agencies, and it's a move to really try to address the workforce challenges that we're facing in Vermont without in any way compromising any of the treatment to be received by Vermonters seeking care. So that's the only thing that would change practice in this rule.
So it appears to me that this revision bifurcated the existing rule, so there's certification and operation is separate. Well, looking at annotated text,
yes.
Or I guess either one, but the 2.0, the purpose.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Yes. This rule provides substance use disorder treatment certification for preferred providers. It previously used to say certification and operational requirements. So where are those operational requirements?
Yeah, so they are still in here. That the program, we talked about the purpose and trying to clean it up. Many of the operational requirements before this change, in current practice, and after are in the guidance documents and the grant requirements that they receive. And so it seemed a little misleading to say that they were in this rule specifically, because they are not. They're in the guidance documents and the grants and contracts that those providers get. Some of those operations specific things. It's again not actually changing what the rule itself was directing in terms of operations. Does that make sense?
Largely.
Okay. Yeah.
So there's no operational rule. There's a certification rule, and then operations are guidelines and
and always have been. And I think I don't know why that was in there before, I'll be honest.
Other questions, concerns? Representative Gardner.
Was there a public hearing?
Oh, yes.
I know it says in here that there was going to be. Were there any comments from that?
No.
Didn't. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we didn't receive comments. Again, we also sent it proactively out to the providers. And we didn't receive any public comment during the public comment process. I did want to just mention that Legislative Council caught our mistakes as they do, which is wonderful. And so I hope you do have this brief memo with those minor changes. They were, one of them actually is more than totally tiny minor, but that was that we wanted, they pointed out that the definition that we were using for substance use disorder wanted that to be consistent with statute and other rules, which of course we did too, and so we updated that. Again, it won't change practice on the ground, but for consistency, that was important. So thank you to Ledge Council for those.
Senator Benning.
Sure, I'd like to go back to the chair's question.
Yeah.
I understood you to say that the operational requirements are not in the rule. It may just be the vernacular that I'm not used to, but on page 5 of the annotated version, the old Rule 3.0 had requirements for certification, which included organizational capacity and accountability. That's being struck. To me, Sure. I'm on page 5 of the annotated version.
Yep.
3.0, requirements for certification, the language for certification being struck.
Got it.
What follows thereafter appears to me to be an operational governance of some kind in the application process. Does that still exist somewhere else?
Okay, so that's a great question. So one of the reasons these were struck from this section is, and I'm just going to use 3.1.1 as my example, if that's acceptable. That is, it's restating what is true regardless. And one of the things that we've heard from just generally, not about this rule specifically, but when we're trying to update these rules, is to try to make them as streamlined and specific as possible so that those reading them don't get sort of mired in a lot of text. And we struck that section because it is required in a different section, and it's, hold on, time out. It's required that they abide by the guidelines already in the rule, and so this is repetitive of that, and that they also abide by regulations is law, and again repetitive. So that's a lot of the wording that you see struck. It's not that it's no longer true, it's that it is the law, or it is the fact of how you have to operate in order to meet requirements. So an example of that would be sometimes in some rules we had like, you have to follow all DEC regulations, or you have to follow all, and we've tried to really hone that down to say, in order to get a license, for example, if it's a licensing rule, you have to follow all other state and local laws and regulations, and kind of trying to cut out all of this extra language around, so that we're not confusing the applicants where they're like, well, you said I had to follow DEC's regs and I did, oh, but it turns out that you weren't following whatever Fish and Wildlife's regs too, and they can get nitpicky there about listing versus trying to be more inclusive and more comprehensive. That's the big, but I mean, I guess the substance there, the piece that's substantive there is those service guidelines, and that is still required in the current rule for operations. Yeah, and that's where the operations are.
I think I know where you're going. You're streamlining and removing in the chair's question the operational section in your 2.0 for purpose, but the rule technically does still have operational requirements. It's just that they're umbrellaed under the word certification.
You got it.
Thank you for that clarification.
Should have had more coffee before I came here this morning.
Are there any other questions, clarifications, concerns? If not, Senator.
The purpose was to provide more people in the workforce.
Yeah, so the main, right, so going back to why do this rule now, it was about specifically making it clear who can be a supervisor and opening that up to more individuals. For example, somebody with an MSW with a specialization in substance use disorder, even if they did not have an LADC license specifically, we want those people to be able to work there. And as we do every time, of course, we could have made that tiny change and nothing else, but we'll try to clean it up.
Always in favor of streamlining, making it concise.
Make that look like a mess.
If there is no further discussion, I entertain a motion to approve the rule. Second.
I make a motion to approve Rule 19P68.
Oh, yes. As modified.
As modified.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, all those in favor of approving the rule as modified, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Thank you very much.
So Chair, if anybody's interested, you might Google McNamara's 100,000.
Which relates to?
Footnote to that comment?
He was Secretary of Defense during the Vietnam War and initiated a policy of making more soldiers available to fight.
Did you ever read his book?
Yes, quite powerful. Also a book about his death. I haven't read it.
Is this related to the 5 o'clock follies? They're asked that.
It would be in the same syllabus.
Do we have folks from Department of Financial Regulations here? I know we're running ahead of schedule.
Yeah, I emailed Sebastian.
Okay.
And told him that.
And so there's one rule. The other thing is the discussion on the racetracks. And for that, I don't see the deputy secretary here. So again, we're way ahead of schedule. I'd like to. I should be late more often. I'd like to raise the question of the next meeting, the 19th. We have 2 rules scheduled. I don't know what we're looking, how busy it's looking for the 9th, January 9th.
I don't have that.
So I will be away at the time, and I'd like to propose that we, if we can, postpone both of those rules until January 9th, regular meeting. And if anyone has concerns about that, we require an extension to do that.
Yeah.
You'd have to request an extension from the administration?
Yeah.
For both or one?
No, just for one, right. The first one, P66 ends on 1/4.
Right.
Or would they have to make the,
What do you want to
the administration would have to voluntarily
We can
extend, is that-
request an extension, see if they are willing to do that. Senator Bratt.
Just to make sure I'm understanding, are you proposing canceling the meeting and moving, or just that postponing the date because you won't be able to be here for the discussion?
I'm proposing, because those are the only 2 rules on the agenda, I'm proposing to cancel that meeting.
And ask for an extension.
And ask for an extension, yes.
Got it. Just want to make sure.
so
Yes, Senator.
perhaps we'd ask council, but would that mean that we would move to send a letter requesting the extension and then and ask for them to make a decision by a certain time so we know whether or not we were still obliged to do it on the 19th, or we have been freed from that obligation?
Yes, we would, Charlene.
I will call them today.
Yeah. Charlene's normal practice, she has a memo that would be ready to go if they'd be willing to extend your review period and say, I'm going to say to the 11th like the other one. If our meeting's on the next meeting's on January 9th.
The next meeting's on January 9th.
So I would move that we schedule the next meeting for January 9th with the provision that depends upon the administration sending us a letter to
Well, their 8-month adoption period
requesting an
ends up
extension,
in May.
and that if, in the event that they don't, we would find ourselves pledged to come back on the 19th.
Just a question, what's our schedule look like otherwise for the room?
Going to just receive no rules for the night?
No rules. The deadline isn't until, have the deadline. The deadline for the rules for the January 9th is December 31st, so I still have plenty of time for rules to come in.
Well, the only reason I'm nervous for my benefit is my first committee starts at 8:30.
And in general, during session, we're switching to 1-hour meetings instead of 2-hour meetings. I don't know if you'll feel it's safer to hold the meeting on the 19th as scheduled. schedules. Of course, you're welcome to throw the dice and hope the 19th isn't, or the 9th isn't jammed.
Throw the dice, Rob. Do we need a motion to do that?
So Senator McDonald.
Oh, he did, okay.
Made a motion to ask send a letter requesting an extension for that, as necessary for that rule. And
Should we receive one, we would not meet until the 9th. Or should we be assured by legislative council that that's resolved, we would not meet until the 9th?
I thought that was you, bro.
Sorry about that.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to most likely cancel the meeting on the 19th. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Thank you for consideration of this and accommodation.
Just means I can start my Christmas shopping earlier.
Yeah, you have a morning to do it. So, in terms of the rules remaining,
There's only one.
the rule remaining, right? So are we still waiting for?
We are. I can't get into, oh, here. Let's see if he sent me something. He hasn't. Let me go downstairs and call him.
Okay.
We got a typo, Mr. Chair, on the agenda about the last subject for discussion being at 1:55 p.m.
I hope it is.
Did I do that? Yeah. Yep, I did. Missing a one, huh? I left.
So we missed that.
We were thinking it might be very long.
I have to tell you, Veronica, that I'm very bad with names, but remember names, but your name triggers the song. And so, they call the winner right.
I hear that a lot.
I'm sure they do.
I'm actually named after a different song, but I hear that a lot.
That's my daughter's middle name, Mariah. So what's your song?
The song is from the movie Eddie and the Cruisers 2. It's Mariah by John Cafferty and the Beaver Brown Band.
Don't know that.
Oh, yeah, right, I don't either. They tell you how old I am when I know the other one.
Mr. Chair, while we're waiting, can I ask a question or two of council? So on this section 5.1 of the rule we're looking at, 5.1 and 5.2, the highlighted highlighted material is things that have brought up questions that we're going to be discussing, correct? But the language overall has not changed. It's just a question of interpretation and enforcement, but there's no change to the rule. Right?
That's my understanding. I didn't provide this document. I actually don't know where this came from.
Okay.
Senator Benning, did you provide this document? Okay. And it's just highlighting the parts of the rule that raise concern.
Right,
Okay.
right. Okay.
Looking at 5.1.9, you know the definition of
civil twilight?
Interesting.
Maybe that's in Title 1?
Is it, I don't think it's a defined term. It's the common use term.
Well, so far, that particular language hasn't been an issue for anybody thus far. Those
We can expand on those things
Just
if we like.
Well, if it's a demolition derby, would that be uncivil twilight?
Interesting question.
Thank you.
Yep.
And actually, I probably would have said that areas shall be illuminated as opposed to lighted. Lighted, that's a different definition.
Would you like the Google definition?
Yes.
Civil twilight is a scientific term, and we define it as the period after sunset or before sunrise, ending or beginning when the sun is about 6 degrees below the horizon, and during which, on clear days, there is enough light for ordinary outdoor occupation.
How do you know 6 degrees if it's below the horizon?
Yeah, that's very special. You have a very tall ladder.
Only giraffes.
Too much in the weeds. But it is a scientific term, so interesting.
Well, we've reached a point where somebody can call up on their computer or their telephone and get that information. It's really scary when you go to give a presentation to a group of school kids and they're all sitting there with their laptops. They know more about you before you open your mouth, and it's pretty frightening. Wait a minute, you voted this way on that question.
That's called transparency.
Is that what it is?
Actually, while we're waiting, she's not here, we could discuss the schedule, which is also on our actual schedule for this year.
Probably wait till Charlotte. What were you planning?
Oh, I was just wondering if the committee just wants a refresher on what your authority is in regard to reviewing existing rules.
I was going to ask
Okay.
that question. What are our options?
So LCAR has the authority to review existing rules. It's set forth in the APA under 3 DSA 817 subsection D. And it's saying, in addition to your powers under 842 of the APA, which is your authority to object to proposed rules, the statute provides the committee may, in similar manner, conduct public hearings, object, and file objections concerning existing rules. And so your authority is the same. You don't have the authority to amend a rule, for example, like you don't have the authority to do so for proposed rules unless the agency consents. But you could object to an existing rule under your same objection standards that you have for proposed rules. And that doesn't mean that the rule goes away. That just means that if the rule is subsequently challenged, then the burden shifts to the agency to prove that the rule does not meet any of the grounds for objection, that it's not arbitrary or contrary to legislative intent, for example. This statute goes on to say that a rule reviewed under this subsection remains in effect until amended or repealed, in accordance with that same principle that the rule, you can't stop a rule from applying unless the agency takes another step to propose an amendment to it or repeal it.
I think this is an important discussion to have, but I'm a little uncomfortable not having Chris Winter here during the explanation.
And I see that while I was speaking, Sebastian is here now for the sandbox rule.
Do you know what the guiding authorizing legislation is for this?
So I would like the Secretary of State's office to confirm, but I am looking at the racing statute, and I'm seeing this is in Title 26, where many of our professional regulation statutes are. And in 26 VSA, Section 4811, under the racing statute, this statute, 4811, is safety standards. And in subdivision 1, it provides that the outside portion of all tracks shall be a reasonable distance from spectators. So I think that is the applicable language from which these rules are derived, but I would like the Secretary of State's office to confirm that there's no more specific language for demolition derbies. I haven't been able to find more specific language yet, but I'm continuing to search through this enabling statutory language.
Thank you. As we now have the counsel from Department of Financial Regulation here.
Yes.
Would you join us at the table and we can take up Rule 19T71? Please introduce yourself and give us a brief overview.
My name is Sebastian Arguenga, and I represent the Department of Financial Regulation. And I'm here this morning to present to you our proposed Rule I-1903, the Insurance Regulatory Sandbox Innovation Waiver Regulation. And this regulation is being adopted under 8 VSA 15a, which was added during the last legislative session. And it allows the Commissioner of Financial Regulation to grant waivers to entities with respect to certain areas of Vermont's insurance laws for entities who can demonstrate that the application of the law would inhibit the entity's ability to bring innovative products or services to market, that the public policy goals of the law or regulation that's being waived could be effectively achieved by other means, and that the waiver won't substantially or unreasonably increase the risk to consumers. And finally, the Commissioner has to find that the waiver is in the public interest. So our regulation allows entities to apply to the Commissioner for a waiver and incorporates a process by which the Commissioner has a period of time to review the waiver application and any supporting documents provided by the entity, and to take public input prior to either granting the waiver or denying it. This regulation is very much a temporary measure, as was envisioned by statute. In 2023, our ability to grant waivers sunsets, and any new entities that want to receive waivers will not be able to after that time, and any entities that want to renew a waiver won't be able to. And my understanding from the committee process last year is that the committees of jurisdiction after 2023 hope to review the waiver process and see if this regulation actually did succeed in bringing new and innovative insurance products into Vermont that could potentially offer small businesses different coverages at lower prices than what is currently available.
What is the range of insurance products that this covers? Does that include health?
No, it doesn't include health. This is for property, casualty, and limited lines. And just to give you an example of the sort of products that are being contemplated in the UK, which has had a waiver process for so-called insurtech, insurance technology, and financial technology products. There are insurance companies that in the life market target riskier populations, such as older smokers, and then gives them an app by which they can report back to the insurer on their progress with respect to quitting smoking or adopting healthier habits. And through the app, the insurer dynamically lowers the insured's premiums, which wouldn't be allowed under our current insurance law, which requires a set premium for a set amount of time.
Does that also allow raising the premiums if the apps indicate some increased risky behavior?
Right. That's that was also part of their product. The idea behind that particular product is by gamifying healthier habits and tying that to premiums, that they would encourage insureds to be healthier and thus enjoy lower premiums if they succeeded, and there's the stick also of higher premiums if they smoke more or are less healthy in their lifestyle. But that's just one example of the kind of product that could be brought to market under this regulation. And of course the commissioner would have a full process for reviewing those products before they came to market.
Other questions? I just have Senator McDonald.
This is for the technology used in delivering the product.
Right.
Not the behavior or nature of the policy holders.
That's right. And the technology that's being used to bring these products varies pretty significantly. For example, Tesla has looked into offering car insurance that's based off of the telemetry data they receive from the car, and the idea is they know how fast you drive, when you drive, where you drive. So by incorporating all of that data, they can offer an auto insurance product using a different actuarial method than a traditional car insurer.
Senator Bratt.
Give us a motorcycle.
Has the department received any inquiries about this pending rule? I mean, I'm just wondering if there's been a response to it yet.
We have received positive feedback from industry. We haven't received any applications or any specific interest from insurers that want to bring a specific product to Vermont.
but we did receive a letter in support of the regulation from the Property and Casualty Insurance Association.
I'm just noticing between the rules and the underlying statute, no extensions can be granted after July 1 of 2021. And you
I'm sorry, that is correct.
Right, and then you can only get 12 months on your initial. So there's really from January 1 of this year to July 1 of this year.
Yeah.
To put something in that could ever extend beyond, get an extension.
That's right.
Okay. So tight guardrails.
Yes, and I think that the underlying statute was enacted with the idea that the committees of jurisdiction would revisit this in 2 years to see if it is working, and if it is, to extend it, and if not, to pull it back. But this is very much meant to be a short-term trial.
I know this is far beyond the scope of this rule and your department, but I'm wondering if there's been any discussion of safeguards on data, collection, sales, use, sharing.
Yes, that will be something that we anticipate looking at when entities apply for waivers. One, as part of the application process, we're going to be requesting all of the technical documents that serve as the background for the insurer's actuarial calculations, or how they price the product and use customer data. And we intend to incorporate safeguards against the use and abuse of customer data in the application process.
Senator Bratt.
When we're done with questions, just to get, I move that we approve Rule 19P71. Are there any further questions or discussion?
Are there further questions? Other than, I'd love to know about the term sandbox.
The term sandbox is it's sort of a term of art to mean that we are creating a space for these products without wholesale change to the rest of our insurance laws. So in effect, it is a sandbox where we can try out new ideas without disrupting the larger market.
I notice it's actually in the underlying legislation.
Yes. But it is not as fun as an actual sandbox.
Is it as gritty?
I certainly hope not.
Unless there are further questions. Even if there are further questions, we have a motion on the table to approve. Senator McDonald.
I'm on the committee of jurisdiction where this passed, and I had reservations that your individual experiments ought to be authorized by the legislature, not delegated. This has been delegated. It's in statute, and it concerns me. I believe it to be in statute, and I hope the committee I serve on keeps a close eye on it.
If there are no further questions or comments, all those in favor of approving the rule say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So, Mr. McDonald, I'm sure you're concerned. It seems as though the guardrails are so highly so tight and well-defined that hopefully no sand gets kicked out of the sandbox.
Don't plan on buying a Tesla.
So while awaiting the Secretary of State's, Deputy Secretary of State, we can look at the proposed schedule, meeting during the session. Senator Benning, thank you for catching the town meeting schedule date.
March 5th.
Do you need a motion to approve the schedule as presented today?
Sure, why not? I support, but not meeting on March 5th, though.
You can say you're in one.
So we're not going to meet on March 5th, is that? No, I took that out.
Yeah, there's a revised schedule.
Oh, I must have the old one, sorry.
No.
Oh, here it is.
I have March 5th on both?
Yeah.
Take that out. I took something out.
So
We will get rid of March.
Okay.
I don't know that we can ever shut down LCAR, but in a period of time, but these May dates just remind me of when we're in those final days in the session and things are so packed that sometimes it's pretty challenging to be holding LCAR meetings at the same time. I guess we have an obligation to be available to respond to rules and keep them moving.
Just looking at this, it looks like March 19th was removed.
Yep, that's it. March, I add that. So, so it's going to be February 27th, March 12th, March 19th, right? Yes. Okay. I'll send you a revised one. Okay.
And I'll just say, hearing no objection without the meeting schedule. And noted we are generally meeting at room 10,
Yeah.
unless otherwise noted.
We discussed that before you arrived.
Go back and I'm getting a senior. And then when you're on a shared world view, you can open the shelf, regulate all activities. We'll be seeing more and more. Wondering to rule them all. That's right.
So, moving along. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
For this discussion on demolition derbies, fairs, so I guess in turn, we would like to, if you would also have people representing the fairs here. So how would the committee like to do this? Hear from Secretary of State's office and then hear from Fair Association? Or a more squeeze people in a roundtable discussion?
Well, since our first discussion included, focused on concerns coming from the fair community, I'd love to hear the Secretary of State's background information on this before we could get to a discussion with everybody.
Okay.
I think, Mr. Chair, it's also important to start off with what Betsy Ann was reviewing prior, so that now that all sides are in the room, they all understand what the parameters are of our jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yes, please proceed.
So LCAR has the ability to, under the APA, to conduct public hearings, object, and file objections concerning existing rules. This is pursuant to the APA and 3 VSA 817D. And essentially, the authority of this committee in reviewing proposed rules is the same as reviewing existing rules. You may object to an existing rule just like you may object to a proposed rule. It doesn't do anything to the actual rule itself, but if you do certify an objection and the rule is thereafter challenged in court, then the agency would have the burden of proving that the rule, for example, is within its authority or not contrary to the intent of the legislature, or not arbitrary, for example.
Thank you.
So if you'd like me to open the door to the conversation, the Fair Association knows why the door got open, but Chris, I'll relate this to you now. My understanding is that there has been on the books a rule under the Motor Vehicle Racing Commission, and I'm specifically referring to Rule 5.1, dealing with demolition derbies. Apparently, the rule has never been enforced with respect to the setback requirements until fairly recently. But prior to that, there are 5 fairs, and the Fair Association can correct me on this later if I'm incorrect. My understanding is that there are 5 fairs that do not meet the setback requirements as in the rule. The problem is that the Fair Association's demo derbies are one of the top money earners for fairs. And in the event they are forced to meet the setback requirements, the situation is they will either have to literally pick up their grandstands and move them back, or place the affairs in a different location. But the locations where they currently are prepared grounds for this very purpose, and they would have to start by preparing a different ground and redesigning their spectator areas at great cost. They obviously don't want to be in that position. I understand that the rule may have originally been written for those facilities like Thunder Road, which have a high-speed automotive element to them, and that this setback requirement would make sense in that circumstance. But to those of us who have been to the derbies, we know these cars are moving maybe 5 to 10 miles an hour. And I am not aware of any time that anybody in the audience of these events has been injured at such a facility. I could be wrong, but I'm at least not aware of anybody that has been injured. So the statute in question says that the rule must be reasonable. There's no other language in the statute for that to be defined, unless, Chris, you've got some other offering there. We're not aware of anything else that goes beyond that. And the statute in question is 26 VSA, Section 4811. That calls for a reasonable distance, and no other definition is in the statute. So the rule, we turn to that, and if the rule is suddenly placing these fair associations in the position of spending great expense and or making it virtually impossible for them to accommodate this big money earner, the question is that then reasonable, or is it arbitrary? And that's what has brought us here. Now, I'll let the committee know my thought process here. I am not trying to amend the rule. Our legal proscriptions are that we have the power to object to a rule. You then still have the power to try to enforce the rule, but if it was to be appealed in a court of law, the burden would shift to your agency to have to demonstrate that you meet the burden of the legislative intent and whether or not this is arbitrary or not. That almost forces you folks and the fair associations to have a meeting and come up with something that is agreeable to all sides to make things work correct. And the second part of that, of my intent, that is to have us write a letter of jurisdiction, to the committees of jurisdiction, advising them of the problem and asking them to have witnesses come in and provide testimony as to whether this is reasonable or not, what kinds of accommodations can be met. My own personal feeling is I look at the rule of 30-foot setback requirement. It doesn't even take into account elevation as I see it. So it may be that some of these fairs meet the 30-foot requirement if they are elevated to such an extent, but that's a conversation that should be had in the committees of jurisdiction, not with us. So my intent, Mr. Chair, at the end of this discussion is to move to simply say we object to that portion of the rule which has the 30-foot restriction, leave it at that, and then write a letter to the committees of jurisdiction saying we'd like you to take a look at this and take testimony on this subject to try to reach some consensus. That's my introduction. I'm sure the Fair Association, who brought it to my attention, would like to be able to flesh that out a little bit more as to why it's an impact in that. But I don't care who proceeds first. That's
since you're at the table.
Very good.
Deputy Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Chris Winters. I'm the Deputy Secretary of State. Before I was a deputy, I was the Director of the Office of Professional Regulation. And before that, a staff attorney for the Office of Professional Regulation. So I'm very familiar with motor vehicle racing. I won't say very familiar, but it's been a part of my regulatory world for quite a while. I'll just say up front that it's not our intent to put anyone out of business. It's not our intent to create an undue hardship for any of these fairs. And we're very much open to having the conversation that Senator Benning has discussed and has intends to prompt from his motion at the end of this. I'll give you a little bit of background to hopefully help flesh out why I think we're here now and we haven't been here before on this 30-foot rule. Last year, at some point, we made a decision to bring our race inspections in-house. They've been outsourced to our motor vehicle racing commissioners for a long time. These were great guys that I worked with over many years who knew a lot about racing. Most of them were race car drivers themselves. They did a wonderful job for us and brought a lot of knowledge to the table. They were dedicated, they were honest, they were doing a very good job for us, but they really didn't have regulatory experience around inspections, enforcement, due process. We did work with them to try to kind of document what they were doing and make sure that all the tracks were complying with both the statutes and the rules, all the laws that were on the books around motor vehicle racing and around demolition derbies. We were interested in having more predictability, both for us, for the public, for the regulated community, more documentation and more consistency in how they were going to these tracks and doing the inspections and citing violations or not citing violations. We found out that there were times when the tracks were grandfathered or otherwise exempted from the statutes and the rules, and that went back a long ways, and we really don't have any record of how or why some of those practices were allowed to continue. Maybe it was a very reasonable decision at the time. We just don't have the documentation of how that decision was made. So now we're finding ourselves in this conversation. We're having our own inspectors do the inspections with those advisors alongside for their expertise. But we have our inspectors going out. We're doing more documentation. We're trying to be very careful in making sure there's compliance. And our mission is public protection and to make sure that we're protecting the public through the regulation that this legislature has put on the books, this governor has signed, or previous governors, previous legislatures. We're trying to carry that out. And we find ourselves with this 30-foot setback rule and no real explanation as to whether that's the right thing for every track or why some may have been exempted. So we realized that's a problem for some of the tracks. We started kind of running into concerns from them that, like having to move their grandstands. It's going to be impossible. It's going to be very expensive. So that's why we started the conversation. I'm sorry, I should introduce Lauren Lehman, who is next to me. Lauren is a staff attorney in the Secretary of State's office and provides counsel for many of our professions, including motor vehicle racing. So Lauren and our inspector have started going to, it was the Fair Association meeting. They attended a dinner this fall to try to inform people and say, look, we have these laws on the books. We need to start making sure we're all in compliance. They started the conversation early, hopefully to get some of these issues to the fore before fair season and before, so that people have time to come around and to come into compliance. So that conversation has started, and I think it took some people by surprise, and our new inspection process kind of took some people by surprise. We learned along the way that we needed to give people a lot more notice than we were. And again, I'll say it's not our intention to put any track or demolition derby out of business. We're willing to listen. We want to work with these parties, and we want to help hopefully get people into compliance rather than kind of bring down a hammer and shut people down. We're going to take into account that certain practices have existed over the years. So as Senator Benning pointed out, there are some places with a long track record, excuse the pun there, a track record of no injuries, no deaths, no serious problems. But I'll just say we had an incident just over this last year at a track with no history of any problems, and so it can happen to anyone at any time.
Just for the record, Chris, can we all agree that was at Thunder Road?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So I'm just saying that the long history of no injury is not the sole factor that we would use in determining whether the current setbacks are the right setbacks. We are not experts. We are not engineers. We are not physicists. We don't, we don't know whether that 30 feet is a reasonable distance or not. That was what was put on the books at the time. Lauren's done some research into other states. Maybe you could speak to that a little bit.
So in kind of taking it back, I think the standard our office works from is there's one in statute in Chapter 57 about any rules that our office issues need to be the minimum necessary to protect the public safety. And so while we don't have the legislative or regulatory history off the top of our head about why this 30-foot setback is in place, we have to assume that at the time these rules were developed, they were established as the minimum necessary to protect public safety. And so if we were to deviate from that 30 feet, which, if you look at the rules as they are set up, there's a motor vehicle section which addresses motor vehicles and doesn't have this 30-foot setback. They have other rules and requirements Thunder Road did for barriers between spectators and the tracks. These rules were developed specifically for demolition derbies and very specific as to the 30-foot setback from the grandstand. And so our office has to make an assumption, especially given the summer, that if these are the minimum for public safety, if that was what was developed at the time, and we're being asked to make an exemption from that, but we don't have any evidence that making an exemption won't increase the risk to the public safety. We've looked at, not a lot of other states alternatively regulate motor vehicle racing and demolition derbies the way our state does. They leave it to insurers, they leave it to third-party accreditors like NASCAR, the National Hot Rod Association. So, but the states that do, New Jersey has a 45-foot setback specifically, or a 50-foot setback specific to demolition derbies. And one insurance policy that I could find was 45 feet setback. Those are current rules drafted in the last, since 2014. And so, well, that's not those are kind of anecdotal pieces of evidence. That is something that kind of says 30 feet is not outside of the ballpark, or outside of the racetrack, if you will. And then also back to anecdotal, we do have videos. There are things online. There are incidents every year in demo derbies where there's a fire, there's some part of the car, which even though the cars are very stripped down, there's mud flying, there's debris flying. So those are things that, from our office's perspective,
when we look at the rules, they're the minimum to protect public safety. If we create a waiver, if we change the rule, I personally would feel uncomfortable doing that without evidence that we're not putting public safety at risk.
Does the office have the authority to create a waiver at this point?
We do. The rules specifically create an opportunity if there's a topographic reason,
Perhaps the height that
elevation. I know Caledonia County Fair, their stands are set back and higher up, so that's a possibility. Again, though, it comes down to how we don't have the expertise to evaluate what is
why
right. And so what we have to work from are these rules, which we assume were developed with that standard in mind, that they are the minimum necessary to protect the public safety.
Senator Bennett.
Lauren, could I first ask, do you know of anybody that is currently running a demo derby that has been denied insurance for that?
In Vermont, no. I think we've seen some images from vendor events held at some fairgrounds that were very out of compliance with the rules and did not even seek a permit. So I think there's some of that going on in the state.
Okay, but as far as insurance companies are concerned, are you aware of any fair that was denied coverage?
The only way no, I'm not, so that's direct. But the only way our office would become aware of that is if somebody applied for a permit or a license where we require insurance documentation at that time. So if an event took place without seeking a permit or under another venues or tracks permit, we would not receive the insurance information. But the fairs themselves, as far as I know, and the tracks have all submitted documentation of insurance.
With respect to this rule, Rule 5, that covers demo derbies, you indicated that racetracks, Thunder Road type racetracks, are covered under a separate rule. Do you know what the setback requirement is for racetracks like Thunder Road?
I'm going to ballpark this a little bit with the numbers. I know it's Rule 3. They have to have a 4-foot minimum concrete barrier around the track. They also need a tire fence a minimum of 8 feet right up the track, and there's different depth requirements as well. And then they need a separate 4-foot spectator fence. It's 25 feet back from the railing fence, and then the actual city needs to be 50 feet back. So they have 3 or 4 barriers plus a 50-foot setback.
Okay. And to not conflate this with racetracks in general, I think we all understand and agree that the incident that happened at Thunder Road, the injuries happened despite that rule requirement. Is that correct?
That is not correct. So I think what Chris was speaking about, the grandfathering and inconsistent inspections, that track we had worked with in July because they too had not been, they had been told 20 years, we've been grandfathered, why do we need to be in compliance now? We tried to work with them to establish a timeline for compliance, and then that event took place before they were able to come into compliance. So we had actually granted them the waiver based on that argument of, it's been 20 years, there's been no injuries, so why would we do something now? So that's why I think we come here being a little bit more reluctant to do a waiver, even though there's been no incident in 20 years. And the demo rules were developed specifically for the demos.
You would agree with me, would you not, that at the time the Caledonia County Fair grandstand was built, it was built as a result of an arson that destroyed the previous grandstand, and it was built and operated with a demo derby since that time, even though this rule existed since the mid-1990s?
When was
I believe it was 1994 that I'm sure Dick will be able to tell us in a moment.
So that would be 5 years prior to when these rules went into effect.
And I'll just, I think you bring up a great point, Senator Benning, about the insurance. What I think we don't know yet is whether the insurance is relying on that state stamp of approval or saying, oh, if the state says they're okay, then we can insure them. It would be really interesting to me to know if they would insure if the state didn't regulate demolition derbies, if the insurance company would do that. I think that's how it works in some other states because there is no regulation. We're open to that conversation as well. I just want to say that we're very open-minded about this. If we can get some evidence from an expert that says that it's safe, that setback distance is fine, those Caledonia stands because of the height, no one's in danger of getting hit by debris, and there's no way that a car could get up and over into that area, we would definitely listen to that and be willing to take another look at our rule and perhaps a waiver.
Ballpark on how many fairgrounds we're talking about?
Senator Benton said 5.
That's why Jackie Folsom is here to give us that
We have 7
information.
of them that have, 7 of our 14 fairs have demolition derbies currently, and 3 of them ran into issues with the inspections this year.
3 are non-compliant with this rule.
So one of the, one of the fairs we worked with this year, and we spoke with our advisors, we have motor vehicle racing advisors, and none of them, they've all very familiar with derbies, they don't participate in them, and they, were comfortable discussing options with elevation as well as distance. Their race car drivers are not engineers, but they were comfortable with me sharing with you guys today that, from their opinion, there should be some setback, that there maybe a catchment fence would be sufficient, maybe clearing the first 2 rows. I think Rutland did that this year at the Vermont State Fair. They cleared the first 2 rows to have that necessary setback. We're willing as an office to look at a lot of options to make this work and to accommodate. We don't want to shut things down, but again, looking at that public safety, what can be done with the system, the infrastructure that's in place.
I take it we all agree that this is a conversation that should be held in front of the committee of jurisdiction to take all this kind of evidence. I don't know how familiar you are with the LCAR process, but our jurisdiction is very limited.
Absolutely.
We could even have this conversation, and we plan to have this conversation with the Fair Association, with the the fair owners, and we might make changes outside of any need for legislative intervention.
Senator Bratt.
Well, yeah, topography has come up a couple times, but also then sometimes the word elevation gets used. So in here, I'm looking at 517 sub D, and it just says topography of the land outside the event area. So I'm not sure where elevation is in anything that we're talking about. And it sounds like topography, it's a shall require deviation. So not so much that people were talking about something that would get you up and higher, but just reading it like an editor saying, we're saying 2 things that are related, but only one of them is in black and white on the page.
Any further questions at this point? Well, we may call you back up, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we could hear from our other 2 witnesses. I'll go this way. Sorry.
Musical chairs here. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about Rule 5.1.7. My name is Jackie Folsom. I'm the lobbyist for the Vermont Fairs and Field Days Association. This is Mr. Lawrence, who is on the schedule. He will be speaking, and this is Jason Sicard, who is president of the Orleans County Fair. Mr. Lawrence is president of Caledonia County. We have 14 fairs in our association. Out of them, 7 fairs currently hold demolition derbies: Caledonia, Orleans, Vermont State Fair, Addison, Champlain Valley, Franklin, and Deerfield. Each of these fairs has been under the impression for the past several years their events were in compliance with rules. They had all been visited and inspected, and everyone signed off on allowing the events to occur. This all changed, as you heard from Mr. Winters, this past year when more stricter interpretation and new inspectors visited the fairs and required sometimes significant changes to be made, and sometimes on very short notice. Fairs deemed in compliance were Addison, Champlain Valley, Franklin, and Deerfield, although there were some minor deficiencies noted and easily to be corrected for 2020. Our association requested members of the Secretary of State's office attend our meeting last month, which they did, and we had a great conversation with them. Several issues were addressed, including a visit which resulted in a late start for the event and loss of some income for the Vermont State Fair in Rutland. I've spoken with Chris and with Lauren, and we've agreed to work together and try to resolve many of these issues. But unfortunately, there are 3 fairs directly affected by Rule 5.1.7b, which dictates a fence shall be placed not closer than 30 feet to the barrier required and must refrain spectators. Spectator fences must be properly policed to ensure that spectators do not come inside the fence or come within 30 feet of the barriers at any time. The Vermont State Fair did not meet this guideline when inspected just prior to their demolition derby, and consequently much time and effort was spent on moving Jersey barriers to reach the 30-foot requirement. Their inspection sheet reads, initially Jersey barriers were 16 feet from spectators, then moved to increase that distance. Jersey barriers were still closer than 30 feet to the spectator fencing, but spectator seating was 30 feet from the barriers. Inspection and moving of these barriers took nearly 3 hours and resulted in a delay of their derby. Additionally, the only way for them to meet the inspector's demands was to remove 2 rows of seating in the grandstand, which had already been sold, causing a financial loss of approximately $1,000, as well as the challenge of dealing with angry fairgoers who had purchased separate tickets for the grandstand event. Their event was allowed to occur. However, the Jersey barriers are still around 20 feet from the spectators, and the ring is as narrow as the promoter can get. Going to the full 30 feet buffer would require losing prime seating as well as nearly $4,000 in revenue. Inspectors also told the fair they would have to install a fence at the 30-foot mark, although we are not sure that was requested at Caledonia and Orleans. The Vermont State Fair projects loss of between $10,000 and $15,000 in revenue for the 2 demo derbies they host during the fair, as well as a 4th of July event that brings in almost $25,000 in revenue if all 3 of these events had to be canceled due to inability to make changes to the rule. The loss of revenue from the fair events alone is estimated to be 25% on a total annual revenue of $402,000. They were given the go-ahead to hold their event, and their form currently shows no deficiencies. However, estimates for installing the fence at the 30-foot buffer area is between $15,000 and $20,000. Orleans County Fair in Barton is one of 2 fairs which will have significant issues in attempting to comply with the 30-foot distance required in the rules. Their poured concrete foundation of the grandstand is the innermost retaining wall for the event area, and the opposite area is constrained by a bandstand and judging area. In response to questions, Orleans County Fair noted that their demolition derby accounts for 60% of their annual revenue of $260,000. With gate receipts for that event at $82,500, concessions during the event at $4,200, and sponsorship at $10,000. Their estimated cost to meet the current mandated rules for the demolition derby to continue is projected to be $104,000. This amount includes loading out the gravel on the old racetrack bed and purchasing and laying down clay, buying more Jersey barriers, moving the stage and the judging stand, and permitting costs. The fair has determined that unless there was significant assistance from somewhere, they would not be able to make the changes, and continuance of the fair would be questionable. Caledonia County Fair has some of the same issues with Rule 5.1.7b. Dick Lawrence, president of the fair, will give you a report about the challenges for them, and then we'll continue.
Okay, if I may I just be sure you all have copies of this, the violation? I'm sure you do. The highlighted items are the items that the Office of Professional Regulation have indicated, this is their highlighting, were the problems or the concerns that they had by our whole organization by not meeting those highlighted conditions. Secondly, if I may, Mr. Chair, I have prepared pictures just to try to help you understand our problem. May I pass those around?
Yes.
Okay. And each law is by itself, so take one and pass them on if you'd be so kind. I got one for myself. And I have other pictures as well, but I think the important part is you need to understand before we get into much, and I understand your authority, but I think before you make that decision as to what role you might want to take in making a recommendation, you understand what our concern is. So once you all get copies of what I have, and I had 10 copies. Did I miss some somewhere? Maybe there we go. Okay. So the first picture shows our grandstand, which was rebuilt in 1995 as a result of arson in 1993. And before we built that grandstand, we talked with the Vermont Racing Commission and asked them, at our present location, which was an old wooden grandstand, what setbacks do we have to have? The answer was, you give us what you can do, and we'll see what we can accommodate you to. We set the existing grandstand, the new one, back 8 feet further than the wooden one was. Obviously, it still does not meet the setbacks. I won't get into details, but I did have conversations with the Vermont Racing Commission at that point. The information that I got from that was destroyed in a fire that I had at the Agway store because I kept the records there, and that was in 2005. But if you look at that first picture, you can see the barriers by the grandstand. You can see the barriers by the stage. Now, the second picture is exactly the same as the first, but it did not show in good detail, I thought, so I lightened the photograph up so you can see there is some distance between the so-called stage area and the barriers, but it doesn't meet the requirements. Third picture in the is just, if you're not familiar with demo derbies, here's a picture of it actually going on this past year at Caledonia County Fair. It is a clay sand track that has been built over a period of many years to get the right consistency for this event, and we water it down for the event. The last stage is pictures taken from previous years that I just thought might be something to look at until you could understand how the event might be run. So thank you for allowing me to present that. I hope that gives you a little bit better idea of what a demo derby is if you aren't familiar with it to begin with. So, members of the committee, thank you for allowing us to share our concerns. I'm Dick Lawrence, President of Caledonia County Fair and a member of the Vermont State Fair Association. Safety is the utmost concern for all fairs having demo derbies. Derby drivers must meet safety standards by removing all glass in their cars, repositioning fuel tanks, reinforcing the driver's door, and ensuring the car has not lost strength due to rust. Pits are monitored, emergency vehicles must be on site during the event, and fire department personnel must be in attendance. Fair security is a priority to ensure spectator safety. One of the many rules required to present a demo is passing a safety inspection administered by the Vermont Racing Commission. For the past several years, the Commission has recognized Caledonia as a model in meeting all standards. Our fair has served as a training site for new members of the Racing Commission. Our fair manages our own demo, and we have more than 25 volunteers involved. At our annual inspection prior to our event, we were visited by members of the Racing Commission, as well as members of the Office of Regulation, overseen by the Secretary of State. During this inspection, CCF was told we did not meet the 30-foot setback requirement currently outlined in the rules governing Vermont demos, and we would have to meet that requirement prior to the 2020 season. It has been stated by previous testimony presented by Jackie Folsom, the State Fair Association has met with members of the Office of Regulation, and they stated at our meeting that all current rules will be enforced with no exception. They also openly stated they believe the current rules governing demos were made to apply to racetracks, not demos. I would like to offer this comparison. Demo cars may reach a top speed of 10 miles per hour. Professional racetracks approach 70 miles per hour. Members of the Office of Regulation have stated they will start the process of rulemaking for demos. This will most likely take 2 to 3 years. Members of this committee and the Office of Professional Regulation, please consider the following. I have been involved with the fair business for 34 years. I have no knowledge of any serious spectator injury during that time. I hope that record will continue. There is never a bad weather day for demo derby. They take place rain or shine. This is positive for both the fair and the vendors. There is no consideration in existing setbacks regarding elevated spectator seating. In my view, an elevated seat would be much safer than a seat at ground level. A grandstand provides spectator safety for the event, as well as providing spectator comfort in rain and sunshine. Elimination of the demo at CCF would result in an estimated gate revenue of the day of the demo of $40,000. Vendors would lose the busiest day of the fair. Both are necessary to ensure a fair success. Relocation of Caledonia County Fair grandstand, which was destroyed by fire in '95 and rebuilt at a cost of $450,000, while moving the stage area is not a consideration. Preparing a new demo derby is costly. Preparing a new surface and installing jersey barriers and fence would be in the $50,000 range. In addition, the loss of grandstand seating would discourage spectators from attending. For years, I have been a strong supporter of Vermont agriculture. The 14 fairs and field days of Vermont is an ideal location to promote the importance of agriculture and keep people connected to the rural community. Continuation of the demo derbies will create income that will allow that to happen. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I sincerely thank you for allowing this hearing to be held. I hopefully you will understand the importance of this issue to our organizations. Safety is vitally important. It is a priority. Fair survival is as well. Thank you.
Can I just ask for clarification before Jason takes up the horn here? Dick, you asked if we had a copy of this, and the committee has been provided with that one page. But there is another page that defines the term spectator, and I just wanted to enter on the record for you all to hear. Spectator means any person who holds a general admission ticket, special admission ticket, or other kind of ticket or permit purporting to grant that person entrance to any part of the event area or pit area. With that, Dick, I need to ask you a question about your first picture. On the right-hand side of the picture is the area where I know Reg Lucier is normally calling the event.
Yes.
He is also the person who will stop the event in the event that there is a fire or some problem that needs to be immediately attended to. Is that correct?
That is correct. In addition to him, though, there are several what do we say, people that administer the program that are on the sides of the track. If they see something, they notify Reg, and he officially stops it. But we have horns if a fire occurs or someone looks like he is not holding up well in the pit. Horns will blow. Everything will stop at that point.
And do all of those individuals fall within the definition of spectator as currently interpreted?
Not the way I understand it, but I have not had conversation with anybody in a formal discussion, Joe.
Okay. Would you have any understanding of whether or not the people on that stage, on the right-hand side of the picture, are people who would normally fall within the definition of spectator if the office decides to interpret it that way?
Yes.
And so
there would be people on that stage that would come under the definition of spectator without doubt. And there's also a reason for us, it may be at this point, to say that that should be eliminated. And this might be a position we all might benefit from.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what should be eliminated? The definition of
Definition
spectator, or putting those people
we
on
allow
stage?
sponsors to come up and stand at the rear of the stage.
Yeah.
That is still closer than 30 feet to the barriers. It's on an elevated stage. But if people give us sponsorship dollars, we allow them to come up with their families and not be at the front of the stage, at the rear, to observe. This is part of getting money. You've got to give something to get something.
Right.
And so the only person closer to that would be the announcer. And in this case, he mentioned Mr. Lucia, who does the announcing and has control of the event.
Is it better to have him closer to the event as opposed to farther away if he were to be the person who's looking for smoke, for instance?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
But he would not, in my mind, would not be called a spectator because he did not pay to get there, okay? That's my interpretation at the moment. Until such time as I'm told differently, I'm going to go on that.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. My name is Jason Seacard. I'm president of Orleans County Fair, and I appreciate the opportunity that's been presented to us and all the other fairs to speak on behalf of this issue as it concerns all of us. The discussions thus far are good to see. Economics are absolutely our survival instinct in this. The true issue here is about safety. None of us want an incident. So we have reviewed our safety record. Research dating back to 2009, OCF has had no record injuries of spectators. Demo derbies at Orleans County Fair date back to 1974. My first attendance to a derby was in 1977, but as yet I've never been a contestant. Now back to economics. This rule adherence drive will be a deterrent to the survival of Orleans County Fair. Please understand we are a truly devoted group providing agricultural fair events, which include proud show persons of all ages to include 4-H programs, educational competitions, maple products, and great community gathering place. In 2019, we saw over 300 head of cattle and over 150 horses, as well as many other animals. Our contestants for the demo average over the last 4 years of 127 participants. And the stands hold 2,500 people and bring us 3,200 community members to the table to watch this event. Economics are very difficult for our facility that has marked 152 years of service. We have 29 buildings. Take a thought of your home maintenance. A new roof, $5,000, that's a lot of money for a home. With 29 buildings and 3 times the size of a home, that would run our expenses up to $400,000 to replace all the roofs in 1 year. We rely heavily on the Vermont stipend and project grants annually of about $30,000. It is not enough to keep up with all our maintenance and vision adjustments. So our burdens are extensive. Adding to our adjustment, our track design and accommodating buildings to move, we estimate $104,000, with annual setup costs increase of $3,200 per year. Many volunteers have consistently run our county fair. Orleans County Fair has 8,000 volunteer hours annually, which in the marketplace, if that was to be spent, would be about $260,000. We have an unbelievable team that provides a super strong safety track record. We want to commend the past generations that have provided these events for the community and the inspectors that have done their work. I think they've done a remarkable job to give us that safety record. To state that we have no validation of is it really safe or not safe is frustrating when we can show proof of our record. This adherence to a 30-foot spectator requirement could be a regulation enforcement without justification. I remind all the demo at our facility has operated for 45 years. Again, no spectator injury for at least 10 years from our research. If you take the opportunity to provide us a waiver, it will be greatly appreciated. But know that if we take that into account and say we're going to remove seating, our seating removal will amount to 990 persons out of a 2,500 seat facility. That's an income of $14,850 just on gate admission, and nothing that would be spent towards the vendors. So we respectfully request an adjustment on paper so we may continue to operate our safely maintained event. We also request to a party of all the process about these matters. We thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I just want to note that we have a minute and a half left of scheduled meeting time. I'm sure committee members will be willing to stay and a little longer to resolve this, but I just want to note that. Senator,
just ask a quick question, Jason. You've provided an aerial view, but not a ground level view, and I'm looking at Dick's example of the height requirement. The height of the stands. Are your stands similar to that? Do you have any idea what your...
Yes, so our stands are actually, I think, higher, but are closer to the track. Our track and our grandstand, when you look at that aerial view, that's the edge line. So when I go up into the grandstand, I have to stand on top of the Jersey barrier and reach the floor to get up in. So what would that be? That would be 3, 8, about 9 feet, 10 feet off the ground. And maybe that is similar to yours. I'm
Very close.
So our 30-foot setback works in all other areas except for the grandstand.
So,
your timer that you were working
on. As you know, the actions that this committee can take are very limited. And
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair, but I did spend some time speaking with motorsports companies that do promote derbies, and I won't read through everything, but what all three of them said, and it was JMM Motorsports, Skyfire Productions, and Sarge Demo Derbies, some of which have accounts here in Vermont. They all said that they know of no industry standards across the nation in regards to demo derbies, and what they do depend on is their insurance companies asking them what they feel is comfortable and safe, and that's what they go on. So our suggestion in regards to this challenge for the three fairs, and actually all of them, would be perhaps instead of having a specific standard that doesn't exist anywhere else, except in New Jersey they do have a 50-foot barrier, as was noted by Lauren, to request that perhaps one of the ideas could be that the insurance companies of the promoters of the demo derbies or the fairs, which promote their own, would have on file their insurance that indicates the safety issues that they require to put on, so that this would give the ability for a little bit more flexibility for the fairs. Barring that, we would ask for waivers, and I know that isn't probably under your purview, and we would have to go back to the committees of jurisdiction, but that's what we're looking for. We do know that the Secretary of State, as Mr. Lawrence mentioned, plans on holding some rule revision discussions over the next 2 or 3 years. Unfortunately, as you've listened to the economic issues that 3 of the fairs will have, that's not going to work for them in 2020. Thank you for your time.
The political remedies, rulemaking, committees of jurisdiction are all drawn out processes.
We understand.
Fortunately.
Just another quick question, Jackie. Do you have any information of any fair in Vermont that has been denied coverage for their demo derbies?
No, I do not.
Thank you.
Our insurance company inspects our grounds and know the events that we have. We have to provide them with numbers of people and attendance, and they're full aware of what they're supporting and their risk.
So, in the interest of time, just to state the actions available to our committee, one would be to do nothing. Another would be to send letters to the committees of jurisdiction, urging them to promptly take up this issue and provide remedy, get testimony, provide remedy if they see fit. Third option would be to object to the rule, changing the legal status of the defense of the rule. And I think that those are our remedies. You have ongoing discussions with the Secretary of State's office, which is we would encourage as well, but outside our jurisdiction.
Sure.
So within our limited palette of action,
I'd like to make a motion.
I'm sorry, Senator Bennett. I want to clarify one issue in regard to objection, that under statute and your rules, objection is a 2-step process, essentially. There is if you are considering objection, the first step is to object. The next thing that happens is that LCAR alerts the agency of the objection, and the agency is given a chance to respond. And then you consider that response and then determine whether to certify your objection to the Secretary of State's office. It's only after you would vote to choose to certify that the burden would shift to the agency if the rules thereafter challenge. I just want to make sure that is clear.
Mr. Chair, given our limited jurisdiction, let me say first that if this rule were coming to us for the first time as a brand new proposed rule, I think there is legitimate argument to make that this rule would be both arbitrary and overly expensive and not within the legislative intent as far as safety is concerned. My intent here is to simply do 2 things. One is to say that we object to Rule 5.1.7B, which is the paragraph that talks about the 30-foot restriction. I have no desire to eliminate any of the other language in that rule because I think it speaks to the safety question. But that one particular paragraph is what the obstacle is for these particular fairs. In doing that, I do understand that the certification question has to come up, but that's the first step of my two-part motion. The second part would be to immediately send letters to committees of jurisdiction asking them to take this matter up as soon as possible, because I do think that this discussion needs to happen in a place where proper testimony can be taken as to what the impact on the fairs would be. And that's something that would normally have happened had this been brought for the first time. As it happens, it's done backwards. We're facing a rule that's been on the books for quite a while. It has never been enforced. But I don't think at the end of the day it's any different for our perspective. We have the ability to call up the rule and ask whether it meets legislative intent. I don't think it does. I think we need to have it dealt with in the committees of jurisdiction. But Elkhart does have the power to get the ball rolling by moving to say, we object to that particular provision. So my two-part motion is that we object to 5.1.7B. That's the first part of the motion. The second part is that we send letters to the committees of jurisdiction asking that they address this question.
Yes. And may I confirm, Senator Benning, did you state that your objection is based on the idea that the rule is arbitrary and contrary to the intent of the legislature?
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator Powell.
This is the rule that's in place now, isn't it?
It is, but it's never been enforced until recently.
Council?
Yes, sir.
Do we object to rules that have been put in place?
You may. 3 VSA, Section 817, subsection D of the APA says that in addition to LCAR's powers under 842, which is your standard objection authority to proposed rules, LCAR may, quote, in similar manner, conduct public hearings, object, and file objections concerning existing rules, and that a rule reviewed under this subsection remains in effect until amended or repealed. But the objection, if certified, would have the same effect of shifting the burden to the agency if the rule is thereafter challenged.
So I am in complete agreement with the second part of your motion. The first part makes me very uncomfortable because I don't feel like we have the background information to determine whether the rule is arbitrary or contrary to legislative intent. I feel like we're jumping into the middle of it and there's...
I'm happy to divide the question, Mr. Chair, and if I may address your first concern. If this had been brought to us as a brand spanking new rule, we have evidence before us that demonstrates at least 3 fairs would be immediately impacted to a substantial degree, to a great expense. We would normally be looking at a rule and asking ourselves, if the statute says reasonable rules shall be adopted, and that rule that has now been adopted is unreasonable given the history of the conduct of these fairs, I don't think we would hesitate to decide we have a problem with that and want to have it sent back for further conversation. That's the intent of my motion. I'm not seeking at this point to say that we have all the evidence necessary to deal with that issue. I don't think we do. I think that belongs to the committees of jurisdiction. But normally, that kind of conversation would have taken place long before today. It has evidently not ever taken place, because if it had been taken place and the rule had been enforced, these folks would never be in the pickle that they are in. They are in a pickle, and it will substantially impact them. Therefore, I come to the conclusion that the rule, now being enforced the way it is not reasonable, which is what the statute asks them to do. So that's my concern. You obviously know where my vote will be on that question. I will be happy to divide the question in two in order to take them in the
Senator Bratt, did you have a question?
Well, I was going to ask if we could divide the question. So thank you, Senator Bennett, for making that offer. And for the very reasons you cited, it seems hard to judge after the fact, especially for a rule in operation for many years, that it's unreasonable when we don't know the prior conversations. We've heard some testimony to the fact that other states have greater setbacks. We haven't heard anything about smaller setbacks. So I'm entirely sympathetic.
Or about how...
Right, or elevation, things like that. So I'm entirely sympathetic to the plight. I'd like to see us resolve it, but I don't want to, with so little information, object to a longstanding rule. Doesn't seem like we're... Personally, I couldn't vote yes to object. On the other hand, trying to get find a path forward is, would be happy to work on that in whatever ways we can, including the letters to committees of jurisdiction.
I'd just like to respond, Chris, that I know the rule has been long-standing.
Yep.
But as you heard from the Secretary of State's office, it has only recently been enforced, which is why we find ourselves in the pickle that we're in. So I'm looking at this not as something that's been long-standing and is there for a given reason, because it's never been enforced until recently. And that is what really has me falling down to say, this is not reasonable.
Can I, well, so one quick response would just be that there's been enforcement. The degree to which things are enforced and how they've been interpreted, or exemptions, or, I mean, it seems like there's been some shades of gray and exemptions, waivers, grandfathering. I'm just feeling like I'm skating out on thinner and thinner ice to say, oh, we know how it's been regulated in the past, and now we're going to object to the rule.
So, Senator Benning, it seems to me, and I know you'll respond, that objecting to the rule, our goal, and I think it's a shared goal by everybody here, is to find a remedy that works for not just the 3 affected fairs, but going forward for everybody. I think that's a shared goal. I do not see how objecting to the rule provides remedy. It seems to me that it ratchets up pressure a little bit, but it does not provide a remedy.
Robin, the remedy in the short term, to me, would be, if we end up objecting and certifying our objection, that if the issue were to be forced upon the fairs, and the fairs chose to object and appeal that decision to a court of law, our objection was certified to a reviewing court, and Betsy Ann, you correct me if I'm wrong, that the burden of demonstrating that this is reasonable falls now upon the agency to demonstrate that. That takes some of the, I guess, well, it certainly takes the burden of proof off of the fair associations who are immediately impacted, but they then provide evidence to a reviewing court, and the burden is always at that point on the Secretary of State's office to demonstrate that this has to be enforced this way as reasonable under the statute. That is important in my eyes, because we have no idea what the committees of jurisdiction are going to do and when. Assuming everybody works together, that process will take testimony in the committees of jurisdiction, suggestions. I'm hoping that the conversation will go well with the Fair Association and the Secretary of State's office. They will come up with ideas and try to resolve it. We have no idea when that's going to happen. The concern is immediate, because these fairs are going to be having this impact this summer. And if we leave the rule to be enforced in the way it is, I am imagining that your ability to secure insurance for these events under that rule being imposed the way that it is might be problematic and would be a tremendous hardship to the fair associations. So I don't want to leave it that we expect things to work in the right way. I want to have this committee's limited jurisdiction give it the extra push necessary to have that conversation move forward.
Mr. Chair.
Senator McDonald.
I appreciate the Senator's concerns and the goals he's trying to resolve. We do not set policy, and I don't think we bring up rules that have been in place and in one hearing object to them when we have ample time to hear more testimony or to get commitments from committees of jurisdiction. And if this were April or May and the committees of jurisdiction, even late February, had ignored what was going on, the decision makers, and they set policy, then this committee might very well follow the guidance of the Senator from Caledonia. But I hope that we would postpone action on this matter until we've had a chance to communicate with our colleagues on the committees of jurisdiction and seek their commitment to resolve it. So I would move that we postpone action on this item now, and I don't believe there's a member of LCAR that wouldn't work to resolve it. And but I wouldn't rush to do something that is not in our traditional jurisdiction unless the time constraints left us with that only option.
Just a quick question. Which committees of jurisdiction would be involved in this issue?
I think it would likely be the GovOps committees because it's an OPR regulation, and GovOps normally handles OPR issues.
What about transportation?
Perhaps.
Or both?
Or both.
Yeah.
And a subsequent meeting, we might check around and give some advice on which committees we thought would be best suited to deal with what the Senator has brought to us.
Asking the fair associations, I would assume that you have already scheduled next summer's events.
Yes, as he spoke, that was something I wanted to speak to. So in a business, we all react to the market and what happens and make our adjustments. So we've already got contract commitments for entertainment. So we're going to have to break contracts or go it. And if this goes south, we're not going to be able to meet those commitments, and it will be the end. I'm sure that the other fairs already have commitments on entertainment as well. And entertainment is not cheap. It's easily hits a marker of $70,000, and we have bookings for even 2021. So it's a lot of investment of time and a hardship and troubling to the volunteerism that supports these fairs to have yet another struggle. And I don't completely understand your processes, but I'm just trying to explain that there's quite an urgency for us to understand how we're gonna move forward.
So I'm sorry, I'm just trying to clarify. So in terms of legislative action or the remedy, to be blunt, I mean you're screwed now. And
that's why I came.
And in that respect, it doesn't. Whether relief comes in February or May is kind of a matter of degree. You still have to act as though it's coming in order to pull off a successful event. So does it change your actions at all?
I request funding.
I'm sorry?
Funding.
You would request funding.
It's the only way we can do it.
You mean for infrastructure changes?
Yeah, we have to make the infrastructure changes. And we don't have a checking account to support that. Our community does phenomenal at sponsoring the fair, and I can't see that they're gonna provide us enough continued funding to make those adjustments.
Representative Myers.
Representative Lawrence, the fairs are getting money from institutions bill,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Not a whole lot, if I remember correctly from my years there.
For the fairs, somewhere between 200 and 225 is usually where it goes.
Total.
Total for the 14 fairs and field days.
Fairs.
Whereas you break that down for capital improvements, which is where the money comes through the capital bill, we generally get between $20,000 and $22,000 on an annual basis to do capital improvements.
And that's the only portion of funding from the state legislature that the fairs are getting?
No, we also get a stipend fund, which is
Okay.
in the agricultural budget. And that fund, again, has a formula how it's divided. And again, that last year we got $10,000 from that. I assume Jason got a similar figure. And so there's about $100,000 divided by the 14 fairs and field days on a formula that is already set.
So nowhere near what you're anticipating.
No, the
cost.
stipend money though has to be used in support of premiums and that type of thing. It is not meant to go to capital improvements.
Thank you.
Senator McDonald.
I appreciate the problem that we're facing. This committee does not routinely take up areas such as this on one day's notice. I believe that Senator Bratt is going to probably work as hard as anyone in this legislature to find a way through this process and to give the fairs the opportunity to know what they're dealing with instead of setting up a possible lawsuit over a rule that we may object to. And I would urge us to postpone action on this today until our next meeting. And at that time, after consulting with Senator Benning, come up with a date by which this should be resolved. And if it isn't, that this committee can take that issue up again and use the resolution that Senator Benning has put forth if we see that our colleagues shrug their shoulders and don't take this up.
If I clarify, is your motion to postpone all action or to send letters of jurisdiction to the committees of jurisdiction about postponing?
And tell them that we have been asked to consider the remedy that Senator Benning has suggested, and that we're reluctant to do so until the committees of jurisdiction have spoken out. And we're usually reluctant to do something like that at one single meeting, having listened to one group of witnesses. As reasonable as they have presented to us, no problem.
Senator Bratt.
So I'm looking at the underlying statute that drove, I guess, the rulemaking, and the outside portion of all tracks shall be a reasonable distance from the spectators. Somehow that got interpreted to mean 30 feet in this case. It could be that the nature of the fencing, if it were far stronger or something like that, might shorten the distance. Who knows what went back and forth to turn into 30 feet. But that seems like something that happens in the rulemaking process, and so it's very hard for me to read that and then this rule and say someone ran afoul and therefore we should object. I'm entirely, again, sympathetic to what we're doing. I like Senator McDonald's suggestion. Procedurally, we have a motion on the table. I don't know if Senator Benning is willing to withdraw that so that Senator McDonald's motion should be considered.
I think that's where we are now, unless there are further points of discussion.
I do have a question, Secretary of State's office. Do you have plans to visit with this group in the near future?
Absolutely. We've started the conversation. We want to continue the conversation. As we've heard today, each demolition derby setup is a little bit different, so they're all kind of unique, and there are a lot of different factors that we have to take into account in figuring out whether that 30 feet is met or perhaps something less than that 30 feet would be acceptable given height, fencing, topography, whatever it might be. I think we've got a lot of options to work with here, and we hear and understand the urgency that was expressed here today, that they have to plan for fair season. They have to start entering into contracts now, so we'll make this a priority in having those conversations and trying to come up with a solution.
And if I may follow along, relative to Senator Donald's comment about time frame here, you're going to be scheduling something sooner rather than later in terms of, and can we ask for a report back from that conversation, or ask you to submit some?
I will. We certainly will.
You could do the same.
We've had a conversation already. It was,
I understand that, but I think
oh no,
more to be had.
ongoing, absolutely.
Senator McDonald.
One of the timeframe issues I think many of us are thinking of is the length of rulemaking to change the rule. And this is a health and safety issue. And should the legislature direct committees of jurisdiction direct new rules for new outcome, they would be permitted by emergency rules, which are quick and immediate and would not hold up this process. It would be an emergency rule which can be implemented immediately, quickly, in a timely fashion. So I would hope that if we're going to discuss this with the committees of jurisdiction, we will make it clear that it's a time frame issue here, that the emergency rules would apply if our council verify that aspect, and to do it in a way that is that we are our colleagues expect us to do business here, not to make policy, but to conform to statute. And I'm wholeheartedly in support of Senator Benning's goals, and think that this committee should achieve those goals in a less hurried fashion.
I had a question about process, and I believe Senator McDonald has answered that question for me.
Yes.
Also a process question. If this committee votes to send letters to the committees of jurisdiction, is it possible for the Fairs Association to get a copy of those so that we may also send letters to those same committees with some of our background information and perhaps with some of the discussion that Mr. Winters and I will be having on behalf of this issue, so that we can give them a sense of urgency on this and let them know that this is a top priority for all of us if that's the way that this vote goes?
A letter to committees of jurisdiction is CC'd to the Fair Association and the Secretary of State's office. So I think the question looming is, are you willing to withdraw your motion on the table?
Well, from a parliamentary standpoint, I interpreted Senator McDonald's motion as a substitute motion. Let me ask a question. Is it possible to put this discussion back on our January 9th meeting date in order to get a report on where these folks have ended up? Because that may make or break my decision on what I want to do by way of language.
I would welcome that. I think that would be productive.
I think an update would be welcome.
Yeah, because if things have gone south there, their immediate problem is much greater than it is today. And I would argue that there's more reason for us to take the motion on the original date.
So I think would all like an update the January 9th meeting?
So could council state then the motion that's before us?
A couple different motions. There was Senator Benning's original motion to object
I am Chris Cole. I am Commissioner of Buildings and General Services. We are the department that issues these grants, and we have oversight of some of the buildings community grants. I want to welcome you to this celebration. Each and every one of you is the best of the best. You were selected to receive a grant from this program. Each year, $600,000 is appropriated by the Vermont legislature for distribution through the Building Communities Grant Program. This program supports infrastructure investments in the state of Vermont that supports community program goals. There are 3 annual grant programs administered by the Department of Buildings and General Services. They are economic development grants, recreational facility grants, and then human service and education grants. These programs are intended to stimulate job creation, help with new design or upgrades of facilities for nonprofits and municipalities, as well as the private sector. All nonprofit agencies that serve Vermonters are eligible to apply for these grants in any amount up to $25,000. The application process was created to be simple so anyone can complete it. The grants require a 1-to-1 match and are designed to be last gap funding to support your projects. Thank you all for coming to celebrate your projects and these wonderful grant programs made available to you by the Vermont General Assembly. At this time, I would like to introduce the Governor of the great state of Vermont, Philip B. Scott.
Well, thank you very much, everyone, for coming. And if you haven't had an opportunity, please get out to visit the Vermont History Center. It's a wonderful area. This is because we've had some construction at the State House, but we've had a number of events here in the Snelling Room, and it's a great venue. So if you have an opportunity, get out there and see that. I look forward to this ceremony every year because it's worthwhile. It's putting money back into communities. And I'd like to thank each and every one of you first for your dedication to make a difference in the lives of others in your communities as well. We're here to celebrate and highlight your accomplishments. Vermont's strength really comes from its communities and those Vermonters who go above and beyond to make our state a better place to live. This program has always been highly competitive, and this year was no exception. We have many projects that were in the queue, so to speak. Sprinkler systems, upgrading community kitchens, increasing energy efficiency in buildings with new windows and doors, providing safer playground facilities, creating outdoor recreation trails, installing new septic systems, and so forth. And something that has a special meaning to me as well, making facilities ADA compliant with improvements to bathrooms and ramps and so forth. My dad was a World War II vet. He was a double amputee as a result of the D-Day invasion. So I know firsthand how difficult it is for some to get access to some of our community facilities. So the ADA requirements have special meaning to me. Every year I've seen how these grants have had real, lasting, and meaningful impact for Vermonters. Now, I was in the Senate before I became Lieutenant Governor and then Governor, and I was chair of the Institutions Committee. When I first got into the Senate, became elected, I was on the Institutions Committee, and that's where this started, actually. When I was there to begin with, we issued a number of different grants to different community projects, but it was all about who you knew on the committee in order to get what you wanted. And I thought at the time how unfair that was, that it wasn't geographic, it wasn't about the merits of the project. They were all worthwhile, but it was all about who you knew on the committee, and I thought, we need to change that. And I became chair about 3-4 years later, and I worked with Representative Alice Emmons, my counterpart in the House, and she is still chair of that committee. And we worked together to try and change that process so that it was simpler and more equitable across the state. And I think we succeeded in doing that. So I've been pleased to see what's happened as a result. This year we had 84 applications requesting over $1.4 million in funding across these 3 grant
categories. 60 projects were funded, totaling about $610,000 out of that 84. And this includes 23 recreational facilities grant projects totaling $200,000, 11 human services facility grant projects totaling about $110,000, 11 educational grants totaling $100,000, and then there were 15 regional economic development grant applicants that totaled $200,000. So, in closing, I again want to thank, first of all, legislators. I see Warren Kitzmiller here, as well as Representative Shaw in the back. But we need their support. So if you have an opportunity, if you receive a grant today, thank your legislators. Thank your local legislators, because they make it happen. We don't want to go back to the old way. We like this new process, but it takes them supporting this in order for it to happen. And I want to, again, thank each and every one of you for stepping up to make a difference in your neighborhoods, for enhancing the quality of life in your communities, and making Vermont a truly, truly great place to live, work, and raise a family. So with that, we'll do the important part now. We'll start giving out the grants at some point. Yep. Yeah.
So I'm going to Deputy Commissioner Jennifer Fitch, who nothing happens at BGS without her involvement, is going to read off the grant recipients. If you would come up at that time when you hear your organization called, come up. We'll get a picture with the governor, myself, and your grant. And we're going to cycle through this. And the first up are going to be the economic development grants.
Thank you, Commissioner Cole, and good morning, everybody. It's an exciting day. So the first recipient is the town of Moncton. The organization is the Addison County Economic Development Corporation on behalf of Wooden Hammer, LLC, to renovate, fit up, and equip existing space to expand the woodworking cabinetry business.
You keep that. You keep that. There will be another one that comes in the mail. You keep that.
Our second recipient is Middlebury, the Addison County Economic Development Corporation. Ooh, this is a tough one to say.
Agricola.
Agricola Meats, sorry about that. And it's to renovate, fit up, and equip lease space for a meat processing facility.
Thank you.
The next grant goes to the town of Bristol, Addison County Economic Development Corporation, Bristol Bakery and Cafe Wholesale, LLC, to invest in new equipment for packing and automated roll making and to add additional ovens. Our next grant goes to the town of Shoreham, Addison County Economic Development Corporation, on behalf of Champlain Orchard, LLC, Inventory Management System Hardware Project, Donut Equipment Upgrade, and Employee Cafeteria Projects.
All right. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Nice job this year. Thank you.
The next grant recipient goes to the town of Dorset, Bennington County Industrial Corporation, H.N. Williams Store, for retail expansion and construction of fueling station and canopy.
Move on to the next.
Our next grant recipient is the town of Bennington, Bennington County Industrial Corporation, Polar Composite LLC, asbestos remediation and fire sprinkler system upgrades for renovation and fit up.
We'll divvy up the money later on.
That's right. The next recipient is the town of Hardwick, the Northeastern Vermont Development Association, Vermont Soy LLC, for steam boiler and system build-out project.
Congratulations.
The next grant goes to the town of South Hero, Lake Champlain Islands Economic Development Corporation, Champlain Islands Candy Lab, to improve processes, storage capacity, and display at the Chocolate Production Company. That sounds yummy. The next recipient is the town of Fairhaven. The organization is the town of Fairhaven on behalf of Scotch Hill Brewing Company, LLC, to purchase a 2-vessel brew house to produce beer at the new brewery. Also sounds yummy, too. Can't go wrong.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Congratulations. Good luck at the brewery. Thank you.
The next recipient is the town of Rutland. The organization is the Rutland Economic Development Corporation on behalf of True Yoga Vermont for construction of a new yoga room at their new location. The next recipient is the town of Websterville. Organization is the Central Vermont Economic Development Corporation on behalf of Vermont Creamery to provide solar signage and crosswalk designation for safe pedestrian crossing at Wilson Industrial Park. The next recipient is the town of Montpelier. Central Vermont Economic Development Corporation on behalf of Timber Homes Vermont to support the completion of their dust collection system. The next recipient is the town of Brattleboro. Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation, Backroads Food Company, LLC, the Granola Deposter Project, and the Granola Tray Scraping Project. The next recipient is the town of Island Pond. The organization is the Brighton Community Forum, and it's for renovations to the Island Pond Welcome Center. The next recipient is the town of Rutland, the Rutland Makers, Inc., the Mint Rutland's Makerspace, to create dividing walls separating the various functions of the Makerspace. So that completes the Recreational Economic Development Grants, and we are now moving on to the Human Services Facilities Grants. So the next recipient is the town of Goshen. The organization is Camp Thorpe. The project description is installation of new accessible doorways and new energy efficient windows in 14 cabins.
Yeah, come up.
So nice to meet you.
The next recipient is the town of Arlington, Bennington County Humane Society, Second Chance Animal Center, for the installation of rain gutters and a storage shed. The next recipient is the town of Burlington, Burlington Dismiss House, to improve drainage and to decrease water infiltration to the foundation. The next grant recipient is the town of Morrisville, United Way of Lamoille County, renovation to a barn to build community food security. The next recipient is the town of Randolph, Randolph Area Community Development Corporation, to purchase, move, and rehabilitate an older mobile home. So this next grant recipient is Circle Inc., and it's repairs to Circle's emergency shelter, purchase and install heating element for the roof, exterior painting, mold removal from interior walls and carpet, and replacing broken windows. The next recipient is the town of Barry, Washington County Mental Health Services, installation of a handicap access lift at the Well Space building.
We have the one before, I think, is here.
Circle. Right here.
Was this the one for this? Yeah.
Yep. I think it was this one. Circle?
The elevator.
The elevator. Yep.
Elevators, right?
Yep.
Not it.
You have really good timing.
I'm usually a speed demon.
The next recipient is the town of Barry, Highgate Nonprofit, to install a sprinkler system in the community building. The next grant recipient is the town of Montpelier, Montpelier Senior Activity Center, a division of the Community Services Department of the City of Montpelier, for the installation of water fountains and acoustical panels to make the space more accommodating and supportive of wellness for members and the public. Thank you. The next grant recipient is the town of Brattleboro, United Way of Windham County, to purchase and install LED operatory lights at the Windham County Dental Center. The next recipient is the town of Townsend, Carlos G. Otis Healthcare Center, Grace Cottage Hospital HVAC replacement project. The next recipient is the town of Starksboro, Starksboro Village Meeting House, restoration of the Starksboro Village Meeting House. The next grant goes to Bennington, Sunrise Family Resource Center, to make safety enhancements and improvements to early childhood playground. The next grant recipient is the town of South Hero, Lake Champlain Islands Economic Development Corp. Turn to Joy Early Care and Learning to renovate existing building for a newly created child care facility. Next grant recipient is South Burlington. Oh.
They're different South Hero grant.
Okay. Lund Family Center, safety improvements to their kitchen. The next grant recipient is the town of St. Albans for the Northwest Access TV to purchase media equipment. The next grant recipient is the town of Morrisville, River Arts of Morrisville, Inc., to purchase and install a commercial dishwasher. The next grant recipient is the town of Rutland, the Rutland County Parent Child Center, replacement of the heating, cooling, and ventilation system. The next grant recipient is the town of Barry for Resource to upgrade windows, doors, and a new exterior vinyl siding. The next grant recipient is the town of Brattleboro for the Winston Prouty Center for Child and Family Development to replace an inefficient hot water heater. The next grant recipient is the town of Proctorsville. Stepping Stones Preschool, renovating, expanding the attached garage space, including a new heating system and handicapped accessibility ramp. The next grant recipient is the town of Woodstock. Woodstock Community Play School, the school's relocation project. The next recipient goes to the town of Middlebury, Friends of the Middlebury Hockey, to complete the Memorial Sports Center second floor, including indoor restrooms, a heated viewing area, upgraded concessions, a community meeting room, and to add an elevator. The next grant recipient goes to the town of Bristol, Bristol Recreation Club, to hire a VYCC crew for 1 week for the hardened sections of their 3+ mile trail. The next grant recipient goes to the town of Ripton, Vermont Elks Charities, Silver Towers Camp for People with Disabilities, replacement of the camp kitchen floor, bottom cabinets, and countertops.
Can you grab the check?
Grab the check, boy. Thank you so much. Thank you.
The next grant recipient is the town of Woodford for Prospect Mountain Association to replace their septic system. The next recipient is St. Johnsbury, the town of St. Johnsbury, the Three Rivers Path Extension and Trailhead Project. The next grant recipient is the town of Bolton, Smile Memorial School for new playground equipment. The next grant recipient is the town of Essex Junction, Village of Essex Junction, to convert 2 tennis courts into 6 pickleball courts at Cascade Park. That sounds fun, do a little pickleball. The next recipient is the town of St. Albans, Collins Purley Campus, Maple Run United School District for a new playground. The next grant recipient is the town of St. Albans for the Franklin County Senior Center to repair the heating system. The next grant recipient goes to the town of Montgomery, Montgomery Recreational Department, to construct additional mileage of the multi-use path. I was waiting for this little cutie pie to get up.
Commissioner, thank you, Governor. Want to hold it?
Oh, that's adorable.
Thanks.
So cute.
It's okay. It happens frequently.
Wouldn't want to fall apart.
The next grant recipient is Isle Lamont. Isle Lamont Preservation Trust, upgrades to the educational recreational trail signs. The next grant recipient goes to the town of Cambridge for the Cambridge Recreation Board to purchase multi-use storage shed concession stand. The next grant recipient goes to the town of Morristown, to add a swing set and mulch to Oxbow Riverfront Park. The next grant recipient is the town of Greensboro. Greensboro Community Child Care Center, 4 Seasons of Early Learning, to purchase new playground equipment and resurface the back playground area. The next grant recipient goes to the town of Wells. Town of Wells, to build a pavilion at Lakeside Park. The next grant recipient goes to the town of Brandon. Town of Brandon Recreation Department, removal and replacement of border fencing and creation of a parking area. The next grant recipient goes to the town of East Montpelier. East Montpelier Recreational Board, Town of East Montpelier Select Board, to purchase additional aluminum bleachers, replacement of soccer nets, and replacement of fencing. The next grant recipient is the town of Vernon. For the town of Vernon, improvements to recreation area bathrooms, including replacement of a double door and to construct privacy access to the public bathrooms facility in the pavilion.